Chapter 1592, Vast Sun Universe. Pill, congealing the pill, was one of the most critical steps in alchemy. 1592, Vast Sun Universe. Pill, congealing the pill, was one of the most critical steps in alchemy. One could say that it was akin to 10,000 streams converging into a river. This cold snort of Yi Yuan's seemed to directly chop a blade at the convergence area of all the trickles. That taste was really free from inhibitions. To the Max Head Elder's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, "What did I do?" "Oh, just now my throat was uncomfortable and I cleared it." Head Elder's throat was also uncomfortable just now, right? "You." Ruo Su was angered until his face was livid, but he actually could not find the words to refute. Many elders, all desperately, held back from laughing. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too bad. But this matter was Head Elder not complying with the rules first. No one could find any fault. Although this cold snort of Yi Yuan's was not to the extent of making Song Qiang waste all the previous efforts, the quality of the medicinal pill was definitely greatly affected. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I did something wrong? Why is Head Elder being so angry? Yi Yuan said with a face that looked harmless to man and beast. Ruo Su's expression was incredibly grim as he said in a solemn voice, "Elder Yi, very good. You're very good. In a while, we'll showcase our true abilities then." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To be able to get Head Elder's guidance, this Yi most welcomes it." Amidst the somewhat cold atmosphere, everyone's medicinal pills had completely been refined. The disciples who could enter the top 30, their strengths were all very outstanding. Although the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill was hard, it was not to the point where they could not refine it. It was just that the good and bad of the qualities varied greatly. "Open the furnace. Elders, please examine them," the deacon said in a clear voice. Everyone opened their medicinal cauldrons. One medicinal pill after another flew out. When Ning Xiu saw her Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill, she could not help being overjoyed. She really did it. Peak high grade. Just one more stop, and it was superior grade. The group of elders walked down the grandstand and saw Ning Xiu's Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill at first glance, all incomparably shocked. How could they have imagined that Ning Xiu could actually refine one that was peak high grade? Looks like this round situation is already very obvious. Xiu this La S South takes first place for all three, overpowering everyone, said an elder. Quite a few elders came in front of Xianyu and congratulated. Second elder, "Congratulations! The 10 spots to enter the pill tower this time. Your lineage actually occupied half. It's truly unprecedented." Xianyu smiled and said, got lucky, all thanks to Elder Yi." Xianyu was naturally delighted in his heart, but he also knew that this was all Yi Yuan's credit and had nothing to do with him. These few years, he was bullied badly by Head Elder. Today, he finally vented it all out. Head Elder only came down and circled one round, then returned to the grandstand again. How could he still have any face to stay? That cold snort of Yi Yuan's directly disrupted Song Qiang's medicinal pill into low grade. How could a low-grade medicinal pill be enough to enter the top 10? Song Qiang was long gone. He really had no way of staying here anymore. Today, his face was utterly lost. After a few more hours, the Protector team's results were also out. Lu Yi and Ding Sun both successfully obtained the spots to enter the pill tower. Once that side ended, Ruo Su stood up impatiently and said coldly, "Elder Yi, it's our turn." Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, "Head Elder is very anxious. This state of mind will affect your performance." Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Today, this old man is going to let you know that elders aren't so easy to be." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How does Head Elder want to compete?" Ruo Su said in a deep voice, "Don't say that this old man is bullying you. Any rank, 3 divine pill, you can have your pick. Head Elder was still concerned about his item. 1. Tie in the end and did not wish to get a reputation of bullying the weak in front of so many people. Therefore, he had Yi Yuan choose the medicinal pill. In his view, no matter which rank 3 medicinal pill, he still had no problems cruise. Plussing Yi Yuan. He was the exalted Pill Tower's head elder, a peak 4-star alchemy G. OD. How could he possibly lose to a 3-star alchemy G. OD? Even if Yi Yuan was somewhat different from the rest, his strength far surpa. Sing 3-star alchemy G. ODS, he also had full confidence. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Head Elder is actually so magnanimous then. I'll choose the medicinal pill. Ruosu snorted coldly and said, You just pick. This old man is the exalted head elder. Could it be that I still have to make things difficult in this area for you, a 3-star alchemy God? Spreading it, wouldn't it incur the entire imperial city's people mocking? Yi Yuan nodded his head, but looked toward Xianyu and said, Second elder, I wonder what rank 3 divine pill head elder is most adept in. Xianyu understood it and said with a smile, The rank 3 divine pills that head elder is good at are too many to enumerate. But to say what he's best at, it should be the Vast Sun Universe pill. This medicinal pill of his has created many divine Lord Realm powerhouses for the imperial city. Yi Yuan's brows raised up looking at Ruosu. He was rather surprised. He did not think that Ruosu was actually good at the Vast Sun Universe pill. This Vast Sun Universe pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill, but a medicinal pill that could help half-step divine lords and grand completion origin deity perceive the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending opening up an inner world. No medicinal pills could directly let the martial artist break through to divine Lord Realm, but the Vast Sun Universe pill could increase the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough, letting them have a chance of taking this final step. This kind of medicinal pill was hard to find a single one. Disregarding that the spirit medicines required were very scarce, the requirement of the refiner was also perverse to the extreme. Even for 4-star alchemy G. DS, those able to refine it were also exceedingly few. 3-star alchemy G. DS, it had never been heard of that someone refined it before. Ruosu and Xianyu, these sorts of existences, could naturally refine it. But Ruosu was more than a magnitude stronger than Ruosu in this medicinal pill. The moment Ruosu heard, his stomach full of anger turned into ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, Hoo-hoo, young people had best not be too impetuous. You want to use the medicinal pill that I'm most adept in to compete with me. The idea is good, but you're too weak. Ruosu's meaning was, you want a posture in the end you smacked your own face, right? How could he not perceive that Yi Yuan wanted to challenge the medicinal pill that he was best at? However, the reality was not as expected. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan would compete with him with the Vast Sun Universe pill. This medicinal pill, 3-star alchemy G. DS had no capability to refine one. The other elders also revealed contemptuous looks, feeling that Yi Yuan postured over the top. This elder Yi, the more I look, the more unreliable he seems to be. Yeah, want to say that Ning Si was taught by him, I don't believe even if beaten to death. Youngsters, having a bit of strength, made them not know the immensity of heaven and earth anymore. How can the Vast Sun Universe pill be what he can refine? Chapter 1593, Overwhelming Aura. Chapter 1593, Overwhelming Aura. You want to compete in the Vast Sun Universe pill with me? Hoo-hoo, young man, I'm somewhat doubting it now. Do you really know alchemy? When Ruosu heard that, he could not refrain from laughing in spite of himself. No or not, you'll know in a while. Why is head elder going back on your words? Yi Yuan said coolly, since you're looking for a traz. Plussing yourself. Then wouldn't it somewhat be letting you down if this old man doesn't help you achieve your purpose? Ruosu said with a cold smile. To talk about Ruosu refining the Vast Sun Universe pill, That was indeed a special ability of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. There was even one time when he refined a peak heaven grade vast sun universe pill and just missed a little bit more to reach the realm of divine grade. For the vast sun universe pill, this was simply a miracle. There was a saying that circulated among alchemists. The vast sun universe pill was the hardest in rank 3. For a rank 3 alchemist to want to refine the vast sun universe pill, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. One could say that the vast sun universe pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy G. Odes, even though it was just a rank 3 divine pill. Only by experiencing the baptism of great Tao, opening up one's inner world and increasing one's comprehension, could one refine this medicinal pill. It could be seen from this how great the difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was. However, when everyone heard that Head Elder was going to refine the vast sun universe pill, each and every one of them became incomparably excited, especially those alchemists. This was a rare chance to learn and observe to them. It's really too great to actually be able to personally see Head Elder refining the vast sun universe pill. This is a chance that only happens once in a blue moon. Even though Elder Yi is unreliable, he obtained benefits for us, these bottom-level alchemists, this time. Elder Yi is really an ignorant person who doesn't fear anything. To actually want to compete in the vast sun universe pill with Head Elder, isn't this simply looking to be abused? Maybe he feels that such a difficult medicinal pill, even if he can't refine it, it wouldn't be too embarrassing either. This way, he can continue to fish in troubled waters in the future. The spirit medicines required for refining the vast sun universe pill were very rare, but with the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City strength, collecting a few sets of rank 3 spirit medicines was still doable. It was just that this medicinal pill was too precious. Extremely few people could afford the price to invite Head Elder to take action. Before long, someone prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines and delivered them to the pill tower. Elder Yi, these spirit medicines were gotten by the Martial Tower's disciples at the risk of their lives. Giving you to refine is really too wasteful. Ruo Su pointed at those spirit medicines and said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, Head Elder's words aren't correct. Wasted or not, we'll only know after refining. If your medicinal pill's quality is worse than mine, you're the one who really squandered it. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, razor-tongued, I don't believe that you can really refine the vast sun universe pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, it's useless to say anymore, let's get started. Head Elder, go first. Let me plagiarize first. Ruo Su laughed coldly and said, then you have to watch carefully. Done talking. Head Elder's 2 hands drew a circle. The aura of great Tao surged to the sky on the plaza, the commotion extremely shocking. Reaching the realm of 4-star alchemy G. D realm, each pill refinement would trigger the power of great Tao. But those who could be deep and vigorous like Head Elder, they were one of a kind. Xian Yu's gaze turned sharp, and he muttered to himself, looks like his strength improved again. The 2 people fought for so many years and had always been secretly contending. Regarding Ruo Su's strength, Xian Yu was the clearest. From this imposing momentum, he could sense that Ruo Su's strength was a little stronger than before again. Reaching their realm, every tiny bit of improvement was exceedingly hard to come by. Head Elder's strength improving, he could originally shake him off by some distance. It was just too bad he ran into Yi Yuan. Observing Yi Yuan's pill refinement the last time made Xian Yu glean considerable gains. These few days, Xian Yu's alchemy Dao level had considerable improvement. This kind of learning actually had the best effect during the first time, because Yi Yuan's pill refinement opened another door for them, indeed worthy of being the Head Elder. The moment he made his move, it's heaven shocking. I don't know if Head Elder can break through the fetters this time and refine a divine grade vast sun universe pill. If Head Elder can break through the fetters, then all the major families present will probably go crazy. Isn't that so? Divine grade vast sun universe pill virtually represents a divine Lord realm powerhouse. Which family can be calm? Head Elder's alchemy technique was dignified and complex, yet incomparably steady. The alchemy Tao powerhouses present, even Elder CLA, S, were also ashamed of their inferiority. This was the strength after endless tempering and training. There was no way to rock it at all. Yi Yuan watched by the side and also praised endlessly. TSK, indeed worthy of being the head elder. His strength isn't ordinary. Yi Yuan had an appearance of finding fault. The others could not help being speechless when they saw. How bold was this guy to actually not start yet? Or was it that he could not refine it at all and directly chose to give up? Hey, if you can't refine, admit defeat as early as possible. You simply look like a clown right now. An elder in head elder's faction said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, "No rush, let him refine a while first. Whether I'm a clown or not, you'll know in a while." That elder snorted coldly and said, "I'll see what trick you can play." Ruo Su entering pill refining state, his entire person was fully focused on the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan and the elder's conversation, he naturally could not hear it. The original contest became head elder's solo performance. Very soon, everyone was drawn by head elder's transcendent alchemy technique. No one paid attention to Yi Yuan anymore. They were definitely super certain that Yi Yuan was an out-and-out swindler who did not know alchemy at all. However, right at this time Yi Yuan moved. An even more majestic, great Tao aura suddenly surged to the sky, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? This great Tao aura was emitted by Yi Yuan. How is that possible? His aura is actually so much stronger than head elder. My my eyesight must be failing. How can a 3-star alchemy possibly trigger such a terrifying, great Tao aura? When the pill refinement started, that cynical and flippant state thoroughly disappeared from Yi Yuan's body. What replaced it was an incomparable focus. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws. That dreamlike alchemy technique, that continuously fluctuating great Tao aura, was making it clear to all that this was an existence whose alchemy Tao already reached a consummate realm. Head elder's pill refinement paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan. After the astonishment, everyone was completely drawn over by Yi Yuan very quickly, especially those alchemists. Each and every one of them watched like they were intoxicated. Currently, Yi Yuan refining pills was just like triggering great Tao heavenly melody back then, capable of making the surrounding people immerse inside, unable to extricate themselves too. They discovered that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was what they had never heard of before. His technique was exceedingly profound, they could not understand at all, especially those elders. Each and every one of them were akin to having obtained a priceless treasure. They seemed to have had a good reign after a long drought, learning from Yi Yuan hungrily. Chapter 1594 Void Spirit Divine Grade. This is Elder Ye's strength. 1594 Void Spirit Divine Grade. This is Elder Ye's strength. No wonder he could become an elder with the ident. 1. Tie of a 3-star alchemy God. There's no problem at all. Convinced. Really convinced. I never dared to imagine that a 3-star alchemy God could actually be powerful to such an extent. When everyone woke up from being enthralled by the aura of Tao, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan's pill refinement made them broaden their horizons. Only then did they truly understand what Yi Yuan relied on to become an elder. Yi Yuan already finished, but Ruo Su was still meticulously concocting his medicinal pill. The people who were originally still marveling at head elder's pill refinement, looking back at it again now, there was actually a dull feeling. No idea how long had passed, said either. Head Elder's vast sun universe pill was finally refined completely. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was very satisfied. Based on his judgment, it was at least heaven grade 2. Being able to refine vast sun universe pill to heaven grade, one could practically be in an undefeatable position already. When he saw that Yi Yuan was still standing there, looking at him calmly, he even thought that Yi Yuan did not refine one. Who gave up? Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? Ruosu smiled and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, I've long finished refining. It's you who were too slow. Ruosu seemed to have heard the most hilarious joke in the world and laughed in spite of himself as he said, still being stubborn until now, do you think that the vast sun universe pill is a cabbage can be refined completely in this short while? Or is it that you treated those spirit medicines as stir-frying a dish, cooking them in one pot? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. At this time, an elder ran to Ruosu's side and said a few words in his ears. Ruosu's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. He opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. Yi Yuan, he really refined it. A 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D. How could it be possible to refine the vast sun universe pill? This medicinal pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. Ruosu abruptly startled awake, his eyes sweeping across the other people's faces, instantly understanding something. He was incomparably ashamed and resentful as he said to Yi Yuan in a cold voice, Open the furnace. This old man wants to see what the H-E-L you refined. Everyone's faces also revealed a fascinated look. They were all very curious to be able to have that kind of terrifying alchemy art. To what grade did Yi Yuan refine it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Open then. Head Elder, who first? Head Elder said in a deep voice, You first. This old man is very curious now. What grade of vast sun universe pill can a 3-star alchemy G? Oh, D actually refine? Yi Yuan smiled and said, As you Wisconsin H. Plus, the moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a dazzling light shot out and reached straight for the firmament, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes. In the sky, the winds and clouds suddenly changed, and actually formed a rainbow auspicious cloud. The rainbow auspicious cloud danced in the sky, looking unbelievably magnificent, like celebrating Yi Yuan forming the pill. In the crowd, cries of exclamations rang out. What grade is this medicinal pill? To actually be able to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon. Are you dumb? Heaven and earth phenomenon. Only void, spirit, divine grade, and above medicinal pills can trigger it. Elder Ye's medicinal pill already reached void, spirit, divine grade. She got to be joking, right? Vast sun universe pill. Void, spirit, divine grade? Really, what the frick? I was actually able to see a vast spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill be born. Head Elder's face revealed a look of astonishment. With his experience, how could he not understand what happened? This scene was simply too soul-stirring. Want to trigger heaven and earth phenomenon. It was not just any kind of medicinal pill reaching void, spirit, divine grade could work. Only a pill like the vast sun universe pill that sees the good fortune of heaven and earth could it trigger heaven and earth phenomenon. And this kind of medicinal pill, wanting to refine void, spirit, divine grade, was undoubtedly a fool's talk. But now, the crazy talk genuinely happened in front of them. Yi Yuan was just a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D. How could Yi Yuan do it to this extent? If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Ruosu would never believe, no matter what, that a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D could actually refine a vast spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. This was simply a joke. Even if he witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon with his own eyes, he still felt that this was a joke that heaven made toward him. Xianyu heaved a sigh and said with a bitter smile, I even thought that Yi Yuan could refine purple spirit, divine grade. I didn't think that he actually directly refined void, spirit, divine grade. This guy, I really don't know where his limit is. Lu Yi, who was beside him, also said in wonder, Master, Elder Yi is really remarkable. This void, spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill, probably the entire heavenly eagle imperial city will plunge into madness. Xian Yu smiled and said, That is, of course. This time, Ruo Su miscalculated. If Yi Yuan didn't have the ability that could be showcased, how could upstairs possibly agree to let him be an elder? I very much want to see if Ruo Su is opening the furnace or not opening the furnace. Lu Yi froze and immediately understood. He did not expect that the good guy master also had such a mischievous side. Under this circ, stance right now, whether Ruo Su opened his furnace or not was a very awkward question. Open, the jewel was in front, he could not present it at all. Not opening, the exalted head elder actually did not even have the courage to open the furnace. What an awkward spectacle! Ruo Su regretted until his intestines turned green now. If he had long known it was like this, he might as well open the furnace first. No idea how long had said either. The rainbow auspicious cloud faded. Everything returned to tranquility. A medicinal pill suspended above the medicinal cauldron, quietly. Fragrance instantly filled the entire plaza. So fragrant! It's my first time smelling such an aromatic, medicinal fragrance. The entire plaza is actually able to smell the medicinal fragrance. Void Spirit Divine Grade is indeed extraordinary. Everyone's faces revealed incomparably heated looks. Clearly, they all wanted to obtain this medicinal pill. There were quite a number of large families, upper echelons present. Toward this medicinal pill, they were naturally extremely eager for it. This grade of medicinal pill did not just signify being able to create a divine Lord realm powerhouse. It even implied the possibility of a limitless future. Void Spirit Divine Grade medicinal pills were naturally different from ordinary medicinal pills. It could consolidate and bolster, stimulating the martial artist's potential, letting the martial artist have even greater upside potential. A martial artist who exhausted their potential and could only cultivate to first layered Heaven Divine Lord after consuming medicinal pills, after consuming a Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill, there was a very high hope of breaking through to second layered Heaven Divine Lord, even third layered Divine Lord. This was still just those whose talents were poor. After those with good talent consumed it, their future possibilities would simply be unimaginable. Such a medicinal pill, how could they not go crazy? Head Elder, it's your turn. Yi Yuan's words made the muscles on Ruo Su's face twitch unceasingly. The scene seemed to have been frozen. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Ruo Su, wanting to see what Head Elder would do. After all, Head Elder status was exalted. Yi Yuan's words virtually forced him into a corner. Today, no matter what, Head Elder's face was considered utterly lost. You won. Ruo Su practically squeezed these few words out from the crevices between his teeth. Chapter 1595 Astronomical Price Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1595 Astronomical Price Medicinal Pill. Ruo Su knew that even if he risked this old life, it was still impossible to refine a Void Spirit Divine Grade medicinal pill. This kind of medicinal pill only existed in legends. In reality, he lived to a ripe old age and had seen before D knows how many geniuses. But he had never heard of anyone who could refine a Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill when at 4-star Alchemy G. D. As for 3-star Alchemy G. D. That went even more without saying. Therefore, he admitted defeat very sensibly. Of course, he did not have the face to stay here anymore either. After conceding, he left dejectedly. But at this time, everyone's thoughts were already long not on Head Elder. An elder of the W.A.N.G. family said in a clear voice, Elder Yi, sell this medicinal pill to our W.A.N.G. family. We'll offer 300 million divine essence stones. Elder Yi, don't listen to him. Sell to our Yen family. We'll offer 500 million divine essence stones. Our Lu family offers 550 million. Suddenly, these major families' leaders seemed to thrash around violently, arguing until Yi Yuan had a headache. According to the pill tower's rules, even though this vast sun universe pill was refined by Yi Yuan, the owners, I plus P belonged to the pill tower. But if the pill tower decided to sell it, 30% of the divine essence stones obtained would be given Yi Yuan, ordinary rank 3 divine pills. Even the heavenly blood marrow-changing pill that Yi Yuan refined at the South City also merely sold at a price of 50 million. These major families, the moment they opened their mouths, it was several hundred million divine essence stones. This price already greatly exceeded the price of ordinary rank 3 divine pills. Stop! All stop for me! Yi Yuan shouted loudly, but no one listened to him. Those people were all still clamoring, virtually falling into madness. Void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill, who did not want one? As for the price, that was all not a problem. Yi Yuan seriously could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "All shut up for me!" This yell, Yi Yuan mustered up divine essence, directly overwhelming everyone. When those people saw that Yi Yuan was angry, they indeed stopped. Got to be joking. Elder Yi was exceedingly formidable. Offending him, wouldn't they be unable to bear the consequences of it? Seeing everyone quieten down, Yi Yuan said to Xianyu, second elder, "This matter had best be left to you." Xianyu smiled and said, "Elders, since everyone is determined to get this vast sun universe pill, then why don't we hold an auction on the spot to determine the owners? I plus P of this medicinal pill. What does everybody think?" The moment everyone heard, they could not help being surprised. Who said that second elder was a benign person who never tried to offend anybody. This method was vicious. Auctioning on the spot, no one had any way to rely on connections. After today, the various major families would definitely pull all sorts of strings to find the pill tower to intercede. At that time, wanting to sell at a higher price would clearly be impossible. But now, open and transparent, everyone used money to talk. No one could say anything. This way, they could maximize the benefits of this medicinal pill. It was a good thing for the pill tower too. After all, the pill tower had so many elders and disciples. The spirit medicines required and divine essence stones expended were at an extremely terrifying number. The pill tower needed to earn money too. "I have no objections. Do it," as second elder says then. "Amen. Let nature take its course. I have no objections." Just nice. We can also test the value of a void spirit, divine grade medicinal pill. I think that this method is good. In front of so many people, even if the various elders had some ideas, they naturally did not dare to refute second elder either. After all, saying this sort of word publicly would harm the pill tower's interests. Who dared to slam themselves onto the spearhead at the risk of universal condemnation? Second elder smiled slightly and said, "All right, then it's settled. Deacon Zhang, you're the best at this kind of thing. This auction will be hosted by you then." Deacon Zhang stepped out of the ranks and said, "Yes, second elder." Below, those major families' powerhouses all cried bitterness without ceasing. They knew that this medicinal pill was too popular. Once it entered the auction process, it would definitely greatly exceed 3 or 500 million. This way, for them to want to get this medicinal pill, they would have to spend a lot more money. Who said that second elder was easy to bully? When an honest person schemed, it killed even more subtly without shedding blood. However, they were seriously unable to refuse the temptation of the void, spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. This medicinal pill, they were determined to get it. One had to know this medicinal pill could truly enhance the family strength. Compared to those ordinary medicinal pills, Even spending up to 1 billion was also worth the money. After all, money could be earned again, but this medicinal pill would not be refined during normal days. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had already existed for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. A void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill was an epic-making first time ever. Deacon Zhang carefully collected the medicinal pill, placed it inside the jade box, and put it on the table in front of him. Everybody, this Zhang has consulted with the elders earlier. The base price for this vast sun universe pill is 500 million low-grade divine essence stones. Each increment has to be no less than 20 million divine essence stones, Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice. At this time, the large and small families in the inner city already sent a representative over to bid. Even those families that did not come also hurriedly sent people over after hearing the news. But when they heard the base price set by Deacon Zhang, many small families immediately flinched back. 500 million low-grade divine essence stones. This base price already reached the price of rank for divine pills. This was still just the base price. The final transaction price would definitely be above 1 billion. This price was too scary. Not that they did not have this financial power. It was just that betting all of their financial resources on one medicinal pill was clearly unwise. Actually, these small families had long known that this medicinal pill, they definitely could not compete with those major families. But not coming to compete a bit, they could not get through this hurdle either. Now the auction begins. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice, 600 million. 650 million, 700 million, 900 million, 1 billion. Everyone all knew that this auction's price would definitely be very horrifying, but no one could have expected that the price actually rose to 1 billion so quickly. Deacon Zhang was also secretly tongue-tied in his heart. He had hosted D knows how many auctions before and had never seen before such an enthusiastic increase in prices. Normally, in the auctioning process, when there was hesitation, he would make some remarks, encouraging everyone to bid an even higher price. But this time he had yet to say a single word, and the price already doubled. 2 billion. Humph. This vast sun universe pill, RS, HI, plus family is HELL bent on it. 5 billion. 8S, HI, plus family's elders shouted. The S, HI, plus family and Ning family were the same, both major families of the inner city with tremendous financial power. The price of 5 billion frightened everyone at once. A rank 3 divine pill was actually auctioned for an astronomical price of 5 billion. This was something that no one dared to imagine in the past. Deacon Zhang was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was still his first time encountering such an auction. In virtually a blink of an eye, the price tripled. 5 billion. Elder S. H.I. Plus Song has offered a price of 5 billion. Is there any higher? Deacon Zhang finally had a chance to speak. After a period of silence, a middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth and said, 2 billion. Chapter 1596, astounding the world with a single brilliant fiat, everyone revealed incredibly shocked expressions, looking over towards that middle-aged man. 1596, astounding the world with a single brilliant fiat, everyone revealed incredibly shocked expressions, looking over towards that middle-aged man. It's the Ning family's elder, Ning Lixiao. My G.O.D. He directly raised the bid by 500 million. Does the Ning family want to give a plum in return for a peach here? Establish. H.I. plussing relations. H.I. plus P with Elder Yi? 2 billion to buy a rank 3 divine pill. Crazy. Really crazy. S.H.I. plus Song clearly also did not expect that someone would throw a wrench into the works. He looked at Ning Lixiao rather surprisedly. S.H.I. plus Song gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion. 5 billion. Ning Lixiao did not bat an eyelid and added 400 million, very indifferently. Plus Song's expression changed, and he said to Ning Lixiao in a solemn voice, Ning Lixiao, are you mad? Raising the price like this has no benefits to anyone. Ning Lixiao said coolly, since I bid the price, it's naturally worth this price. Plus Jiong needs it. Tianping similarly needs it. Enough C-R-A-P. The one with the higher price gets it. Plus Song's face flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, 6 billion. Ning Lixiao, if you have the capabilities, offer until 3 billion. Ning Lixiao gave him a glance and slowly opened his mouth to say, 5 billion. Hiss. Everyone all drew a cold breath. They had long expected that this vast sun universe pill would be very expensive, but they did not think that it was actually expensive to such an extent. For the price of 5 billion, one could even purchase some defective divine Lord Mystic treasure already. However, it was just a rank 3 divine pill. Plus Song's expression changed several times, and he said very unhappily, Ning Lixoa, consider yourself ruthless. Here, this vast sun universe pill is your Ning family's. Ning Lixiao clasped his hands and said with a smile, Brother Plus Song, thanks for giving way. 5 billion. The Ning family bids a price of 5 billion. Is there any higher price? Deacon Zhang paused for a bit, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and then he followed up and said 5 billion once, 5 billion twice, 5 billion thrice. Done. Congratulations to the Ning family for obtaining Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's historical first void, spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. A final gong decided it. Everyone all started dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, not quite daring to believe this price. There had never been a rank 3 divine pill that could sell at a sky-high price of 5 billion. They even somewhat felt that the Ning family was taken advantage of this time. Even though this medicinal pill was 1 in a million, the price of 5 billion still made them feel that it was not worth it. However, Ning Lixiao clearly did not have this awareness. After receiving the medicinal pill, he found Yi Yuan and clasped his hands as he said with a smile, Elder Yi, these few days, see you this less, S was under your care. I represent the Ning family to owe you a debt of endless gratitude. Ning Lixiao was very smart. Even though he bought the medicinal pill with 5 billion, he did not have the intention of using it to show his favor. It was as if this medicinal pill was really worth 5 billion. Instead, he came to find Yi Yuan to express thanks for Ning Siyu's matters. In reality, the Ning family attached great importance to Ning Siyu. The Ning family had very powerful strength in the Martial Tower, but their influence on the Pill Tower's side was virtually zero. It was not surprising. Grooming an alchemy genius was much harder than grooming a martial arts genius. But what made the Ning family have a headache was that Ning Siyu had always been lazy and made no effort to seek progress previously. But today, the Ning family saw a Ning Siyu who underwent a complete change. This made them overjoyed. At this point, who still dared to doubt whether or not Ning Siyu was taught by Yi Yuan. Apart from Yi Yuan, who could still make Ning Siyu have such a big change within such a short time. Furthermore, the terrifying talent displayed by this young man in front of them was absolutely worth the Ning family to make friends. Although 5 billion was a little expensive, this money was worth it. Yi Yuan understood in his heart and also smiled and said, This La SS talent is pretty good. If it was a piece of rotten wood, I can't polish it either. Ning Lixiao chuckled and said, What Elder Yi said is true. You aren't aware. See you this girl prides on that her talent Serpa. SES others and is fond of playing and being willful, making our Ning family worry our heads off, all the way until she met Elder Yi. Now, she finally knows what's called heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. In front of Elder Yi, any genius will be overshadowed. It sounded like flattery, but it came from the bottom of Ning Lixiao's heart. Ning Siyu's talent was strong, but Song Qiang's talent was only stronger and not weaker compared to her. But the result? Song Qiang would not even worthy of carrying Yi Yuan's shoes. Who was Yi Yuan? That was an existence who one-shot Ted Elder. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Divine Lord Realm. That was a pill tower's power that could not be overlooked and could virtually stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great elders. After today, Yi Yuan's reputation would spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yi Manor's door would likely be trampled to the ground. Fangrong, why haven't you paid respects to Elder Yi? Do you know the rules or not? Ning Lixiao suddenly said to the Ning Fangrong beside him. Ning Fangrong followed by his side like a little wifey who was bullied. Back then, he uttered wild ravings in front of Yi Yuan. He did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became the Pill Tower's elder. This change was really D.A.M. Fangrong pays respect to Elder Yi. Ning Fangrong said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Long time no see, young Master Ning. Don't need to be so awkward. Ning Fangrong said embarrassed. Said Li. In the past it was Fangrong who was insensible. Hope that Elder Yi doesn't take it to heart. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'm not so petty yet. Let the past matters be written off. The small conflict between Yi Yuan and Ning Fangrong. Ning Lixiao was naturally aware as well. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, his heart also landed back in place. At this time, the SHI plus family's elder SHI plus Song also moved over and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Elder Yi truly astounds the world with a single brilliant feat. This void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill, this SHI plus drools with envy. Wonder if I can request Elder Yi to take action to refine once more. My SHI plus family is willing to offer 2 billion divine essence stones. Elder Yi, please take action once more. The SHI plus family strength was on par with the Ning family. Gathering a set of spirit medicines to refine the vast sun universe pill was naturally nothing difficult. It was just that spirit medicines were easy to find, but an alchemist capable of refining void spirit divine grade was extremely hard to come across. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks for Elder SHI plus S appreciation. It's not that Yi Yuan doesn't wish to take action, but it's truly that this void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill can't be casually refined by this Yi. Being able to form the pill today also depends on elements of luck. Why not Elder SHI plus wait a few more days? When this Ye's strength rises to a higher level, and after I have a certain degree of confidence, I'll take action to refine it again. How's that? Actually, this void spirit divine grade, Yi Yuan already had 60% to 70% assurance in being able to refine it. But these words he naturally would not say to SHI plus Song. The Ning family just offered a price of 5 billion and bade this medicinal pill down. You offered 2 billion and wanted to make me refine me. Was it looking down on me, Yi Yuan? Furthermore, refining for you for 2 billion. Where would the Ning family's face go? Putting it bluntly, the SHI plus family felt that this vast sun universe pill was not worth 5 billion. However, Yi Yuan was clear 5 billion was the Ning family profiting. Before long, the Ning family would understand. The Ning family and SHI plus family, which was far and which was close. Yi Yuan could still differentiate it very clearly. He naturally would not do this kind of thing that bit the hand who fed him. SHI plus Song had a regretful look and said, Then after Elder Yi breaks through this SHI plus will thicken my face and drop by to request for the pill again. Chapter 1597, Spatial Inheritance. Chapter 1597, Spatial Inheritance. Sure enough, the following few days, Yi Manor's doorway was trampled to the ground, requesting for pills, acknowledging as a master, sucking up to people, so on and so forth. Long Jean was the Yi Manor's chief steward now. These few days, it busied him terribly. The people coming to the Yi Manor, the lousiest, were also divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Origin Deity Realm Juniors could only follow behind their elders obediently and give Yi Yuan their regards. Originally, he was still somewhat not used to it, but later, he discovered that everyone was unbelievably courteous to him. Only then did he know that being stained by Yi Yuan's light, even though his realm was not high, he already became Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most in-demand chief steward. Most likely, head elders and second elders, stewards, could not compare to him now either. After so many years of trials, Yi Yuan already returned to him his freedom when he came back this time. Ever since then, Long Jean was even more committed to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan could give him a future with infinite possibilities. At this time, he looked at Lin Dong from a commanding position and said, "Coolly, you go back, His Excellency won't see you." Lin Dong was full of bitterness in his heart. How could he know that Yi Yuan was actually such an Estonese? Plus in great talent? A moment of hesitation offended Elder Yi, this great deity, to the core. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Steward Long, I know that Elder Yi is dissatisfied with this Lin, but this time I specially came to make a humble apology and ask for punishment. Steward Long, please notify." Long Jean did not even ask for instructions and directly shut the door in Lin Dong's face. Long Jean gave him a glance and said, "Coolly, Protector Lin, sometimes there will only be one chance. Miss it, and it will never come back again. Wavering hesitantly when the opportunity comes will only ruin your own future." Lin Dong said vexedly, "Steward Long, this matter was indeed this Lin's fault. It's just—" Long Jean interrupted him and said, "It's just that head elder is powerful. You don't dare to offend, is it? Protector Lin, if you were His Excellency, do you think that he'd continue to use you? It's precisely because head elder is powerful that he needed you to step forward bravely at that time. Isn't that so? You wanted to wait for a victor to be decided between head elder and second elder before choosing which team to side with. Don't you feel that it's very shameful?" Lin Dong opened his mouth, but could not find the words to refute. Long Jean said coolly, "Protector Lin, I'm just an insignificant servant. Not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you, but I have to try to figure out the intentions of upstairs too. If I can't share His Excellency's worries before long, I'd be kicked out by His Excellency too. You're a high and mighty divine Lord Realm powerhouse, while I'm just an unexceptional minor character. Once I'm kicked out by His Excellency, there wouldn't be room for me to survive in this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore." Long Jean said these words neither obsequiously nor haughtily, and also lightly plucked himself out. It could be said to be watertight. Lin Dong gave Long Jean a deep glance and said with a bitter smile, following Elder Yi, "Steward Long's future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this Lin's. I've disturbed everyone, so this Lin will take his leave." Finished talking, Lin Dong took his leave. Yi Yuan was able to refine a void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. Wanting to create a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was truly too easy. Long Jean's talents might never be able to step into the divine Lord Realm, but it could not be helped that he followed a good master who might help him to break through. Looking at Lin Dong's departing back view, Long Jean just smiled. Actually, he thought so as well. You want to enter the Martial Tower to train. Inside the Yi Manor's lounge, when Xian Yu heard that Yi Yuan actually wanted to go to the Martial Tower to cultivate, he had a look of amazement. As an elder, they could enter the Pill Tower or Martial Tower once every 100 years. Presently, the Pill Tower and Martial Tower were opened. The disciples selected were also going to enter inside to cultivate. But Xian Yu never thought that Yi Yuan was actually not going into the pill tower to cultivate. Instead, he decided to enter the martial tower. Looking at the surprised Xian Yu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does second elder feel that I can comprehend further by entering the pill tower?" Xian Yu could not help choking. Ruminating for a moment, he discovered that Yi Yuan really did not seem to have anything he could comprehend by entering the pill tower. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength had virtually reached the pinnacle already. The comprehensions inside the pill tower were likely mostly of little value to him. Yi Yuan could even refine a void spirit, divine grade, divine pill. The comprehensions that could help him were truly in the minority. The remaining road could only rely on Yi Yuan himself to walk. Xian Yu thought about it and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You brat, if those words were heard by outsiders, who knows what they would think? However, what you said is true. There truly isn't too many things that can help you inside the pill tower." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that there are spatial law comprehensions inside the martial tower?" Xian Yu's expression changed, and he said, "You want to go and comprehend spatial laws? No way, it's too dangerous." Yi Yuan said curiously, "Isn't it just comprehending Tao? Why would it be dangerous?" The reason why he had the thought of entering the martial tower was because of spatial laws. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck comprehending spatial laws himself and had never made too big of a breakthrough all along. Hearing that there was a complete spatial laws inheritance in the martial tower, Yi Yuan had the idea stirring in his mind, but he did not think that there was actually danger in it. Xian Yu said, "The comprehensions of spatial laws were left behind by a heavenly eagle imperial city's predecessor. Inside the tower contains spatial laws, first layered heaven, and second layered heaven complete, law comprehensions. But the comprehension of spatial laws is extremely dangerous. A single misstep and you would be lost inside, never getting out." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said rather surprisedly, "It's actually so dangerous." Xian Yu nodded and said, "Spatial laws is an extremely high-level law. Who wouldn't it be fatal? But after that predecessor left behind the inheritance, he once warned future generations, saying that we have to think twice before we act. However, how many can resist the temptation of spatial laws? That generation, there were several dozen disciples who entered inside, even quite a number of elders. But not a single one came out before. Later, there were naturally disciples who did not believe in heresy as well, insisting on entering inside. But until now, body has yet to be able to walk out of inside before. That place is already all of the martial tower disciples' forbidden land." Yi Yuan was alarmed when he heard it. He did not expect that comprehending spatial laws would even be so perilous. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xian Yu even thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy Dao talent is impressive, so you should focus on alchemy Dao. You'll have greater achievements in the future. There are times when a person's strength just won't cut it. Walking on the path of martial arts and alchemy at the same time, one might be empty-handed in the end." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for second elder's concern, but I have a score in my heart. Hence this martial tower. I still want to go and give it a try." Xian Yu even thought that he had already convinced Yi Yuan, who knew that saying it was like not saying. He still insisted on entering the martial tower. The pill tower finally managed to acquire such an unparalleled genius. If he fell inside the martial tower, it would really be painful until they could not breathe. Why was this boy so stubborn? Yi Yuan naturally had his thoughts. In the view of second elder, there was the martial tower guarding. They could focus on studying alchemy Dao. But to Yi Yuan, he would not place his hopes on others. Only when one's own strength was powerful that one could protect themselves. This was a lesson he learned and paid in blood, so he would not repeat it. Chapter 1598, Chaotic SBAC. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yi actually wants to enter the Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance. 1598, chaotic SP. AC, hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yi actually wants to enter the Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance. No way, right? Isn't this seeking death? Spatial inheritance. I never heard that anyone could come out of that place before. Elder Yi is such a prodigious character, and yet he actually wants to go and commit suicide. Could it be that the elders are going to watch him commit suicide just like this? Opening the inheritance, this sort of thing, could not be concealed. The news of Yi Yuan wanting to enter the spatial inheritance spread throughout the inner city very soon. This action of Yi Yuan's made everyone very puzzled. A Pill Tower elder run to the Marshall Tower to join in the excitement. For what? It was fine if going to the Marshall Tower to actually run into the most terrifying spatial inheritance. Was this being tired of living? Hoo-hoo! Youngsters are like this, thinking that they have some talent and consider everything and everyone beneath their notice. He thinks that he's different from the rest and can come out of the spatial inheritance. But in reality, body has ever come out before. When Head Elder heard this news, his heart burst into joy. These few days, he did not even dare to walk out of his front door. He truly had no face to go out. He, the exalted Head Elder, was actually defeated at the hands of a 3-star alchemy God. This made him feel like he had no face to see people. But today his mood was exceptionally pleased because Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge the spatial inheritance. Master, this Yi Yuan, one look and it's clear that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No matter how high this kind of person's talent is, he can't live long either. Song Qiang said by the side, these few days it was hard on this pair of master and disciple, both not going out of the front door and not stepping out of the second door. They were even in Bara. S said to meet guests. Ruasu nodded his head and said with a smile, the spatial laws are incomparably difficult. That predecessor used several tens of thousands of years before barely managing to comprehend 2 levels. Who does that Yi Yuan think he is? Song Qiang said excitedly, Second Elder actually can't stop him either. With this, a general that Second Elder's side just acquired is actually gone right away. Ha ha ha. Rua Su sneered and said, do you think that Xianyu can control that kid? With that kid's ambition, he won't submit to anybody. Moreover, Xianyu is at most evenly matched with me too. What right does he have to have Yi Yuan became one of his generals? Song Qiang's expression changed. He really had not thought about this. Then just what relations I plus P the 2 of them have? Song Qiang racked his brains in extreme terror as he said in surprise. Rua Su smiled coldly and said, how, what relations? I plus P can there be? If my conjectures are right, Xian, you should have learned quite a bit from Yi Yuan. If you must put it in terms of relations. I plus P, it's at most considered an alliance. Hiss! Song Qiang sucked in a cold breath. He was still unable to believe until now that a kid who was so much younger than him could actually have such terrifying alchemy Dao attainments. Even Master and Second Elder, this level of existences, were unable to shake each other. A deacon managing the Marshall Tower asked Yi Yuan doubtfully, Elder Yi, you really want to enter the spatial inheritance? He did not believe that Yi Yuan did not know the danger of the spatial inheritance, but Yi Yuan still came. He kept feeling that this thing was too fake. How could there be someone who would do this kind of stupid thing? Confidence in their own talent. If it was the Pill Tower, no one would doubt it. But this was the Marshall Tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Deacon Ling to send me right in. Deacon Ling was helpless and could only activate the transmission array. Yi Yuan walked into the transmission array. A light flashed, and he entered inside the Marshall Tower. This place is... Yi Yuan saw the surrounding scenery and could not help drawing a cold breath. He seemed to have been situated amidst countless mirrors. Inside the mirrors, there were countless reflections of him. With only one glance, Yi Yuan felt his eye blur, his head dizzy. This place is a chaotic SPAC. Your individual reflection is projected inside countless SPACs. That's why this kind of phenomenon would appear. If you can't find the way out, you'll forever be lost inside these SPACs. Furthermore, between SPACs, spatial extrusion might be produced, just like spatial turbulent flows. A single misstep, and you'll be crushed into smithereens. Dustless's voice sounded out inside Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan instantly understood and said in surprise, to actually use this kind of method to cultivate spatial laws, it's truly inconceivable. The senior who left behind this inheritance is really an Estones. Plussing genius. You don't be in a hurry to praise first this overlapping SPAC isn't that easy to clear. Otherwise, there also wouldn't be so many geniuses who perish here. Even for you, a single misstep, and you would also lose your life. Dustless warned. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I can feel the spatial laws here. Even though I only grasp a superficial understanding of spatial laws currently, this first-layered heaven should be shrinking Earth into an inch. I think it can't stump me one. In the beginning, Yi Yuan only comprehended spatial laws through Sword Dao and did not know anything at all. But later, Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards spatial laws became increasingly more profound, gradually having a hint of understanding in his heart. First-layered heaven seemed to be the application of SPAC in a small area. Putting it bluntly, it was shrinking Earth into an inch, making use of the comprehension towards small-scale shuttling through the void, catching people by surprise. However, what Yi Yuan comprehended was just a bit of smattering. What he was truly strong at was still Sword Dao laws. Spatial laws only gave Sword Dao laws a supplementary effect. But if one could fully comprehend spatial laws, first-layered heaven, then the result would be completely different. Even one-shotting, half-step divine Lord Powerhouses would be a cinch too. Not good. These chaotic SPACs are not static, but constantly moving. Yi Yuan, you have to be careful. Dustless said. Sure enough, those overlapping SPACs actually started to gradually move. Crack, crack. The sound of SPAC squeezing and shattering gave people an immense shock. The SPAC where Yi Yuan was at was practically going to be crushed into dust. To simply wait and do nothing, Yi Yuan would die without a burial ground. How could Yi Yuan still dare to stay? Directly mustering up spatial laws, he shuttled into another region of SPAC. But very soon this SPAC collapsed once more. Yi Yuan was incomparably wretched and could only shuttle through SPAC continuously. But he discovered very soon that his bit of spatial comprehension was not enough to use at all. The SPAC became more and more chaotic. Shuttling through SPAC also became harder and harder. This was also just him. If someone who was completely ignorant about spatial laws was here, they would likely have long been ground into powder. Marshall Tower First Level, which was also the entire Marshall Tower's main center. After several days, Head Elder Rua Su's figure suddenly appeared here. Ling Yin, I heard that Elder Yi entered the spatial inheritance. How is it now? Rua Su asked. Ling Yin was that deacon guarding the Marshall Tower. When he saw Head Elder ask about it, he shook his head and said, the situation is likely not very good. Elder Ye's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Most likely he'll be lost inside the chaotic SPAC. While talking, Deacon Ling fired out a spell. A light screen appeared. There was a yellow dot on it. Rua Su knew that represented the aura of Yi Yuan's life. At this time, the yellow dot already became dim, virtually almost disappearing. For those unaware, shrinking Earth into an inch is referring to a traditional xianxia skill. where one can essentially travel thousands of miles by shrinking the distance. Chapter 1599, the person trapped in the spatial inheritance, looking at the light to become dimmer and dimmer. Ling Yun heaved a sigh and said, "What a shame! An alchemy genius is actually going to perish just like this." 1599, the person trapped in the spatial inheritance, looking at the light to become dimmer and dimmer. Ling Yun heaved a sigh and said, "What a shame! An alchemy genius is actually going to perish just like this." Once the light had vanished, it meant that this person was forever lost inside the chaotic S.P.A.C., never able to return. But Ruo Su said disdainfully, "This is him courting death himself. He thinks that refining a void spirit, divine grade divine, pill makes him exceptional, and doesn't need to listen to other people's advice anymore. Can't even make it through a few days, and he actually dares to enter the spatial inheritance." Ling Yun gave Ruo Su a glance, but did not dare to follow up. The struggle of the upper echelons was not what he, this kind of small fry, could get involved with. He also understood head Elder's intention of coming today, but he could not say anything no matter what. Suddenly, Ling Yun's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Amen?" The light lit up again. Ruo Su's expression changed, discovering that originally already dim light that really lit up once more. "Hoo-hoo, looks like got to disappoint head elder." Suddenly, Xian Yu's voice sounded out from behind. Ling Yun immediately felt his head swell. Two big shots coming here at the same time. It was really an unprecedented encounter. But Elder Yi was also worthy of two great elders coming in person. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, merely dragging out his feeble existence. "The dangers of the spatial inheritance. It's not like you are unaware of them." Xian Yu gave Ruo Su a profound glance and said, "Head elder is quite moody, huh? Elder Yi is our heavenly eagle imperial city's pillar of society. If he dies inside, it doesn't seem to have any benefits to the imperial city, right?" Ruo Su's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "This old man is exasperated at his failure to live up to expectations. He, a pill tower elder, run to the martial tower to join in what fun? Xian Yu, if Elder Yi really dies inside, you also have the responsibility that can't be S.H.I. plus or cut off." Xian Yu could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that when Yi Yuan was not around, he was indeed not head elder's match. Going one big circle, he actually trapped himself. Ruo Su gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. Seeing that Yi Yuan's light that actually lit up anew, his mood naturally could not be good. Xian Yu took a look at the light dot on the light screen, calming down slightly. But the current Yi Yuan was rather wretched. The chaotic S.P.A.C. became more and more complicated. His spatial comprehensions were already insufficient to support him shuttling through S.P.A.C. anymore. Only after expending a Herculean effort did he find a slightly more stable S.P.A.C. that could let him catch his breath. D.A.M. And it. Under this kind of environment, there's no way to comprehend spatial laws at all. Does that predecessor want to leave behind an inheritance or kill people? Yi Yuan said with remorse and anger. Dustless said, "This chaotic S.P.A.C. is indeed dangerous, but it should have that point just like the end of a thread. If you can find this thread end, you'll naturally be able to open another door." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I understand the logic, but wanting to find this thread end is easier said than done." Dustless smiled and said, "Do you think that spatial laws are cabbages? Those able to comprehend spatial laws are all 1 in a million geniuses. Even though you drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws, you know the how aspect now, but don't know the why part. Even though you can barely preserve your life inside the chaotic S.P.A.C., comprehending spatial laws isn't that easy." Hearing Dustless's words, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something. "Senior, what did you say just now?" Yi Yuan asked with an anxious look. Deskless froze and said, I said, you know the how, but don't know the why. Yi Yuan hurriedly waved his hands and said, not this sentence. It's that sentence before. Deskless was full of puzzlement and thought about it and said, drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws. Why is there a problem? Yi Yuan slapped his thigh and said with delight, that's it. Why am I so stupid? I comprehended laws with sword Dao, so why do I have to attend to the trivialities and neglect the fundamentals, forcefully relying on myself to comprehend it? Deskless froze and said in a daze, that works too. Yi Yuan laughed and said, of course it works. Senior, thank you very much for your reminder. Otherwise, I would still dodge until G. Oh, D knows when foolies. H. Plus, finished talking. Yi Yuan took out the Jinni sword. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan's long sword moved, immediately entering an ethereal state. In the midst of the sword art, spatial laws automatically flowed. In virtually an instant, the entire S, P, A, C became berserk. However, Yi Yuan was completely clueless, still wrapped up in his sword art. Crack, crack, SPAC shattered. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished on the spot, entering into another area of SPC. Yi Yuan did not stop, continuing to brandish his long sword like changing venues. The surrounding SPAC continuously shattered, arriving at another region of SPAC again. Yi Yuan discovered that it was still when he was using the misty sword art that he was the most unrestrained. Compared to using spatial laws by itself, his perception towards spatial laws under this kind of state currently was a little higher. But even so, spatial laws also could not be comprehended when one wanted to comprehend. Fall went and spring came. There were no seasonal changes inside the chaotic SPAC. In a twinkle, 3 years time Pa said. These 3 years, Yi Yuan had been practicing the sword constantly. Looking closely, Yi Yuan's present sword art was much more exquisite than before, becoming even more erratic. Clearly, his comprehension of spatial laws became even deeper. On this day, Yi Yuan suddenly produced a hint of understanding in his heart. Stabbing his sword out, his entire person seemed to tear across the sky, directly shuttling through the void. Boom! This SPAC was directly punched through by him, shattering into pieces. Suddenly, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes abruptly changed, arriving in an unknown SPAC. This region of SPAC was clearly much more stable than those SPAC he stated previously. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent. Titanic waves surging in his heart. Because not far away, there was actually someone, a living person. That person was currently meditating. At this time, he slowly opened both eyes and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately revealed a vigilant look because he was currently holding the Jinni sword in his hand. The Jinni sword was a divine, Lord mystic treasure. It was hard to guarantee that the other party did not have wicked designs aroused. Yi Yuan could not see through the other party's situation, but through Deskless, he already knew that the other party was a third-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse. Even though Yi Yuan did not fear the other party, the necessary caution was still needed. That was a man dressed in black, his face seemed aged, and his gaze was lacking in lus, till like he was already dead. Yi Yuan understood very quickly. The other party was likely a martial tower genius from very long ago who attempted to enter and comprehend spatial laws like him. Except he was trapped here, unable to go out. Yi Yuan completely did not think that there was actually still someone surviving in this SPAC. That person sized up Yi Yuan. Using a Hoa, R.S.E. voice, he opened his mouth and said, another one who came to seek his own doom. Brat, you don't need to be so guarded. Arriving here, you'll never get out. There's no use for me to want your divine, Lord, mystic treasure. Feeling confused, Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, "Why is that?" That person slowly shut his eyes again and slowly said, "You'll know very soon." Chapter 1600 Short-lived. Yi Yuan put away the Jinni sword and leisurely walked one round everywhere, and discovered this place's different aspect very soon. 1600 Short-lived. Yi Yuan put away the Jinni sword and leisurely walked one round everywhere, and discovered this place's different aspect very soon. This region of S, P, A, C seemed to be very stable, like a spatial node. This place is the spatial inheritance's central point, and it is also the safest place. But arriving here means that you'll never get out, unless you can fully comprehend the first two levels of spatial laws. Seemingly realizing that Yi Yuan discovered something, that black-robed person opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew that the black-robed person was not lying. This region of S, P, A, C was very safe, but the S, P, A, C outside was very chaotic. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Wonder what your esteemed self's name is, and how many years have you been trapped here?" That black-robed person's brows knitted slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Impudent! Junior, to actually dare talk to me like this. If not for this place's spiritual energy being deficient, I would at least be the Marshall Tower's elder right now." In the view of the black-robed person, according to seniority, Yi Yuan at least had to respectfully address him as a senior. But who knew that this kid was so ignorant of the rules, directly calling your esteemed self? Even though he was trapped here, his pride was still there. Being able to live until now in itself already indicated that he was an extremely formidable genius back then. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder, is it? I'm an elder too. So talking about being on equal footing doesn't seem to have any problem?" Ha ha ha. When the black-robed person heard, he immediately let out a peal of hoa, R-S-E laughter, and said, "Kid, do you take me to be trapped here for too long and became muddle-headed, is it? Your hair isn't even fully grown, elder? This joke isn't funny at all." If not for seeing that Yi Yuan was a junior of the Marshall Tower and the first person to enter this place in so many years, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap. This kid actually dared to make fun of him, but in the next instant his gaze suddenly turned sharp, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's hand really held a token, an elder's token. The black-robed person's pupils constricted, and he revealed a disbelieving look as he exclaimed, "You? Why would you possess the elder's token? Pill Tower Elder? A 3-star alchemy G. O. D. How can you possibly become the Pill Tower's elder? No. Wait, this token of yours must be fake." Yi Yuan smiled and directly threw the token to the other party. The other party inspected it, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. This token was not fake. Yi Yuan, Pill Tower Elder. You. How did you do it? The black-robed person looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Becoming the Pill Tower's elder, it's naturally because my pill refining standard is Pa-S Sable. If you can go out, you'll naturally know what's up." The black-robed person's gaze turned intent, and he said with anguish, "Go out? Entering this place, you still want to go out? I, Cold Feather, have been trapped here for 130,000 years already, and can't find the way to go out. Even if you're a Pill Tower elder, you can forget about going out from here too." Yi Yuan said coolly, 130,000 years? I don't have so much time to waste here. I'll just need to be able to go out. Cold Feather snickered and said, "Overestimating your own ability. All of the people who enter the spatial inheritance feel that they can comprehend spatial laws, but they are all dead. Only I'm still eking out a meager existence till this date." This old man A.S. assessed his own ability at first. "I feel that my talent is superior to others, but then I can only comprehend first-layered heaven spatial laws till late stage 2. Even if your talent far surpa S SES this old man's without several tens of thousands of years. Could it be that you can still catch up to this old man? Yi Yuan took out the elder's token and said with a smile, "Not trying, how would you know?" Cold Feather suddenly calmed down and said coolly, "Back then, when this old man just entered, I was the exact same as you, also full of high spirits. When your drive is whittled away clean, you'll know what's called despair. Go then." Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. He then started to meditate on the spot. These 3 years, Yi Yuan comprehended spatial laws with Sword Dao laws. Now that he shattered SPAC, he had some comprehensions. He needed to calm his heart down and contemplate the gains of these 3 years of cultivation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a state of emptiness. As for Cold Feather, with Dustless keeping watch, he was not worried. If Cold Feather attacked, Dustless would control the purple extreme hall right away and pull Yi Yuan inside. Cold Feather looked at the Yi Yuan meditating, his gaze full of disdain. Cold Feather laughed mockingly and said, "An old person's sayings are seldom untrue. When you be you, and pee until you're battered and bruised, you'll be able to experience this old man's current state of mind." Time ticked away. This meditation of Yi Yuan had already taken half a year's time. On this day, there was suddenly a ripple in SPAC. Cold Feather suddenly snapped open his eyes, looking toward Yi Yuan with great surprise. This brat actually broke through to middle stage, first layered heaven so fast? Turns out that he already comprehended spatial laws. So wonder he can reach until here. Looks like this kid's talent is really extraordinary. Cold Feather was very sensitive toward spatial laws. The spatial undulations that Yi Yuan triggered were precisely first-layered heaven spatial laws middle stage. Through 3 years of comprehending Tao and also experiencing half a year of ACCU mulation, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, took out the Jinni sword, and leaped, entering inside the chaotic SPAC once more. Cold Feather looked at Yi Yuan's disappeared back view and could not help being somewhat puzzled. This boy, comprehending spatial laws, carrying a sword for what? Yi Yuan's departure was several years' time. When he returned again, Yi Yuan was riddled with tons of gaping wounds, clearly being considerably wounded by the chaotic SPAC. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had many medicinal pills on him. After consuming medicinal pills, he sat quietly meditated once more. After he fully digested these few years of comprehensions, he carried his sword and entered the chaotic SPAC once again, rinse and repeat. Cold Feather observed from the sidelines coldly, but was disapproving in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan just happened to cultivate to a bottleneck previously, and only broke through successfully by coincidence. But spatial laws, the more to the back, the more profound. The time expended would increase exponentially, so much so that 10 or 20,000 years, and one would also be unable to advance an inch. If spatial laws could be eked out by relying on time, Cold Feather also would not be trapped for 130,000 years. Have you heard? Elder, ye had already fallen inside the spatial inheritance. Such a major thing. How could it be possible to not hear about it? Sigh, what a shame. Such an Estonies. Plussing genius actually committed suicide, going to seek death. Isn't that so? There has never been anyone capable of coming out of the spatial inheritance. Who does he think he is, to actually do this kind of foolish thing? 3 years after Yi Yuan entered the spatial inheritance, the light that represented him finally totally vanished. This also represented that Yi Yuan already perished inside the spatial inheritance. When this news came out of the Marshall Tower, it immediately rocked the entire inner city. The once dazzling genius flowered briefly like the broad-leaved epiphyllum, just like this, forever remaining behind in the chaotic SPAC. Some people felt sorry, some people had sympathy, some people gloated over others' misfortune. But no one doubted that it was already impossible for Yi Yuan to come out of the spatial inheritance. Sniff, sniff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Elder, you will definitely come out. There's no way he died inside. Ning Xiu threw herself on second elder's shoulder and wept bitterly without ceasing. Chapter 16, A One Fervent Self-Confidence, looking at the heartbroken Ning Xiu. Xian Yu also did not know what to say. 16. A One Fervent Self-Confidence, looking at the heartbroken Ning Xiu. Xian Yu also did not know what to say. He sighed slightly and said, this was the path that he chose and, oh, body can change it. Sigh before leaving. He entrusted me to take good care of his dear ones. We can only put in what meager effort we can. Entering the spatial inheritance in time. Yi Yuan did not bring Lear, they all inside. After all, the journey this time was very perilous. If he was trapped inside the chaotic PAC, no matter how many divine essence stones Yuan had, it could not support the necessary expenditure. Without divine essence stones to provide spiritual energy, the purple extreme hall was also just a metal lump. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly came in and said to Xian Yu with a bow, Master, head elder that side gave notice to have you go and take part in the elders' meeting. Xian Yu's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, came so fast. He can't even wait for a moment. Lu Yi also had a solemn expression as he said, Master, even though the time we know Elder Yi wasn't long, he had tremendous grace toward our lineage. Xian Yu gave a cold snort and said, You rascal, could it be that in your heart your master is that sort of person who repays kindness with ingratitude? Lu Yi was a little embarrassed, said as he smiled. Xian Yu slowly got up and went to the elders' hall. Ruo Su glanced at Xian Yu and said with a grim look, Even though this old man once had some unpleasantness with Elder Yi, I still held his strength with great respect. Originally, Elder Yi would become our heavenly eagle imperial city's pillar of society, but he perished inside the spatial inheritance. This old man feels deeply aggrieved. Ruo Su had an appearance of shedding crocodile tears. Those present naturally would not think that having an elders' meeting was in order to mourn over Yi Yuan. Sure enough, his face fell, and he said to Xian Yu, second elder, this matter, You have an inescapable responsibility. Your personal relations, HI plus P with Elder Yi, is considered the best. You clearly know that the spatial inheritance is very dangerous. Why didn't you stop him? Actually, Xian Yu also condemned himself greatly in his heart. He heaved a sigh and said with a nod, What head elder said is right. This matter, I indeed have a responsibility. If my ATTI toed back then could be a little firmer, perhaps Elder Yi wouldn't have entered inside. Ruo Su snorted coldly and said, What's the use of saying this now? Since you have no objections towards this, then I propose for you to forfeit 10 years of all resources enjoyed. Do you have objections? The muscles on Xian Yu's face twitched, but he said nothing and directly left. Head elder looked at Xian Yu's back, the corners of his mouth revealing a smug smile. On this day, Lin Dong brought a group of people and came to the Yi Manor. He came today to chase Lear they all out. Yi Yuan already died, so head elder could not wait to erase all of Yi Yuan's sense of being. Steward Long, we meet again. Lin Dong looked at Long Zhan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Long Zhan snorted coldly and said, You look pleased with yourself, huh? Lin Dong smiled indifferently and said, Could it be that I shouldn't be pleased with myself? Not long ago, you were still lecturing me here, but now, you all don't even have a place to stay anymore. Looking at it now, it seems like my choice back then wasn't wrong. Long Zhan's expression flickered incessantly, but white light by the side could not watch on anymore, and said with a cold snort, Lin Dong, let me tell you, Big Brother won't die. When he comes back, all of you will tremble. Lin Dong laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Haha, looking at your expressions, seems like you all don't think that Yi Yuan would die. You guys are really fervently self-confident. The Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance those who entered has never come out before. You actually tell me that Yi Yuan will come back? It's really killing me. Lier gave Lin Dong a glance and said coolly, other people not coming out doesn't mean that Big Brother Yuan won't come out. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. Lin Dong felt that this group of people was simply impervious to reason. He originally wanted to come and reprove them well, who knew that this bunch of fellows completely did not believe that Yi Yuan already died. His face fell, and he said with a cold snort, the few of you, don't think that with Second Elder protecting you guys, you can be high and mighty like before. Let this protector tell you this. Without Yi Yuan, you all are just a bunch of ants. Before long, your corpses might be strewn on the streets. Now get lost for me. White Light still wanted to say something, but he was held back by Lier, who said indifferently, let's go. Kid, don't waste your effort anymore. You'll eventually mess yourself to death one day like this. Cold Feather looked at the Yi Yuan covered with cuts and bruises and said coolly, not that he did not want to go out, but that it was seriously too dangerous inside the chaotic SPAC. A single misstep and he would play himself to death. These few years he watched Yi Yuan enter the chaotic SPAC time and again, fooling around by himself until he was about to die over and over again. Hence, he could not resist secretly scolding that Yi Yuan was a lunatic in his heart. Over 130,000 years of loneliness made Cold Feather very much long for someone to interact with. If a person finally managed to come in but died in the end, he would really cry until he had no place to cry. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, I came to this place in order to comprehend spatial laws. Not entering the chaotic SPAC to comprehend. Could it be staying here and wait for death? Ha! I was the same as you when I just came in, also running into the chaotic SPAC every day, thinking that I can comprehend spatial laws. But thousands of years said the spatial laws that I comprehended became lesser and lesser, but my injuries grew heavier and heavier, all the way until one time I almost didn't come back and I never dared to go in again, Cold Feather said. Cold Feather was frightened. That time he was badly wounded and on the verge of death, almost dying in the chaotic SPAC. After returning to this spatial node, he recuperated for a full decade before recovering. Since then, he never dared to enter the chaotic SPAC again. The chaotic SPAC that Yi Yuan was at previously was just the peripherals of the entire spatial inheritance. The power of the spatial collapse was not considered strong. But this spatial node's chaotic SPAC, once it collapsed, the power would be unimaginable. A single misstep and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I were you, I'll enter again. Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Cold Feather and started meditating. Cold Feather naturally did not know that these few years, Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved further. It was just that his closed seclusion inside the spatial node was all meditative comprehensions. Without him breaking through, Cold Feather would not be able to feel it. Comprehending spatial laws with Sword Tao was indeed a shortcut. Although compared to the past, the difficulty was more than 100 times, 1,000 times greater. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was continuously improving. Yi Yuan said so and he achieved it. A few times, when Yi Yuan returned from the chaotic SPAC, he was virtually already at his last gasp. Cold Feather naturally could not dispense with taunting and jeering remarks by the side. But after Yi Yuan recuperated his injuries, he resolutely entered the chaotic SPAC once more. Cold Feather's expression at that time was really fascinating to the max. Apart from scolding that Yi Yuan was a madman nonstop, Cold Feather seriously could not find a better adjective. Just like this, the days said by, from one year to another. Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved with each sing day. Chapter 16, 200 Years of Tao Enlightenment. Chapter 16, 200 Years of Tao Enlightenment, the prime of youth, easily said. Time flashed by. In a blink, over 10 years said. On this day, A spatial ripple occurred in the spatial node once again. Coldfeather's entire body trembled all over, suddenly snapping open both eyes and staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Impossible. It's just been over 10 years, and he actually already comprehended late-stage, first-layered heaven spatial laws? Coldfeather kind of doubted whether just now was a misconception or not. One had to know he was also merely late-stage, first-layered heaven currently. Back then he spent over 10,000 years and comprehended to this step, and even patted himself on the back, feeling quite satisfied. After all, entering the spatial inheritance, there was only him who could survive. However, this guy in front of him whose hair was not even fully grown, yet was actually already keeping up with him. Coldfeather was instantly fluid-tiered. These few years, he had no lack of reproving Yi Yuan. It was not that he wanted to scheme on something, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan was wasting his life. He felt that Yi Yuan would come to regret it one day. But now he discovered that he was so ignorant. He only used over a decade's time and went from middle stage to late stage. This disparity could only use the difference like cloud and mud to describe it. What was this called? There would not be harm without comparison. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His eyes also faintly revealed excitement. Spatial laws were indeed entirely different from the laws that he comprehended in the past. Too difficult. The heaven-span world's spatial structure was on a completely different level from the immortal Grove world. SPAC was the foundation to give rise to myriad life. It was one of the forms of this world's most fundamental source. If there was an SPAC, whatever sword Dao laws, whatever laws of fire, whatever laws of wind, they would not have the foundation to exist at all. The more he comprehended, the more Yi Yuan felt its extensiveness and profoundness. You broke through? Although he knew the answer, Coldfeather still could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So many years of hard work finally wasn't in vain. But what you said is right. The difficulty of spatial laws indeed exceeded my imaginations. Most likely, I can't go out within a short time." Yi Yuan did not fear the danger of the chaotic SPAC. It was just that not going out within a short time he was rather worried about Lier they all. But Yi Yuan was still REA's assured of things with Xian Yu around. This person's personality was warm, and both master and disciples also received considerable benefits from him. Presumably, he should take care of Lier they all. Coldfeather swallowed his saliva, feeling rather parched as he said gloomily, "This is spatial law, even if one's talent is heaven-defying. I've also never heard before being able to break through within such a short time. How did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, it's also an accident that I could comprehend spatial laws. It's because I cultivated sword Dao laws to a transcendent realm that I drew parallels from inference and accidentally comprehended spatial laws." Coldfeather's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "So, each time you enter the chaotic SPAC, it's actually entering the SPAC to comprehend spatial laws with sword Dao?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it. Coldfeather never thought that there was actually someone capable of comprehending spatial laws through this kind of method. Drawing parallels from inference he naturally knew, but comprehending other laws with this kind of method was normally all lower-level laws. It was still his first time hearing of someone being able to comprehend a higher-order law through a lower-order law. Although sword Dao laws were formidable, compared to spatial laws it was a long way off. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Coldfeather with clasped hands, "Brother Coldfeather, I'm going in. If I can comprehend it one day, I'll bring you out." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out the Jinni sword, leaped, and entered the chaotic SPAC once more, leaving behind Coldfeather with a dazed look. Suddenly, Coldfeather's entire body started trembling. What did he say just now? I can go out. I, Coldfeather, actually have a day where I can still go back. In these 100 over 1,000 years, Coldfeather had long given up on hopes of going out already. He thought that he would slowly grow old inside this cold S.P.A.C. and slowly die. But one day a young man ran in front of him and said, "I'll bring you out." This kind of agitation, who could understand? If Yi Yuan said these sorts of words when he just came in, Cold Feather would definitely turn his nose up in contempt and ridicule the other party's ignorance. In reality, he also did so. But now, Cold Feather really saw hope. If he developed according to this momentum, perhaps Yi Yuan could really comprehend spatial laws? Cold Feather discovered that this so-called genius, was on a completely different level from Yi Yuan. Not just comprehension ability, also tenacity and heart of martial Tao. Cold Feather knew that this kind of cultivation was completely dreary and tasteless. Being able to go up a level, one would definitely somewhat relax their thinking. But Yi Yuan did not even stop for a second and plunge into training once more. Furthermore, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death inside the chaotic S.P.A.C. After treating it, he would enter the chaotic S.P.A.C. once more without hesitation. But him? He was still afraid. He had come to terms with death. But Yi Yuan became more courageous in the face of setbacks. He could defeat his heart of fear. Time flew by quickly. In a twinkle, another 20 years said. Inside the chaotic S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's figure was akin to an illusion flash. Plussing erratically. Suddenly, he stopped in a region of S.P.A.C., his brows tightly locked. My first layered heaven spatial laws had already been perfected for quite a while now. But this second layered heaven, I keep failing to find the breakthrough point. Second layered heaven, just what is it? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Spatial inheritance. The inheritances left behind were exceedingly few. The people who knew its profundities were even in the minority. Yi Yuan entered first layered heaven spatial laws by stumbling about blindly. But this second layered heaven, he kept failing to comprehend it. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly landed on the S.P.A.C. above his head. There was his reflection. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. A hint of understanding flashed across in his heart. 100 years in a flash. This was an extremely short time to any deity realm powerhouse. But to Yi Yuan, it was like the sea had changed into a mulberry field. After rebirthing, all of his cultivation time added together was also merely a short 100 over years. But comprehending spatial laws actually used 100 years of his time. On this day, Yi Yuan was in close seclusion in the spatial node. All of a sudden, the entire S.P.A.C. started trembling. The originally incomparably stable spatial node actually had signs of collapsing too. Cold Feather was greatly alarmed and said, "What happened?" "Amen. Yi Yuan, he comprehended the laws?" Cold Feather looked over towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was clearly right in front of him, but was so unreal. This kind of feeling was contradictory to the extreme. In these 100 years, Yi Yuan's growth, he took it all into his sights and had long prostrated on all fours in admiration already. He finally knew that there was an insurmountable gulf between him and Yi Yuan. Genius was already insufficient to describe this young man. But even so, he also did not think that this day actually came so quickly. Rumble. The spatial node started collapsing, fragmenting into countless pieces. A terrifying energy undulation squeezed over toward Cold Feather. Cold Feather's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm, "Yi Yuan, save me!" Chapter 16:03 Bullying People Too Far. Chapter 16:03 Bullying People Too Far. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a step out, and he then instantly arrived beside Cold Feather. He grabbed Cold Feather's collar and said coolly, "Come, let's go out." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out once more, and already entered inside the chaotic S.P.A.C. The surrounding S.P.A.C. was collapsing nonstop. The horrifying energy undulation made Cold Feather's heart palpitating. These energy undulations, if he touched a little bit, it was also dying without any burial ground. However, Yi Yuan brought him along akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, shuttled back and forth inside these chaotic P-A-K-S without any obstruction at all. Seeing these surrounding P-A-C-S shatter piece by piece, but it was like they were situated between two worlds. It did not affect them at all. After the astonishment, Cold Feather was envious to the extreme. What did he enter this spatial inheritance for? Wasn't it in order to comprehend spatial laws? Only a short while ago, he was also puffed up with pride, thinking that he could rely on his outstanding talent to comprehend spatial laws and become a powerhouse of his generation. But the blow of reality made him utterly give up hope. Spatial laws were really not what so-called geniuses could comprehend. All the way until later, Cold Feather thought that it was completely impossible for someone to comprehend spatial laws in the spatial inheritance. Hence, after Yi Yuan entered, he beat Yi Yuan down relentlessly without any mercy, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But today, this young man in front of him really succeeded. Furthermore, he only used 100 years. This made him have an impulse to vomit blood. This kid was simply a freak. He was clearly the Pale Tower's elder and was actually so perverse when comprehending spatial laws. Just how freakish was this guy? During these 100 years, for Yu Mengli and the others, their days were tough. Although there was Xian Yu looking after, he was the second elder, standing high above them all. SES after all. It was also not possible to care for them every day in all matters, no matter how major or trivial. When time said there would always be many vexing issues. Xian Yu arranged for them a large residence in the city, letting Li and the rest stay inside. All food and clothing were also not an issue. It was just that Xian Yu's instructions were Xian Yu's instructions. When it reached people below, it was another matter altogether. Truly preposterous. Now, the divine essence stones given to us are lesser and lesser. At this rate, how will we still cultivate? White Light said furiously. Lear heaved a sigh and said, Big Brother Yuan has been gone for 100 years. His prestige has long already been lost. For second elder to be able to remember their old friends, H-I+P and take extra care of us, it's already rather not easy. White Light said furiously, That Zhou Wei, simply bullying people too far. No way, I can't stomach this. I'm going to find second elder. Lear hurriedly pulled him and said, Enough. Don't cause any more trouble. Before Big Brother Yuan comes out, we all don't bring trouble on ourselves anymore. If you go to find second elder right now, putting aside whether or not he can meet us, even if you can meet him and then he punishes Zhou Wei fiercely, and then after that, in the future, Zhou Wei will definitely go from bad to worse. Big Brother Yuan's favor can be used for some time, but can't be used for life. If Big Brother Yuan were to really stay inside for 1,000 years, do you feel that second elder's lineage can still protect us for so long? Clearly, Lear saw through the current situation very incisively. Originally, with their strength, it was impossible to enter the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city. The reason why they could still remain here was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Second Elder was indeed a good person that was quite rare to find. But he was the second Elder who was far removed from the Ma. SES after all. He was not in the same world as them, these people at all. At first, Second Elder might take care of them because of his relations. HI+P with Yi Yuan. However, there would always come a time when a favor is used up. A powerhouse like Second Elder, one close seclusion might be several hundred, 1,000 years. How could he keep on taking care of them? The few of them were merely Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's bottom-level residents. Staying in such a mansion was already out of the norm in the first place. Such a situation, how could it not attract people's covetous eyes? Yu Mengli was very clear. As long as Yi Yuan did not come back, this kind of situation could continue to deteriorate. Going to find Second Elder might be able to obtain temporary help. But it would only make this situation worsen faster. Then we deserve to be bullied like this? White Light said unhappily. Lear heaved a sigh and said, Big Brother Yuan isn't around. What we have to do is take care of ourselves. If any one of us is harmed, what do you think the consequences will be? What he has to face is Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this Leviathan. White Light's expression changed, breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan's personality, he was naturally all too clear. Once they had a conflict with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's forces, or even get any injuries, the result would be very frightening. Elder sister Lear, young master, he didn't come out for so many years. Could he have encountered some danger? Lu'er said rather worriedly. Lear smiled and said, Your family's young master, could it be that you still don't know? Even if the whole world thinks that he's dead, we should also have faith in him. Lu'er nodded her head and said resolutely, Amen, when young master comes out, he'll definitely stir up the entire city again and give a vicious slap to those people who rolled their eyes at us. Ha ha ha. It's already been 100 years. You guys are still harboring delusions? It's impossible for your young master, Yi Yuan, to ever come out again. Right at this time, a laughter that made people abhor sounded out, the words full of mockery. The moment White Light saw the arrival, he could not help burning with rage and said with an angry snort, Zhou Wei, what did you come again for? This Zhou Wei was the Marshall Tower's low-level protector, holding a post in the city, Lord Manor. The mission of taking care of Yu Mingli and the rest was handed to him, because it was Second Elder personally giving a heads up the few years at the start Zhou Wei naturally did not dare to neglect. But later on, Song Qiang found him and bought him over. Therefore, the days of Yu Mingli and the rest became worse day after day. As time passed, said, Second Elder was in seclusion all year round. The attention paid to this area naturally lessened. Even though he already had Lu Yi take care of Li and the rest, Lu Yi himself also had to cultivate. Being able to come once every few years was already pretty good. In the course of time, Zhou Wei's courage also gradually grew. Zhou Wei swaggered into the hall and said with a cold smile, I came to tell you guys this. According to the city, Lord Manor's rules, starting from today, each of you has to pay a tax of 500,000 divine essence stones every year. If you can't hand it over, then get out of the inner city for me as soon as possible. Our inner city doesn't support idle people. One person, 500,000. This was not a small sum. Even though Yi Yuan left behind quite a bit of divine essence stones for them, paying according to this figure, they could not last for long at all. The moment White Light heard, he was greatly enraged and howled, Zhou Wei, don't bully people too far. Us staying here was Second Elder arranging it personally. You dare to treat us like this? Zhou Wei chuckled and said, It's important to know your own limitations. If I were you guys, I would have long gotten lost from the inner city myself. Staying here will only bring disgrace on yourselves. Second Elder? Second Elder attends to a myriad of problems every day, so how could he care about you all, these few minor characters? Chapter 16 for returning domineeringly. Chapter 16 for returning domineeringly. The few of you are merely ants living under Yi Yuan's wings. Without Yi Yuan, you guys are nothing. Zhou Wei's words struck the heart one by one, deeply provoking the few people's self-esteem, especially White Light. His anger rushed to his head with a whoosh. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. This little lord, I will risk everything and fight it out with you today. White Light's figure flashed, transforming into a fierce tiger, and rushed over toward Zhou Wei. A hint of an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Zhou Wei's mouth, and he suddenly smacked a palm out. White Light only felt a burst of power that was strong until it made people despair surround him from all directions. Pooh work! White Light sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling like the bones in his body cracked. Yu Mingli's expression changed. hurriedly catching him. But the immense force directly knocked her flying out too. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were too strong. Zhou Wei looked at this scene coldly and said coolly, "Do you see that? Can't even receive a single palm from me, and you still dare to say that you all aren't ants? If not because you all are staying here, you guys would already be dead people now. However, you all can't stay too long." Yu Mengli looked at Zhou Wei and said in a cold voice, "Treating us like this, aren't you afraid of Second Elder finding out?" Zhou Wei laughed loudly and said, "Second Elder is currently in seclusion, and his few disciples that are close to Yuan are also all busy right now. When you all are chased out of the inner city and die outside, do you think that Second Elder will kill a protector for a dead man?" Yu Mingli's expression changed, and she said in a cold voice, "Looks like Head Elder that side finally can't control the situation any longer." Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Therefore want to live. Earn divine essence stones desperately then. Now, hand over our divine essence stones. There are a total of 5 of you. According to the rules, you have to pay 2. 5 million divine essence stones." White Light gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up, but he could not do it at all. Yu Mingli's gaze was cold, and she looked at Zhou Wei and said, "We'll pay." As she said, Yu Mingli took out a storage ring and threw it to Zhou Wei. By the side, Long Zhan clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Li'er, I'll leave the city today. You all don't need to pay so many divine essence stones for me." Yu Mingli said, "Stop. If you go out of the city now, do you think that you can see tomorrow's sun?" Long Zhan could not help choking and gritted his teeth and said, "Long Zhan is merely a lowly life. It was His Excellency who gave me the chance to be reborn. Today, what does it matter if I return my life to His Excellency?" Yu Mengli's eyes were firm as she said, "We came together. So wanting to go, we naturally go together too. This kind of word, don't say any more in the future." Zhou Wei looked at this group of people and said with an amused look, "Looks like each and every one of you is still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your hearts. Those who enter the spatial inheritance, I've yet to hear of any who return alive. You guys, just give up on the idea forever." "Haha," Zhou Wei left with a loud laugh. Everyone was angry until their faces were livid. But just as Zhou Wei said, leaving Yuan, they were really powerless to contend with these divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Actually, when Yi Yuan left, he left them hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. But after 100 years, 5 people's cultivation expenditure was not small. Originally, with Second Elder's support, they could still barely manage to maintain. But these few years, they were exploited by Zhou Wei. The remaining divine essence stones on hand, right now, were also merely 4 to 5 million. And today, more than half was gone all at once. The next time Zhou Wei came again, they could not afford it. Originally thought that Zhou Wei would come again after a year. Who knew that he came again after a few days? "Zhou Wei, the tax that you want us to pay, we've already paid. What do you still want?" Li'er's good temper also could not quite hold back from erupting anymore. Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Who told you all that the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's tax is just one kind? The one collected last time was headcount tax. But the one collected this time is spiritual energy tax. The inner city's spiritual energy is 10 times of the outer city. You all staying here, your cultivation speed is several times faster than others. Could it be that you shouldn't pay a bit of tax?" Li'er's face changed, and she said, "How much do you want again this time?" Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Not a lot, not a lot. 2 million will suffice." "2 million? Why don't you go and rob us?" Li'er said, denouncing him. Zhou Wei said coolly, "This is all the city Lord Manor's rules. If you don't pay, then sorry, you all might have to move out of the inner city." Yu Mingli's expression flickered incessantly. She really could not take out that many divine essence stones anymore. She drew a deep breath, seemingly making a very big resolve, and said, "Fine, we'll move out." "No way. Sister-in-law, you stay, we'll go." White Light said, "Elder sister Li'er, you can't go." Luar also said. Lear said, "You guys don't need to say anymore. My mind is made up. Everyone pack up. We'll leave right now." Zhou Wei had a smug look and said, "Hoo-hoo, that's more like it. Ants like you guys are only fit to go stay in the outer city or capital cities. An inch of land in the inner city is like an inch of hold. You all staying here is simply a waste." Facing Zhou Wei's reproving, the few people just endured it, packing up for a while, and then the few people were just about to head out when suddenly a burst of powerful aura surged to the sky from the Marshall Tower's direction. The entire Imperial City's spiritual energy swarmed over frenziedly in the direction of the Marshall Tower. At this time, the spiritual energy in that direction seemed to be drained by a pump. The other directions, spiritual energy poured over there crazily. Amen? What's going on? Someone is breaking through. White Light said in surprise, "Who's breaking through? To actually be able to create such a terrifying effect?" Long Zhan also revealed a shocked expression. Zhou Wei's expression also changed slightly, but he snorted coldly and said, "Whoever breaks through is none of your business. Could it be that it's Yi Yuan breaking through? Ha ha! This commotion, even a divine Lord Realm powerhouse likely can't match up to. Quickly get lost. This place isn't a place that you all should stay." At this moment, the entire Imperial City was startled. This breakthrough was like an enormous pump, frenziedly plundering the spiritual energy in all directions. What's going on? Could it be some elder who broke through? This commotion, even fourth or fifth layered heaven divine, Lord probably can't match up to, right? Just who is breaking through? This is also too crazy, right? So much spiritual energy entering the body. Even divine Lord Realm powerhouses will burst too. Countless martial artists were swarming in the direction of the Marshall Tower, wanting to see who it was, causing such a terrifying commotion when breaking through. Seeing Yu Mengli stalling and not moving, Zhou Wei's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "You guys are not leaving yet. Could it be that you want this protector to personally send you all out?" Yu Mengli still did not move. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "It's Big Brother Yuan. It's Big Brother Yuan breaking through. He came back." Zhou Wei's expression changed, and he scolded angrily, "What nonsense are you saying? Yi Yuan already died in the spatial inheritance, so how can he possibly be breaking through? Moreover, can this commotion be an origin deity, realm martial artist breaking through?" Yu Mengli turned and gave Zhou Wei a glance and said coolly, "Zhou Wei, if it's really Big Brother Yuan who came back and you still dare to chase us out, you should know the outcome." Zhou Wei's face changed, and his heart involuntarily started racing. Chapter 16:05 The Cold Feather, whose seniority. Chapter 16:05 The Cold Feather, whose seniority up high in the sky. Spiritual energy surged, forming an enormous vortex. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. More and more martial artists gathered here, wanting to see who caused such a big commotion. I assent that Elder Yi? Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi can there be? It's that Elder Yi who refined the void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe, pill 100 years ago. It really is. Didn't he die inside the inheritance S.P.A.C.? Why did he come out now? Are you dumb? For him to be able to walk out of the Marshall Tower, it clearly shows that he has already obtained the spatial inheritance. You look at him. Even though he's still at the origin deity realm, he can already fly in the air. Hiss! He is really terrifying. 100 years Pa-S said. Everyone virtually forgot his existence. Most likely, no one would have thought that he actually came back. He's the first to come out of the spatial inheritance. When the people recognized that it was Yi Yuan, all of them were extremely surprised. Ever since that predecessor left behind the spatial inheritance, an body came out from inside before. However, When everyone thought that Yi Yuan already died inside, he suddenly charged back. The moment he took the stage, it was heaven-shocking. It was not that Yi Yuan deliberately caused such a huge commotion, but his law comprehensions improved too much in these 100 years. As the saying went, water brimmed only to overflow. The spatial inheritance inside the spatial inheritance was too thin. Yi Yuan did not break through at all in these 100 years. It was equivalent to severely suppressing his realm. But now, the moment he came out, under the stimulation of the abundant spiritual energy of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city, he could not control it any longer. He started to directly break through crazily. Yi Yuan's divine sea was like a lake that had dried to the extreme already, thirsting to the extreme. Seeing spiritual energy at this time, it was akin to a good rain after a long drought and started to absorb water frantically. If it were others, such frenzied absorption of spiritual energy, the meridians within their bodies would have long burst apart. But Yi Yuan even complained that the spiritual energy was not strong enough, not turbulent enough. This bit of spiritual energy was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Very soon, the Pill Towers and Marshall Towers' upper echelons were alarmed. Ruo Su looked at that figure in the sky, his expression ugly to the extreme. How can it be? How is it possible? He clearly already died inside the spatial inheritance. Why would he show up here? Why? Ruo Su shouted frantically in his heart. News of Yi Yuan's return was absolutely like a thunderclap from a clear sky to him. An alchemy Tao powerhouse who could refine void spirit divine grade. Replacing him in the future was virtually a sure thing. He did not wish for this kind of thing to happen to him. Not far away, the elders were incomparably amazed. It's really Elder Yi. He came out of the Marshall Tower. Could it be that he has already understood spatial laws? This talent is a little too monstrous, right? Isn't that so? His alchemy Tao talent is already formidable until it makes people despair in the first place. Didn't expect that his martial arts talent is actually so terrifying too. The inheritance of spatial laws is what an body has ever successfully comprehended before. He actually succeeded. Truly inconceivable. Amen? Who is that? So unfamiliar. Suddenly, an elder noticed a black-robed person below the Marshall Tower. The black-robed person had his gaze fixed on the Yi Yuan in the sky, his gaze flicking incessantly. No one could guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, someone came forward and berated. Who are you? Don't you know that this place is the Marshall Tower's restricted area? Arbitrarily barging into the Marshall Tower's restricted area. Do you know what crime that is? Coldfeather's brows furrowed and suddenly threw a slap out like lightning. That person laughed coldly and was just about to make a move to block when Coldfeather's slap disappeared bizarrely. Slap. This slap directly sent the other party flying. Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are, to also dare shout and wrangle at this seat? Coldfeather said in a cold voice. Lin Dong held half of his face, his eyes filled with fear. Originally, when he saw Yi Yuan returning, he was incomparably irritated in his heart. At this time, he just happened to see Coldfeather, this person whose background was unknown. Hence, he wanted to find the other party to vent his frustration. He reckoned that his strength was about the same as the other party. If really getting into a fight, it might be able to interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. But he never dreamed that the other party's strength was actually so formidable, sending him flying with one slap. Lin Dong was incomparably astonished in his heart. That slap just now was absolutely spatial laws. Why did this person of unknown origins also know spatial laws? You made a move in the Marshall Tower. Today, you can forget about walking out of the Marshall Tower. Lin Dong said furiously. The commotion here drew the attention of quite a few powerhouses. An old man's gaze turned intent, and he carefully sized Coldfeather up. He kept feeling that this face was rather familiar. Cold Feather gave Lin Dong a glance and could not even be bothered with him. That old man's face suddenly changed, and he walked over to this side. Lin Dong seemed to have detected the old man's movements and could not help being overjoyed. Looking at Cold Feather, he said with a cold smile, "Who asked you to be wild?" "Now, even Head Elder is startled. I see how you die." Cold Feather's gaze also looked over towards that old man, his face revealing a ruminating look. Lin Dong hurriedly went up to greet, bowing to that old man, and said, "Head Elder, this fellow's origin is unknown, and he actually even dared to attack and injure people, having no respect for our martial tower at all." This old man was none other than precisely the martial tower's head elder, Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi waved his hand at Lin Dong, indicating for him to not be wordy. Then he gave a bow to Cold Feather and said, "Dare I ask, could your esteemed self be?" "Cold Feather, Grandmaster Cold Feather One." Cold Feather was rather surprised as he said, "Amen? You know me?" When Zheng Qi saw the other party acknowledged it, he could not help being overjoyed and bowed down deeply towards Cold Feather and said, "I didn't expect that it's really Grandmaster Cold Feather. I am Grand Pupil Zheng Qi. My master is Wu Xingtong." Cold Feather revealed a look of surprise and said in amazement, "You're Xingtong's disciple? Looking at your strength, you're currently the martial tower's head elder?" Zheng Qi hurriedly said, "Grand Pupil is incapable and shamelessly being the martial tower's head elder." Cold Feather nodded his head and said with a sigh, "Xingtong, this boy is pretty good. It's also considered to have developed our lineage to greater heights. You're already the head elder, then where is he now?" Zheng Qi was crestfallen as he said, "Several tens of thousands of years ago, Master died in a mystic realm." Cold Feather looked dejected and immediately let out a sigh and said, "It's a pity. Xingtong was the disciple I was most proud of. I didn't expect that us master and disciple, two people, had limited luck." Lin Dong listened by the side until he nearly bit his own tongue. His entire mind completely blanked. Head Elder actually called this old man as his Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Lin Dong completely did not expect that this old man who popped out from G, oh, D knows where, his seniority was actually high until it was frightening. What did he do just now? But Cold Feather, two people, were immersed in grief and did not have time to go and pay attention to him at all. Zheng Qi was careful as he asked. Grandmaster Cold Feather took the risk and entered the inheritance. See, back then, Master even thought that you fell inside the spatial inheritance. He wouldn't expect that your elderly self is actually still alive. Master's spirit in heaven must be very relieved. Cold Feather gave a self-mocking laugh and said, "Didn't die, but also not much difference from dead. If not for encountering Yuan, I can only stay inside the spatial inheritance all my life and be a person who is not dead, and yet not alive." One Grandmaster in this case refers to Master's Master. Chapter 1606, Consecutive Breakthroughs in Realm Up in the Sky. Not only the violent spiritual energy did not diminish, it had signs of becoming increasingly fiercer instead. 1606 Consecutive Breakthroughs in Realm Up in the Sky. Not only the violent spiritual energy did not diminish, it had signs of becoming increasingly fiercer instead. His aura was also rising steadily and burst through the middle stage origin deity bottleneck very soon, breaking through to late stage origin deity realm. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the spiritual energy from all directions frenziedly. These 100 years of deficient spiritual energy made him thirsty to the extreme, absorbing to his heart's content in one shot. When Zheng Qi saw this scene, his expression flickered repeatedly, and he said in surprise, "Grandmaster, this Yi Yuan, could he—" Cold Feather slowly nodded and said, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, I also wouldn't dare to believe in my dreams that someone can comprehend two-layered heaven spatial laws within 100 years. No idea what kind of cultivation method this kid cultivates either to actually be able to withstand such terrifying spatial laws. TSK, all in all, this kid is leaking strangeness everywhere on his body." Cold Feather said it flatly, but monstrous waves surged in Zhengqi's heart. The two supreme laws were what everyone was dreaming after. But apart from that predecessor of the martial tower, body was able to comprehend it anymore. So many years had Pa-S said to say that Zhengqi was not moved. That would be false. But he did not have the courage to go and try his luck. Over 100,000 years ago, Coldfeather was known as the #1 genius whose accomplishments surpass said ancient and modern times. Even he died inside the spatial inheritance, so who else dared to go and attempt? Body would have thought that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Zhou Wei's current emotions were in a jumbled mess. It was really bitter to the extreme. The reason why he dared to treat Yu Mengli, White Light, and the rest this way was because he was certain that Yi Yuan already died inside the spatial inheritance. But reality gave him a resounding slap. This is impossible. Didn't he die inside the spatial inheritance? Why would he show up here? Zhou Wei's entire person was fluid as teared. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he knew that he was finished. 100 years ago, Yi Yuan was already extremely domineering, even defeating head Elder Ruosu. Now, Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial laws and returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan, who was exceptional in alchemy and martial arts, would bound to be scalding hot to one's touch in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If he were to blame someone for something, body would be able to save the person. Ha ha ha. Indeed worthy of being my big brother. Zhou Wei, didn't you say that my big brother died inside? Open your dog eyes wide and see who that person is. White Light said with a loud laugh. These few years, they were brutally bullied by Zhou Wei. Now, seeing his soft led, turtle-like appearance, he was incomparably liberated in his heart. Zhou Wei's face revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Kneeling down with a thud, he hugged White Light's calves and cried bitterly as he said, Lord White, it was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. This lowly one was bewitched by others. That's why I would do this kind of foolish thing. Lord White, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let me off. Yu Mingli and the rest all looked at Zhou Wei with scorn. This guy was a typical SN. Bish despicable person, bullying the kind and fearing the wicked, GRA. S on top of a wall that swayed wherever the wind blew. When Yi Yuan was not around, he created all kinds of difficulties. Now that Yi Yuan returned, he immediately became a grandson. This kind of person, others looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. No to ask your Lord White to raise his hand high in mercy now. Already missed the chance. But it's also useless for you to beg me now. This matter, better let Big Brother make a final decision. White Light said with a cold smile, if you had long known this day would come, why act like that in the past? You and Song Qiang acted in collusion, but you wait and watch properly. I want to see whether or not Song Qiang will come and plead on your behalf. Yu Mingli said with a cold snort. Zhou Wei regretted it in his heart. He really did not expect it. One should leave a ray of hope when conducting oneself in any action. But he pushed Yu Mingli and the rest to extermination. I was wrong. Grand Aunt, I really know that I was wrong. I had eyes but couldn't see. I was blinded by obsession. Zhou Wei said as he slapped himself viciously. The strange gazes that others cast over, he could not care anymore as well. He knew that if he could not get these people's forgiveness, then his life would be ruined. With his status, offending an elder, that was no different from seeking death. Furthermore, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, his status in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, probably even head elder would find it hard to hold a candle to. Zhou Wei jabbered a whole bunch, slapping his own mouth as he spoke, making it loud and clear. In front of so many people, he, a dignified divine Lord Realm powerhouse, was also considered to have utterly lost face all the way back to his granny's house. Isn't that Protector Zhou Wei? Why would he kowtow frantically toward a bunch of Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists? Those few people look like Elder Ye's close kin. Zhou Wei, this person, is the most SN. Oh bish. These few years, everybody all thought that Elder Yi died. He definitely offended them to the core. And, Body could have ever thought that the spatial inheritance which no one succeeded before, Elder Yi actually succeeded. Yeah, when a man attains the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. Even if his kin is just at the Heaven Glimpse realm, who dares to offend them? Bystanders discussed animatedly. But when it landed in Lier's and the others' ears, it was rather grating on the ear. A strange emotion spread out in everyone's heart. White Light was greatly enraged and said coldly, "You get lost for me. I don't want to see you now. If you still pester endlessly, I'll make Big Brother mess you to death. Do you believe it or not?" Zhou Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Yes, I'll get lost. I'll get lost." Finished talking, he scrambled and ran away. No one would have thought that Yi Yuan's breakthrough was for 10 days and 10 nights. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists even felt that the spiritual energy around them was much thinner. Spiritual energies were all absorbed clean by Yi Yuan. Even though everyone was cultivating normally, that was all a step-by-step process. Even though the spiritual energy around was plenty, they could not suck it in at all. How could it be like Yi Yuan? This was completely disregarding one's life. And Yi Yuan's realm was also rising crazily. Elder Ye's breakthrough is simply too crazy. These few days, he actually directly cultivated to peak late-stage origin deity from middle-stage origin deity. Looking at this, he isn't going to directly break through to grand completion origin deity, right? Very likely. You look, he broke through. Really broke through. My G. Oh, D. Turns out that you can cultivate like this. Yi Yuan's breakthrough gave people an extremely strong sense of impact. Origin deity realm was not like when at the mortal realms back then. Each breakthrough of a minor realm, the spiritual energy required was an extremely horrifying number. Even a more prodigious martial artist. Even if the cultivation method they cultivated was of a higher level, it was also unheard of to break through 2 minor realms in a row within a few days. But Yi Yuan did it. At this time, Yi Yuan's aura rose sharply, breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage origin deity in one stroke, reaching the grand completion realm of origin deity. When Zheng Qi saw this scene, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. But Coldfeather smiled and said, "This boy wants to make up for all of these 100 years of delayed cultivation. Looks like he's ending soon. It's also this old man's turn now. 'Tis K, if this old man can also break through like him. How good would it be?" Chapter 16:07 Benefiting for Generations to Come. Chapter 16:07 Benefiting for Generations to Come. Yi Yuan's realm rose all the way until it reached the point that it just could not breach the next realm any longer. By then, he already stopped devouring spiritual energy. Finally, his realm also reached peak grand completion origin deity realm. He was only a step away from the divine Lord realm. Seeing Yi Yuan finally stop breaking through, the others let out a sigh in relief. My goodness, it finally stopped. I was even wondering what if he keeps on breaking through all the way like that. Elder Yi is really a freak. It's still my first time hearing that someone can break through like this within the origin deity realm. What the H-E-L? I do guys know. Elder Yi is Unlee's. H-I, plussing his vast ACCU mulation over the years. With his talent, how could it be possible to not break through for 100 years? He ACCU, mulat things for 100 years. That's why there was this magnificent feat today. Makes sense. But 100 years' time, breaking through from the middle stage origin deity to the peak grand completion origin deity. This is also very heaven-defying. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's spiritual energy finally returned to tranquility. The spirit gathering formations were also slowly recovering the inner city's spiritual energy. During these few days, Yi Yuan had devoured no idea how much spiritual energy. Even the spirit gathering formations practically could not quite catch up to his speed of devouring already. His breakthrough this time was really eating a fat piece of meat in one mouthful. Even if those divine Lord realm powerhouses were breaking through, they could not be compared with his speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Elder Yi, for attaining the Tao and returning back. Elder Yi is truly a peerless genius, to actually only use 100 years and fully understood spatial laws. Congratulations, Elder Yi. The group of elders all came forward to greet, congratulating Yi Yuan. They knew that with Yi Yuan returning domineeringly this time, the momentum of his ascension was already unstoppable by anyone. Moreover, he even brought a great deity back. They heard with their own ears that the Martial Tower's head elder, Zheng Qi, actually called that old man as his grandmaster. At this time, Zheng Qi also brought Cold Feather and walked over. He directly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Elder Yi, recovering Grandmaster Cold Feather, who went missing for over 100,000 years. This Zheng is endlessly, gratefully. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and revealed a hint of surprise and said with amazement, Brother Cold, Senior Cold Feather, is actually Head Elder's Grandmaster? The moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan discovered that something was not quite right. The Martial Tower's head elder called him as Grandmaster Cold Feather, but Yi Yuan called him as Brother Cold Feather. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of everyone? It still did not matter inside the spatial inheritance, but returning to the imperial city and learning of Cold Feather's seniority, he naturally could not simply call him casually anymore. Even though Yi Yuan had his pride, it did not mean that he did not understand the ways of the world. If he called like this, even though others would not say anything on account of Cold Feather's face, they would definitely be very unhappy in their hearts. After all, he was just an origin deity realm martial artist. Although Yi Yuan did not fear to make enemies, provoking enemies unnecessarily like this was clearly not a wise move. Yi Yuan was having a headache on how to address him, but who knew that Cold Feather was totally unconcerned and said, Kid, you don't need to be courteous with me. Let's each do our own thing. In the future, you still call me Brother Cold Feather. As for the rest, they go about as they should. This old man was trapped for over 100,000 years, so why would I still care about such trivial formalities? Zheng Qi is the apprentice of the disciple that I was most proud of. I also didn't expect that over 100,000 years pass. Said he actually became the Martial Tower's head elder. Cold Feather did not care, but the faces of Zheng Qi and the other elders were rather awkward. Your elderly self already said so. How could we dare to say anything more? Yi Yuan was not a bashful person either. He also smiled and said, Looks like Brother Cold Feather's lineage is indeed all talented people. Even though I and Head Elder don't interact much, I've also long heard that his martial prowess is unmatched, a sea-stabilizing divine needle of heavenly eagle imperial city. The moment Cold Feather heard, he could not help saying angrily, Let you, younger brother, had a laugh. What do you call this? I, as the Grandmaster, am only 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord, while he, the Grand Pupil, is already 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Each sentence that Cold Feather said, Zheng Qi's expression would be a shade more looking Yambara. As said, but this kind of phenomenon indeed made people rather speechless. Not that situations of Serpa seeing one's predecessors did not happen, but it was just that Cold Feather's talent back then had amazed the entire imperial city, who knew that the affairs of the world were inconstant. Over 130,000 years pass. Said he only cultivated to 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Cold Feather doesn't need to be like this. With your current realm comprehensions, breaking through to become a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord is merely a matter of time. Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Perhaps you can unleash your ACCU, mulations, and break through to the celestial deity realm. Coldfeather chuckled and said, "That's true. If this old man wasn't trapped inside the spatial inheritance back then, I might really have a possibility of breaking through the fetters now and salt the celestial deity realm." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Coldfeather, you and I are also considered fated. When I break through to the divine Lord realm, I'll help you refine medicinal pills and aid you to break through realms as soon as possible." Coldfeather froze, only then, recalling that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai seemed to be a Pill Tower's elder and not Marshall Tower's elder. He was rather curious on what basis Yi Yuan could become the Pill Tower's elder. Seeing Coldfeather wondering, Zheng Qi said, "Looks like Grandmaster still doesn't know about Elder Ye's freakish aspect. 100 years ago, he refined a void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. It rocked the imperial city for some time back then." Coldfeather's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill. You aren't joking with me, right?" Zhang Qi smiled and said, "How can Zheng Qi dare to crack jokes with Grandmaster? This matter, all of the elders present are witnesses." Coldfeather drew a cold breath and pointed at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, "You kid are truly a freak." This old man was known as Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's #1 genius, whose accomplishments Serpa S. said ancient and modern times back then. But in front of you, it's simply not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Merely luck." "Oh, right, head elder. The Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance, I've already improved it. In the future, if somebody wants to go in and comprehend spatial laws, it wouldn't be so dangerous anymore. That senior who left behind the inheritance is too extreme. Although the method of inheritance is very profound, it's also too dangerous." Yi Yuan did not wish to entangle on this topic and could only change topics. Zhang Qi's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Is Elder Yi serious? It can't be joked around." Not just Zhang Qi, all of the elders and deacons by the side, even the protectors a little further away. After hearing this news, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. To say that they were not moved by spatial laws, this large bread cake placed in their house, that was false. But this large bread cake was poisonous. Eat one bite and you would be dead. Who dared to eat? Back then, including Coldfeather, didn't they all enter the spatial inheritance because of spatial laws, the supreme law? In the end, apart from Coldfeather being trapped inside, none of the rest came out. But now, Yi Yuan said that he improved the spatial inheritance. How could this not drive them crazy? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Head elder, this kind of major thing. How can this Yi dare to joke around?" However, after this Yi improved it. Although the spatial inheritance is much more gentler, the difficulty of comprehension also greatly increased. With this Ye's current realm, I can only do it to this step. But Zheng Qi did not care and said with an excited look, "Elder Yi truly did a great thing that benefits the Marshall Tower for generations to come." Chapter 1608, Unexpected Departure. Chapter 1608, Unexpected Departure. At the Yi Manor, a young man gave Yi Yuan a bow respectfully and said, "Elder, Zhou has already been banished to Jianggu City. His cultivation was sealed and to be enslaved for 300 years. As for Song Qiang, head elder did his utmost to protect him. However, head elder made him kneel for a month in the Pill Tower's plaza, so as to appease Elder Ye's fury. After Yi Yuan listened, he said, "Coolly, Ruo Su, that old punk, making concessions in order to gain advantages. However, kneeling for a month is also a considerable punishment to Song Qiang. You've worked hard, Tianping." The young man bowed and said, "Sharing Elder Ye's worries isn't hard." Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Tianping, actually with your talent, you don't need to become my follower. Why do you have to put yourself at a great inconvenience?" This young man was called Ning Tianping, the Ning family young generation's #1 person. Even Ning Fongrong also could not match up to Ning Tianping's talent. Back then, Ning Lixiao spent a price of 3.5 billion and won the Vast Sun Universe pill. It was to give it to him. After consuming that Vast Sun Universe pill, Ning Tianping realized the extraordinariness of this medicinal pill very quickly. He was still just a grand completion origin deity at that time, but he comprehended things very quickly, directly crossing over half-step Divine Lord, this threshold, and then he became a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. After breaking through, his cultivation was like turning on a hack, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. In a short less than 100 years' time, he already cultivated to become a peak second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Such cultivation speed was simply outrageous to hear. Ning Tianping realized very quickly that this was the Vast Sun Universe pill's effect. He originally wanted to thank Yi Yuan, but hearing that Yi Yuan died inside the spatial inheritance, he was even upset for quite a while. But this time, Yi Yuan returning domineering shook the entire imperial city. When Ning Tianping heard that they were going to find another follower for Yi Yuan, he took the initiative to request for the AS assignment, originally with his ident. 1. Tai, there were only others being his attendants. Where was there him being other people's attendant, this sort of thing? Even those elders did not dare to use Ning Tianping as an attendant too. But the Ning family held a supportive attitude toward this matter and even helped Ning Tianping campaign in many ways, making him stand out from among the numerous protectors. Now, wanting to become Yi Yuan's follower was not that easy of a matter anymore. In the past, Yi Yuan was merely a heaven-defyingly talent to them. Yi Yuan could only refine rank 3 divine pills, which was of no use to them at all. But now, Yi Yuan was only a step away from becoming a 4-star alchemy god. Once he successfully broke through, that significance was totally different. With the benefits of a favorable position, whoever could become Elder Ye's follower, the benefits obtained would naturally be unimaginable too. Hence, arranging for Yi Yuan a follower this time could be said that everyone had long racked their brains over it already. It was a shame that Lin Dong could only sigh at home like a little wife now. Civ opportunity was once placed in front of him. He did not go and cherish it. Losing it now, it could only be too late to repent. He did not put in much effort with Yi Yuan. It was more or less because Yi Yuan was a 3-star alchemy god just due to this reason. But he never dreamed that this day came so quickly. In a short 100 years, Yi Yuan broke through to the peak grand completion origin deity from the middle stage origin deity. Wanting to turn back now was already impossible. Moreover, when Yi Yuan was trapped in the spatial inheritance back then, he even reproved Lear they all before. Ning Tianping smiled and said, 100 years ago, our Ning family won the bid for Elder Ye's Vast Sun Universe pill. Everybody said that the Ning family was using divine essence stones to repay your grace. Actually, I also thought so at that time. But when I consumed the Vast Sun Universe pill and broke through to the Divine Lord realm in one stroke, I knew that it was actually our Ning family who took advantage of Elder Yi. That medicinal pill's value simply cannot be measured using divine essence stones. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, so you're here to repay the kindness? But Ning Tianping shook his head and said, I know that Elder Yi doesn't need repaying of grat. 1, there's also nothing to hide here. Right now, in the entire imperial city, who doesn't hope to come join as Elder Ye's followers? As long as they follow you, there will be limitless possibilities in the future. Putting it bluntly, everyone actually wants to benefit from your light. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Tianping rather surprisedly, not expecting that he would actually be so honest. Knowing was one thing, saying it in front of his face was another. At the very least, Ning Tianping's forthright personality made Yi Yuan admire greatly still. If Ning Tianping said some ostentatious and pretentious words to brush him off, his impression of the other party would naturally be much worse. Toward him, he naturally would not trust him so much anymore as well. Toward people he was unfamiliar with, Yi Yuan naturally had to observe and study them a bit. Just like Lin Dong helped him deal with Qin Shao. But Lin Dong was filled with misgivings and fear when encountering Song Qiang, so Yi Yuan would not give him another chance. Regarding Ning Tianping, even though he was a member of the Ning family, if he could not pass S's test, he similarly would not do. The two people were currently talking when Yu Mengli and White Light few people suddenly came over. When Yi Yuan saw these few people's battle array, he could not help getting a fright. "What's with you guys?" Yi Yuan said curiously. Ning Tianping was very sensible. Seeing this scene, he immediately took his leave and left. This made Yi Yuan's impression of him become much better again. The few people bore down menacingly, but when they arrived in front of Yi Yuan, they suddenly collectively went mute. They looked at each other, exchanging glances, and actually did not know how to start talking. This appearance made Yi Yuan become more curious. "Sister-in-law, better for you to say," White Light said. Yu Mengli thought about it and suddenly mustered up her courage and said, "Big brother Yuan, actually coming to find you, we want to tell you that we want to go out and train by ourselves." Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, "No way!" Powerhouses were abundant like clouds in the heaven-span world. Yu Mengli, their bit of strength, going out alone to train, was simply no different from seeking death. One should not look at how the heaven-span world was very well ordered. Actually, dangers were everywhere. Just take Cold Feather, their generation of powerhouses. How many were truly able to live move than 100,000 years? Lear, the few of them, if something were to happen to one of them, he could not forgive himself for life. Yi Yuan's attitude was clearly long within Yu Mengli's expectations. "Big brother Yuan, Lear knows that you have our interest at heart, but being under your protection all along, we can forever only look at you from behind. With your talent, the disparity between us will get greater and greater. All the way until the end, we are no longer able to keep up with your footsteps. I know how much hards, HI plus PS you suffered for elder sister Lingxue these few years, how much pressure you endured. We don't hope to forever only be able to quietly watch you from behind and not be able to do anything. We hope that one day we can fight side by side with you and not just be nervous with worry behind you," Yu Mengli said. White Light also spoke up at this time and said, "Big brother, back then we rampaged in all directions in the immortal Grove world. At that time, I could still keep up with your footsteps, but now I can only cheer you on at one side. Do you know how torturous it is for me? When at the immortal Grove world, when that heavenly sin heretic G. D appeared, you don't know how powerless and in despair I felt. I don't hope to forever only be able to pray for you to appear when I encounter danger. You can save us once, save us twice, but in the future?" Yi Yuan looked at them, opened his mouth, but he did not know what he should say. Chapter 16:09 Believe in Yourself. Chapter 16:09 Believe in Yourself. Yi Yuan had first experienced the pain of losing his father. Later, he experienced the premature death of Mu Lingxue, so he was even more sensitive about the protection of those around him. He absolutely did not allow the people around him to suffer any bit of harm. Hence, when he returned to the Immortal Grove region and encountered Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D., he dealt with the latter with that kind of nauseating method. For so many years, he had always been doing his best to protect the people around him, but had never thought about the feelings of those around him. Seems like his way of doing things made Yu Mengli, White Light, and even Lu'er all live in a stifling atmosphere. Very clearly, regardless of Yu Mengli, White Light, or Lu'er, they were all people with extremely strong pride. Putting Yi Yuan aside, they were all first-rate genius martial artists. Even when placed in the heaven-span world, their talents were still stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things stifled their talent. It seemed like this period of time in his absence, it finally made the pride of the people around him being challenged to the limit. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Leah, White Light, sorry. Looks like I've neglected your feelings." White Light blurted, "Big brother, what are you saying? The things that you do for us, we can all understand. Furthermore, you indeed have that capability too. But we likewise also know how much you endured these few years. Us wanting to become strong isn't only not wanting to become your burden, but to be able to let you advance forward without scruples." Yu Mingli also said, "Big brother Yuan, I just want to offer a bit of my meager strength for elder sister Lingxue." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I got it. Every person has their own path. These few years, it was indeed me who was too nervous, wiping out your talent instead. You guys go then, but let's set an agreement of 500 years. 500 years later, no matter where we are, we have to return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." The moment everyone heard, they could not help being overjoyed. There was naturally no reason to refuse. Yi Yuan understood these few people too well. Since they decided to come to find him, that meant that they already made a decision. Disregarding White Light, Lier seemed to have a gentle temperament, but actually she had her strong side too. Otherwise, she also would not directly escape to the lower realms back then and meet Yi Yuan. Among the few people, the one Yi Yuan was most worried about was naturally Luer. Luer's thoughts were simple and had not experienced worldly affairs. In the complicated and disorderly world of martial artists, it was hard to guarantee that she would not suffer a loss. For this, Yi Yuan handed Gui Yin to Luer and had him protect Luer's safety along the way. Apart from this, Yi Yuan gave each of them several divine Lord Mystic treasures. With divine Lord Mystic treasures, they could jump realms and battle. Their ability to survive naturally increased greatly. On the day they left, Yi Yuan did not go and send them off. Although you escort a person 1,000 miles, there was bound to be a parting at last. Weal and woe were hard to predict with this trip. Yi Yuan really did not have the courage to face it. Hiding in the Yi Manor, Yi Yuan was depressed by himself. "Senior, I'm still not strong enough." Yi Yuan gave a long sigh and said to Dustless. Dustless was silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, "You've already done very well. Life is like the moon, waning and waxing. People have sorrow and parting. Tao ancestors seem to stand at the summit of the world, but the life and death partings they experienced, how many are able to understand it? In the end, deity realm powerhouses are not true deities." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I understand all the logic, but when it really comes to this day, I still can't let it go. I have to become strong as soon as possible. Powerful until they all don't need to worry about me. Powerful until then, body dares to roll their eyes at them again." Dustless consoled him and said, "I've never doubted that before." Lier and the rest departing stirred up even stronger determination in Yi Yuan instead. From then on, he threw himself into even more frenzied cultivation. These few days, Yi Yuan had been constantly hiding inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC, wanting to comprehend the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th level cultivation method. But reality did not accord with hopes. He comprehended for more than 10 years inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC and could not find the slightest clue either. Origin deity realm to divine lord realm was a civ threshold to all martial artists. A heaven's darling like Ning Tianping was, after all, just a minority existence. No idea how many martial artists were blocked outside the door of divine lord realm all their lives. Yi Yuan's cultivation encountered a huge bottleneck for the first time. "Senior, why do I feel that there's an extremely contradictory feeling? All of the divine lord realm powerhouses open up the inner world, achieving the position of a sovereign. That's how one corroborates their Tao as a divine lord realm. But why is it that, according to my deductions in these 10 over years, this path wouldn't work at all? Just where did I go wrong? Could it be that I was wrong right from the start? Not progressing for a long time, Yi Yuan was abnormally irritable in his heart and had to get some words out of his system. Over the past 10 years, Yi Yuan had done countless deductions in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, wanting to find the method to open up an inner world. However, no matter how he deduced, there was only one outcome. This path was closed, corroborating one's Tao as a divine lord, opening an inner world, and becoming the sovereign of a world. This was the path that must be taken for all Heavenspan world powerhouses. But Yi Yuan did not know why, continuing according to the first 3 levels in his cultivation method. This path was actually completely wrong. He had attempted to forcefully break through before as well, but without exception, it all failed. For the first time in his life, Yi Yuan doubted his own path. Yi Yuan's situation. Dustless naturally took it into his sights. But honestly speaking, he did not have the faintest idea to. Dustless could only sigh and said, right from the start, I told you that this path is extremely arduous. It's a path that no one has ever walked before. Without a doubt, the first 3 levels in your cultivation method are extremely strong. This old man has followed a mortal grove and roamed obstructed for millions of years in the Heavenspan world, and has never seen before such a powerful cultivation method. But this cultivation method has clearly reached a watershed now. If you cross over, it will be a smooth road ahead. If you don't step over it, you can only stop using this cultivation method and recultivate anew. Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. This result was clearly not what he wanted. He was very clear with his talent, even if Ubblies. H.I. plus in the Chaos Heavenspan canon and cultivating Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method anew. He could also cultivate to an extremely high boundary. But this also signified that he might never be able to save Mu Lingxue in this life anymore. This result was not what he wanted. If he could not save Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of his many years of struggle? Even if he could become a transcendent heavenly emperor in the future and laugh proudly across the entire Heavenspan world, what was the use? If you are not around, why do I want this world for? Now, it reached the biggest fork in the road in Yi Yuan's life. Dustless gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Yi Yuan, actually rationally speaking, I feel that you should abandon this path. This path's uncertainty is too great. Yi Yuan gave Dustless a glance and quietly waited for him to continue. He knew that this was not the meaning that Dustless really wanted to express. Sure enough, Dustless paused for a bit and said with a bitter smile, This old man, as an artifact spirit, has lived to this ripe old age and has never been crazy before. But this time, I'll gift you a sentence. Believe in yourself. Chapter 1610 Alchemy and Martial Dual Prodigy. Chapter 1610 Alchemy and Martial Dual Prodigy. Actually, Dustless also did not know whether this path would work or not. He only knew that this was an unprecedented path. For Yi Yuan to be able to have his current accomplishments in the Heavenspan world, a very large degree was derived from this cultivation method. He understood Yi Yuan's mind. Giving up now for Yi Yuan was an unbearable outcome. Since that was the case, then walk the path until it was dark. Even if knocked until his head was broken and bleeding, it was also better than just being able to feel depressed in the end. The confusion in Yi Yuan's eyes was swept clean. What replaced it was a firm look. He calmed his heart down and returned in front of a lesser Heavenspan mountain again, and started comprehending Tao. However, this did not bring him good luck. In a twinkle, another decade passed, said the 4th level cultivation method still did not make the least bit of progress. Looks like drawing up plans behind closed doors won't cut it. I have to go out and walk around, see if I can find the opportunity to break through, Yi Yuan sighed and said. Amen, going out for a walk is good too. Your deduction is indeed hard to believe. At this rate, it won't have any benefits to your cultivation. Dustless agreed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This is really an inconceivable thing. If the next realm isn't Divine Lord Realm, then what is it? Can this path really work? These 20 over years, Yuan had experienced no idea how many deductions, but the final results were all entirely contrary to the already mature cultivation system. Before this, Yi Yuan had never thought that the Chaos Heavenspan canon would walk to this current step. It seemed to have entered a dead end. Presently, the Heavenspan world's cultivation system was already mature until it could not be any more mature than this. After Origin Deity Realm, it was opening up an inner world, evolving the power of the world for one's own use, obtaining powerful, unmatched strength from there. But no matter how Yi Yuan deduced, it seemed to go against this realm. Dustless smiled and said, "Time will prove everything. Go out and take a look. Maybe one day you'll suddenly see the whole thing in a clear light." Yi Yuan nodded his head and no longer hesitated, directly exiting seclusion. The moment Yi Yuan came out of seclusion, Ning Tianping came to find hastily. "Elder Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Right now, the Imperial City is in an utter mess," Ning Tianping said anxiously. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Why? Could it be that there's still someone who demolished Heavenly Eagle Imperial City?" Even though over 20 years had already passed, said inside the world suppressing steel's PAC merely 2 years plus had passed, said in the outside world. This was not a very long time. No sudden turn of events should occur. Ning Tianping said, "Not demolished, but it's also pretty much there. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face is already utterly lost." Only after hearing Ning Tianping's report did Yi Yuan know what had happened. Turned out that some time back, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder brought several disciples and came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, saying that there were important matters to discuss. This was originally not a big deal, but among their group, there was a genius disciple called Gu Han. The moment they arrived at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's disciples everywhere. Not to mention, this Gu Han was really a rare genius that appeared once every 10,000 years. In this 1 month, he practically challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's famous disciples without any defeat. This Gu Han was merely a half-step divine lord, but among the same rank martial artists, no one was his match at all. The most terrifying thing was that this Gu Han was skilled in both alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his talent in martial arts exceedingly high, but he also turned his nose up at everyone in alchemy. Ning Xiyu was indignant and went to find Gu Han to challenge. In the end, she was also defeated. After Song Qiang broke through to Divine Lord Realm, becoming a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. Ning Xiyu was practically the #1 person among 3-star alchemy G.O.D. disciples already. Even she was defeated at Gu Han's hands. Where would Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face be put? Most importantly, Gu Han alone challenged all of the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's experts. Hence, that was why Ning Tianping said that the Imperial City was akin to being demolished. Speaking of this, Ning Tianping said indignantly, "I only hate that I broke through too early. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach that punk a brutal lesson. Elder Yi, you really don't know how unbridled that punk is." When Yi Yuan heard that even Ning Xiyu was defeated at Gu Han's hands, he could not help being rather surprised. Ning Xiyu's current alchemy Dao strength, he had a score in his heart. It was not that she was already invincible among 3-star alchemy GODS, but the 3-star alchemy GODS able to win her were really already very few. One had to know, even Song Qiang was defeated at her hands. Even though Song Qiang's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan, his strength was very formidable. This left no room for doubt. What was even more terrifying was that this kid was skilled in alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his alchemy powerful, but his martial arts also overwhelmed everyone, even defeating the rank 1 disciple of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Origin Deity Realms. But hearing finish, Yi Yuan was rather curious as he said, since he already defeated Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young generation. Then shouldn't this matter already be over? What are you so anxious about? Ning Tianping said gloomily. How can it be over so easily? That punk is currently challenging Song Qiang right now. In martial arts, he's unable to jump realms and battle. But this doesn't hinder him in defeating 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS in alchemy. Presently, over 100 years had gone by. With Song Qiang's talent, breaking through to Divine Lord Realm was naturally not a difficult matter. At present, he was already the Pill Tower's low-level protector, a 4-star Alchemy God. With his strength, he was also considered as a very formidable existence among initial rank 4-star Alchemy Gods. Defeating him was equivalent to smacking the faces of the Pill Tower's 4-star protectors once more. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard and said, "This kid is really vicious enough." Indeed, alchemy compet. 1. Tie-in was different from martial arts. The compet 1. Tie-in of martial arts, origin deity realms could not contend with divine lord realms at all. But alchemy was different. Even 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS could not possibly refine all of the rank 3 divine pills too. Even if one refined them, the grade refined was also hard to say. Ning Tianping said indignantly, "Isn't that so? You don't know how the martial artists in the city are all talking about our Pill Tower and Martial Tower. It's really losing face all the way back to our grandmother's house." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Bring me to go take a look." In the plaza of the Pill Tower, Song Qiang was sweating profusely and had long cussed Guhan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This kid is too despicable to actually pick an extremely difficult medicinal pill. Right now, refining it was exceptionally strenuous and might fail at any time. After breaking through to 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, D-Realm, one's understanding of Alchemy Dao would become more profound along with the increase in realm. Hence, refining rank 3 divine pills actually held an advantage. But even so, he still struggled a lot. The medicinal pill that they were refining was called Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill, belonging to the extremely difficult kind among rank 3 divine pills. The refining difficulty of medicinal pills was not easy to grade, because each medicinal pill's refining difficulty was different. If insisting on dividing into levels, dividing according to level 1 to level 9, Gale Celestial Stone Pill, Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill, they should belong to level 5, while the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill pretty much belongs to level 6. As for the Vast Sun Universe pill this kind, it should belong to peak level 9. After Song Qiang broke through to 4-star Alchemy G. OD, he could barely manage to refine level 6 difficulty, rank 3 divine pills. Therefore, his current refinement was very strained. Chapter 16:11, Repaying Ingrat. I tude with kindness. Chapter 16:11, Repaying Ingrat. 1. Tude with kindness, expending a Herculean effort. Song Qiang finally refined the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill. He secretly heaved a sigh in relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and lamented in his heart, "So freaking tired!" Disregarding the level, the refining difficulty of the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill was already not less than some low difficulty rank for divine pills. But right at this time, a mocking voice entered his ears. "Look at you refining a rank 3 divine pill. Why is it like you're having a constipation? I'm even somewhat doubting now. Are you really a 4-star Alchemy G? OD? They all said that you're once the Pill Tower's 3-star Alchemy G. Oh, D's number 1 person. I think this standard is also just SOSO." Guhan's mockery seemed particularly grating on the ears. Clearly, he had long finished the refinement, watching Song Qiang refine with an amused expression by the side. Song Qiang was angered until his face was livid, and he said furiously, "Punk, don't get too COCKY. Flash out your medicinal pill for everybody to see. Then be rampant with me." Guhan shrugged his shoulders and said, "See then, see, am I scared of you?" After I finished refining it just now, I observed by the side for a while. Regarding winning a rookie like you, I still have confidence. Finished talking, Guhan directly opened the furnace. When everyone saw Guhan's medicinal pill, each and every one of their faces revealed a look of despair. Why? Why that kid can actually refine a high-grade, unbosom, immortal cloud pill. The disparity is too great. With Song Chiang's pill refinement situation, it's at most also middle or low grade. Sigh, could it be that my heavenly eagle imperial city and, body can come out and take care of this punk? Each and every one of these people sighed incessantly. These few days they were triggered badly by Guhan. It was just that none of them thought of Yi Yuan at all, because the current Yi Yuan would not be included in the junior group long ago. Yi Yuan was a pill tower elder that was in existence with extremely high status. How could it be possible to get involved in this level of compet? One Tian? But if not counting Yi Yuan, there really wasn't someone capable of withstanding Guhan's genius now. He already made the heavenly eagle imperial city lose all of its face. Song Chiang's expression was incomparably ugly. People are aware of their own affairs. He reckoned that his medicinal pill was most likely just low grade. This medicinal pill, he struggled greatly to refine. Guhan's face revealed mockery as he said, "Why? Don't dare to open? Or is it that you already know that you lost? Doesn't matter. According to our agreement previously, the one who loses bow 3 times to the victor. Then say 3 times, 'I'm a rookie who greatly admires Lord Guhan, and this matter will be considered over.'" Song Chiang's face turned red, standing there being at loss. In a corner building, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder had a regretful look. He said with a smile, "Brother Ruasu, looks like your heavenly eagle imperial city really has no successor. I heard that this is the disciple that you're most proud of? He actually only has this bit of capability?" Ruasu's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok and said, "Ling Zikuin, you merely hit the jackpot and ran into a good apprentice. Being smug for what?" Ling Zikuin smiled and said, "Brother Ruasu, don't get angry. Junior's sparring a bit. Why are you so angry? You look at when Xian Yu's female disciple lost that day. She was much calmer than you." Ruasu said with a cold snort, "Ling Zikuin, did you come to my heavenly eagle imperial city to ask some great heirs, or do you really have important matters? If there aren't important matters, please go." Ling Zikuin smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. This old man naturally came here because I have important matters. But this matter isn't urgent for the time being, so I stopped for a longer period of time here. While I'm at it, let the little fellow spar a bit. It's also considered getting acquainted." Humph. Ruasu gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. In the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, Yi Yuan asked Ning Tianping, next to him in a low voice, "The others all did this?" Ning Tianping nodded and said, "Otherwise? This punk is 2C. Oh, C, KY, but N. Oh, body can do anything to him. That's why he's arrogant until now." In that case, Ning Xiu also bowed to Guhan. Yi Yuan did not have overtly angry emotions. This kind of small squabbles was just like children fighting to the current him. His horizons and state of mind were far from what Guhan, this kind of kid, could understand. It was just that Ning Xiu was also considered half his disciple. Being defeated by a little brat, he still felt ashamed. Why? Senior apprentice brother Song is the disciple that head elder Ruasu values the most. It wouldn't be can't bear a loss and want to repudiate your debt, right? Guhan said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Chiang's face turned into the color of pig's liver, making him a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D, bowed to a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, and even had to call the other person Lord. This was simply even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. But in front of so many people, if he went back on his word, then what he disgraced wouldn't just be him alone. There was also the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people. Gee, oh, damn it, what kind of world is this? Why are there so many freakish existences? Song Qiang cussed in his heart, resolved his heart, and was just about to bow, but had their collar held by someone from behind. Turning around to look, he could not help opening his mouth wide. When the onlookers saw this young man who suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became incomparably excited, virtually almost shouted out. Yi Yuan did a hush hand gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Those people immediately understood and instantly quietened down. But that look of antic, ation on their faces could not be concealed no matter what. Gu Han looked at everyone's reaction. His face revealed a suspicious look. Who was this? Why did everyone have this kind of expression? Seemed like the moment this kid came, he could overcome the raging tides. The other party was clearly just a grand completion origin deity. In terms of realm, he was not even as high as him. This kind of rookie wanted to beat him? Dream on. Didn't he see that this 4-star alchemy D in front of him already lost to him? Song Qiang was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, coolly, all right, leave it to me here. You go to one side and watch. Seeing Yi Yuan say so, Song Qiang was akin to being granted amnesty and heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. One had to know his past with Yi Yuan was rather unpleasant. If it were him, he might also want to watch Yi Yuan lose face on the stage, then go up and send this hateful punk packing. Thinking this way, Song Qiang could not help being somewhat moved in his heart. He discovered that compared to Yi Yuan, he was simply a despicable person. He repaid Ingrat 2'd with kindness, letting him leave casually at this time. It could be said to save his face to the greatest limit. For the first time, Song Qiang somewhat regretted opposing Yi Yuan. Halt! Senior apprentice Brother Song, are you going to go back on your word here? If you do so, where you want head Elder Ruasu's face to go? Gu Han did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all and said in a solemn voice. Song Qiang's figure froze and, sure enough, stopped moving. Yi Yuan waved his hand at him, indicating for him to go down, and said coolly to Gu Han he didn't renege. His bet with you, I'll take it over. Gu Han sized Yi Yuan up and down with a glance and said with a snicker, You? A mere 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D. What right do you have to help a 4-star alchemy G? Oh, D, take over. Your face isn't that big yet. Chapter 16, 12 it, then. Chapter 16, 12 it, then regarding Gu Han's contempt. Yi Yuan thought nothing of it. Isn't Lord Gu Han known as River Eternal Imperial City's #1 genius? Why, you don't even dare to accept a challenge from me. A mere 3-star alchemy G. D? Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Gu Han had a proud look as he said, Not just any random Tom D. I see Kay and Harry can challenge me. Who I challenged were all Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities, first-rate young geniuses. So who the I do you think you are? This Gu Han was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. The targets that he challenged were not randomly selected, but only challenged after careful inquiry. It was just that body told him that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still had a terrifying existence. This existence was already not on the same level as a so-called genius like this. The moment Gu Han's words came out, immediately, a strange atmosphere spread out through the crowd. Yi Yuan gently made a gesture, signaling everyone to calm down. Everyone immediately understood and quietened down very quickly. They already saw through that Yi Yuan was deliberately here to slap faces, and that he intentionally gestured to them to not divulge his ident. Everyone was incomparably depressed these few days. Their geniuses suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat. Now even the 4-star alchemy G. D Song Qiang was defeated. More importantly, if they lost, they lost. But the one who lost even had to bow 3 times to him and even had to say that kind of nauseating words. Gu Han's actions already aroused everyone's feelings of being filled with a common hatred for the enemy. Yi Yuan taking the initiative now to come out and take care of Guhan. How could they not be happy? Hence, they became very cooperative. They all thought very playfully in their hearts that the expression on Guhan's face in a while would definitely be extremely wonderful. You're a genius. You are unmatched under the heavens. Her. When you witness Elder Yasmin's, you'll know that your pride is simply a joke. Yi Yuan was not angry either, and said with a light smile, whether I have the qualifications to challenge you or not, you ask them and you'll know. You guys, do I have the qualifications to challenge him? Yi Yuan said it to the crowd of onlookers. They were also very cooperative when they heard. Yi Yuan is our imperial city's youngest genius. He naturally has the qualifications to challenge you. If even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then body has this qualification. Not daring to accept the challenge, you wouldn't be afraid of losing, right? Everyone clamored to get a word in, but body revealed Elder Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. If not saying it out personally, Guhan wouldn't believe, even if he was beaten to death, that Yi Yuan was actually an Elder CLA's figure. In the corner building, Ling Zikuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Brother Ruosu, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's junior disciples already can't send people out? Even a 4-star Alchemy G. D was defeated, but to send out a 3-star Alchemy G. D over, isn't it simply asking for humiliation? Ruosu's face revealed an extremely strange expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. He even thought that Yi Yuan had no interest in this kind of struggle between juniors. He knew that with Yi Yuan's realm, this level of fighting was merely small squabbles. But very clearly, Yi Yuan stepping up at this time was the most suitable. Ling Zikuan, you don't get KY too early. This young man is different from the rest. How shrewd was Ruosu? How could he reveal Yi Yuan's ident? One tie? This Ling Zikuan postured in front of him every day, so he had already had enough of that attitude. Now that Yi Yuan took the initiative to step forward and slap faces, how could he not help him achieve success? His conflict with Yi Yuan was also just internal conflict, no matter what. But now, people were bullying his own side, so how could he help outsiders? Sure enough, Ling Zikuan had an indifferent look and could not help laughing as he said, Different from the rest? How different can he be? Among 3-star Alchemy G. DS, it's impossible for there to be someone who's Guhan's match. His strength, you saw it too. What are the chances of winning, do you think this unknown kid has? Ruosu gave a cold snort and stopped speaking, but he was secretly thrilled in his heart. Even I am Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent, but this dog-fart apprentice of yours also want to win against Yi Yuan. You aren't even qualified to kneel and lick his shoes. Seeing everyone's words, combining with the looks when everyone saw Yi Yuan previously, Guhan already determined that Yi Yuan was likely a rising star in the city. Except, why did no one tell him that there was still such a young powerhouse after he inquired for so many days? Could it be that this guy in front of him was the strongest person among the young generation? However, who cares? Any young genius could only kneel and lick him too. All right, I'll give you this opportunity. Same rules, you lose together with him. Guhan said proudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Done, no problem. Guhan gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Coolly, don't say that I'm bullying you. You pick the medicinal pill. Just pick that one that you're best at, because it doesn't matter to me. Yi Yuan pointed at the unbosom immortal cloud pill and said with a smile, This then. Guhan was taken aback. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to pick some easier medicinal pills. He did not expect that this kid actually dared to challenge the unbosom immortal cloud pill. After being dazed, Guhan laughed in spite of himself and said, Kid, do you really know how to refine pills? Could it be that you're blind? Even your senior apprentice brother Song, a dignified 4-star Alchemy G. D nearly failed just now. You, a 3-star Alchemy G. D, actually want to compete in the unbosom immortal cloud pill with me? Song Chiang did not leave, being said so by Guhan, his entire person blushed red with embarrassment. He wished to rush up to the stage and peel this punk's skin off. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just the unbosom immortal cloud pill, it's nothing much." Guhan knew that he was very arrogant, but he suddenly discovered that this guy in front of him was even more arrogant than him. "You, what high-sounding sentiments! Then I want to see whether or not your strength can match your tone." Guhan could not help laughing as he said, "The compet." One Tian started. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, Ling Zikuan's expression changed. That kind of great Tao melody, that skilled to the extreme pill refining technique, was not on the same level as Guhan at all. With Yi Yuan's current strength, refining the unbosom immortal cloud pill was too easy. He only used 20% to 30% strength, and it was sufficient to insta-kill Guhan. But in Ling Zikuan's view, it was completely not the case. Could it be that this young man is your disciple? Brother Ruosu, you concealed so deeply. Ling Zikuan's words revealed astonishment and helplessness. He did not expect that Ruosu actually saved his ace in the hole till the end. Only several dozen breaths said, and Ling Zikuan knew that Guhan did not have any chance of winning at all. Not even a SCR-AP. Seeing Ling Zikuan's deflated expression, it was Ruosu's first time laughing so happily in this 1 month. Ruosu laughed and said, "Haha, this old man doesn't have that blessing and also doesn't have that strength." Ling Zikuan said in surprise, "Could it be an apprentice of one of those few people?" Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the strongest were naturally not Ruosu and Zhengqi. The truly powerful existences normally could not be seen at all. Hence, Ling Zikuan thought of those few straight away. Ruosu smiled and said nothing. He did not answer Ling Zikuan. Merely less than 1 hour, and Yi Yuan was done. When Guhan finished refining, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. ENT. That expression was the exact same as how he looked at Song Qiang before. Chapter 16:13, So-Called Genius. Chapter 16:13, So-Called Genius. Yi Yuan opened the furnace, very leisurely, retrieved the pill. Naturally, Guhan was shocked, not daring to believe it. Divine grade. How is this possible? Guhan said in shock. Why can it be possible? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Guhan pointed at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill and said, "You're just a 3-star alchemy god, so how can it be possible to refine a divine-grade, unbosom, immortal cloud pill?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since it's a rank 3 divine pill, why can't a 3-star alchemy god refine divine grade? You can't do it. It's just because your cultivation is lacking." Guhan was rendered speechless. His expression flickered nonstop, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't accept it. Let's compete again." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "All right, your turn to choose this time then." Guhan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to compete in the Mystic Moon Qi Condensing Pill with you." Mystic Moon Qi Condensing Pill was Guhan's current maximum ability. If categorizing it according to difficulty, it should belong to peak level 6. With Guhan's present ability, even refining low grade was only through brute force and with difficulty. But at this time he already could not care. Compared to other geniuses, Guhan's age was already considered very young. Till this date, he was also merely 500 to 600 years old. But today he was completely defeated by someone at the same rank who was less than 300 years old. He could not endure this grievance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I even thought that you'd pick some level 7 difficulty. I didn't expect that choosing here and there, it's still level 6. Forget it, don't need you to refine either. You just watch by the side. When I finish refining, if you feel that you can surpass me, then it's not too late to make a move then." Guhan was so angry. He had never been underestimated by someone like this before, since he became famous in River Eternal Imperial City until now. Yi Yuan's words were clearly despising that his pill refinement speed was slow. A sense of humiliation rose in Gu Han's heart. These few days he virtually swept across all the way, sweeping away Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young geniuses. Now it was his turn. But before waiting for him to agree, Yi Yuan already started refining the pill. The more Gu Han watched at one side, the more alarmed he got. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. A 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D could really do it to this extent? The dull and boring pill refinement actually became beautiful in Yi Yuan's hands, making people have the jubilation of comprehending great Tao. There was actually still this kind of performance. Gu Han finally understood it. He was not in the same order of magnitude with Yi Yuan at all. An hour said in a flash. When Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill, Gu Han could not even quite dare to believe his own eyes. A peak level 6 difficulty medicinal pill, he actually only needed an hour and it was done. How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan was not long-winded, directly opening the furnace. Gu Han looked at the divine grade, Mystic Moon, Qi, condensing pill, his eye. ALS almost popping out. Well, if you can refine a void spirit, divine grade, Mystic Moon, Qi, condensing pill, I'll admit defeat, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Gu Han heard, the corners of his mouth could not refrain from twitching heavily. Void spirit divine grade? You're messing with me, right? Ha ha ha, my Lord Gu Han, weren't you very KY just now? Continue being KY then. My Lord Gu Han, didn't you claim that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has no one? My Lord Gu Han, now you're defeated. Who will your River Eternal Imperial City be sending over? Hey, you lost. Quickly bow to our Elder Yi. What genius! What undefeatable in the same rank! In front of Elder Yi, all our Tras. H. Plus, the onlookers eating melon seeds had long been unable to hold it in, all erupting at this time. They called my Lord Gu Han again and again, speaking sarcastically to the extreme. Holding back for a month, they could finally hold their heads up high now. Originally, comparing notes and sparring among young geniuses, this was no big deal. But this Gu Han was too tyrannical. People lost, and they still had to bow, and even call him Lord Gu Han. Him acting like that, it would be weird if the Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities people could be happy. At this time, if they did not give Gu Han then when would they wait until? Yi Yuan looked at Gu Han and said with a smile, what's the meaning of not talking? Is this not admitting defeat? River Eternal Imperial City's young genius is merely thus. Gu Han's entire person was dazed at this time and had yet to react to Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie of Elder. There was not only Gu Han alone present, but there were also still several of his senior apprentice brothers. At this time a youth holding a sword slowly walked out of the crowd, his gaze scorching as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, This brother, I wonder what they are calling you Elder Yi for? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Calling me Elder is naturally because I'm a pill tower elder. The faces of the youth holding the sword and Gu Han changed, their eyes full of shock. In front of so many people, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to lie. Then this young man before their eyes was actually really an elder of the pill tower? Too ridiculous, right? After the shock, the youth holding the sword gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, Since you're a pill tower elder, coming forward to deal with my junior apprentice brother now seems to be somewhat bullying the weak as the strong, right? The sword-grasping youth nodded and said, Little junior brother fused the law of wind and law of fire. Furthermore, the two powers of laws are comprehended extremely highly. Ordinary same rank martial artists are not his match at all. Moreover, This Elder Ye's realm is not even as high as his. Hoo-hoo, this Elder Yi thinks that he's a genius. He's too condescending. Even if it's me, if at the same realm as little junior brother, I'm definitely not his match either. The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, when little junior brother defeats this Elder Yi, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have utterly lost its face. Gu Han looked at Yi Yuan proudly and said with disdain, make your move. My realm is higher than yours, so I'll allow you 3 moves, lest that others say that I am bullying you. With him saying those words, people revealed odd looks again. Elder Yi is an existence who comprehended spatial laws, and you allow him 3 moves? How fearless is this punk? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, as an elder, could it be that I can still take advantage of you, a junior? Want to allow, it's also me who allows it. How about this? Feel free to make your move, and I won't retaliate, as long as you can touch the corners of my sleeves. Consider it my loss. Gu Han seemed to have the funniest joke in the world. He wondered if this Elder Yes had had a problem. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not hear that he had already swept across the martial tower? Could it be that Yi Yuan did not know that he fused the law of wind and law of fire? Yes, he must not know of it. Posturing, huh? Want face because of your Aiden. 1. Tai as an elder? You're just a pill tower elder, not martial tower elder. Gu Han's senior apprentice brothers also froze when they heard it, and they immediately exchanged glances and smiled. The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, this elder, Yi, is also an interesting person. Gu Han laughed in spite of himself and said, my elder Yi, this is what you said. When you lose in a while, you'll bow to me 6 times, all the same. Yi Yuan said coolly, of course, I'm as good as my word. When Gu Han heard that, his face fell and a powerful aura spread out. The battle previously, Gu Han did not even attack with his full strength, but this time he decided to go all out. This man in front of him made him somewhat jealous. He, being a genius, it was his first time being challenged by others. He was truly unable to imagine it, that a young man who was so much younger than him actually already became the Pill Tower's elder. This was a disgrace to me. Wind, fire, setting sun. 2 powers of law blended in perfect harmony. 2 kinds of terrifying spiritual energy displayed unrivaled power under the turbulence of the power of law. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed shock. Only now did they know how great Gu Han's talent was. It turned out that when he dealt with the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's geniuses, he actually did not do his best. At this time, the fire borrowed the wind's momentum. The wind helped the fire to blaze. The powerful attack came down onto Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. This power gave people a feeling of palpitation. However, Yi Yuan was composed, not moving a muscle. It was as if he did not have the intention of evading at all. Seeing this scene, Gu Han could not resist laughing coldly, courting death. He was very confident in his attack. Yi Yuan actually did not dodge or evade. What was this if not seeking death? But in the next instant, Gu Han's ALLS nearly popped out. Impossible. How? How can it be like this? Gu Han said with a look of disbelief. Gu Han's attack suddenly disappeared several dozen feet in front of Yi Yuan. When it appeared again, it already said through Yi Yuan, directly arriving behind him. Boom! The grand array shook violently. This attack blasted onto the protective grand array solidly. Eldest senior brother, what happened? That elder, you didn't move at all. Why did little junior brother's attack S right through him? The sword-grasping man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in shock, spatial laws! My eyesight isn't failing, right? How is this possible? The sword-grasping man's junior brother said in disbelief, spatial laws? Eldest senior brother, are you mistaken? How can there possibly be someone who comprehended spatial laws while being at the origin deity realm? The sword-grasping man had shock written all over his face as he said, It's absolutely spatial laws, no mistake. Furthermore, his spatial laws comprehension is already very high. Little junior brother has lost. He doesn't have any chance. No wonder, elder, ye dared to utter such brave words. Turns out that he actually comprehended spatial laws. Guhan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Done talking, Guhan's figure moved das. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Chapter 16, 15 Brutalized to Tears. Chapter 16, 15 Brutalized to Tears. Hugh! Guhan panted heavily for air. His divine essence was already close to being exhausted, and he was tired until he was virtually collapsing from exhaustion. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The surroundings were dead silent. Their breathings were virtually about to stop. All along, they had heard that spatial laws were very powerful, one of the supreme laws. But just how strong spatial laws were, they had not seen it personally. But today, they truly witnessed the might of spatial laws. No one doubted Guhan's strength. Being able to fuse two kinds of laws to this degree, his strength was already extremely daunting. To say that he was undefeatable in the same rank was also not an exaggeration. However, he still could not even touch a sliver of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Everyone understood. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill Guhan, he would not survive within a single breath of time. Too strong. Are these spatial laws? Simply undefeatable. Grasping PAC, all attacks can't touch the other party at all. How to fight still? No wonder it's called a supreme law. This level of strength, it's impossible for anyone to be Elder Ye's match beneath the divine Lord Realm. People came back to their senses, but now they had a clearer understanding of Yi Yuan's might. This level of strength, probably only the divine Lord Realm's world power could resolve it. I lost. Sniff, sniff. I lost. Guhan finally shed unwilling tears and conceded. Yes, he cried. Today it was his most agonizing failure in several hundred years. There had never been an opponent who made him so powerless before. This made his self-esteem had an intense sense of setback. Alchemy Dao, crushed until he was badly battered and bruised. Martial Dao could not even touch the corners of his sleeves. Genius? This was simply a joke. When people saw this scene, each and every one of them was stunned. They did not expect that Guhan was actually brutalized to tears. But thinking about it, they felt that it made sense too. Peers encountering Yi Yuan was really a tragedy. From the beginning, this was a mistake. If not for this case, on what basis could Yi Yuan sit on the throne of elders? At this moment, people actually inexplicably had an additional trace of favorable impression toward this arrogant Guhan. MN also sympathy. In this 1 month, the impression that Guhan gave people was very impetuous and arrogant, very overbearing. The feeling that it gave people was very uncomfortable. But looking at it now, he was merely still a child. Even though Guhan's age was much younger than Yi Yuan, he clearly did not have Yi Yuan's legendary experiences. He naturally could not possibly remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation like Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Guhan actually did something like this. After being momentarily dazed, he went up to pat his shoulder and said coolly, "Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. You only lost for a period of time, so it's no big deal." Guhan slapped Yi Yuan's hand away and said with tears in his eyes, "I don't need your pity. Are you trying to use the ATTI, toot of the victor, to humiliate me right now? Dream on." This sentence made the hint of favorable impression that just appeared in everyone immediately vanish like soap bubbles. But Yi Yuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Do you think that I have that need?" Guhan could not help choking when he heard that. He looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth, but he could not speak. Yeah, Yi Yuan was not someone in the same world as him at all. His bit of pride was worth nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. He was the Pill Tower's elder, an apex figure of the imperial city. While he indeed had a lot of potential and might become River Eternal Imperial City's apex figure in the future too. But that was many, many years later. His gap with Yi Yuan would only grow bigger and bigger along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, and not shrink. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and said with a smile, "You only saw my strength, but you don't know what I've experienced. Strength never comes out of thin air. For me to be able to defeat you, it's not just winning you in terms of talent. I admit that you're indeed extraordinarily talented, but thousands and tens of thousands of years later, you might not be stronger than our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's disciples. Therefore, if you come to compare notes, we welcome it. But you were too overbearing when doing things, so we don't welcome you." Only when Gu Han heard this did he know why Yi Yuan took action. He suddenly realized it. Had he gone too overboard? Winning one's opponent and even deliberately humiliating the opponent, this kind of thing happening to anyone, they would not be happy either. I was wrong," Gu Han said in a low voice. The sword-grasping man suspected whether he heard wrongly or not. Little junior brother actually admitted his fault to others. Someone as proud as little junior brother actually admitted fault to others. Everyone exchanged glances, all dumbfounded. This stubborn and unruly young man actually admitted his fault to Elder Yi. Too awesome! Yi Yuan looked at Gu Han and said with a smile, "Even if you win against all of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's genius disciples, I can't be bothered to care about you either. But you won, and even wanted to humiliate your opponent. I can't put up with that. You're slapping the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face. I, as a Pill Tower's elder, naturally have to make a move to teach you a lesson. Leave then, with your talent. Your future prospects will be limitless. But if you keep on putting on airs and looking down on people like this, you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Today, I only made a move to teach you a lesson, but your enemy probably won't let you off easily." Gu Han gritted his teeth and said, "Many thanks for Elder Ye's teachings." Finished talking, Gu Han bowed 3 times to Yi Yuan respectfully, turned around and left. The sword-grasping man and the rest were scared of Gu Han meeting with a mishap and hurriedly followed after. A senior apprentice brother said, "Little junior brother, you don't have to take it to heart. Victory and defeat are common fare for soldiers. Next time, let's just win back." Gu Han gave him a glance and said, "Senior apprentice brother, do you think that I have a chance to win him?" That senior apprentice brother choked when he heard that. He very much wanted to say can, but he knew that if nothing too unexpected happened, Gu Han probably could not catch up to Yi Yuan for the rest of his life. The disparity between them was not what hard work could make up for at all. Gu Han suddenly turned around and said to the sword-grasping man, "Eldest senior brother, the precious treasure coming into being this time, I want to go too." The sword-grasping man was not too surprised and said with a smile, "I have no objections, but it still requires master's approval." Gu Han nodded his head, turned around and left. "TSK Tisk, Elder Yi is Elder Yi really too impressive." "Yeah. That kid has been showing off these few days. Not only did Elder Yi brutalize him to tears, he even made him admit his fault obediently. Such means, I'm convinced, whatever kind of genius, once they meet Elder Yi, that's a tragedy. Haha, Elder Yi is simply a genius killer. In the past, Song Qiang was like this. Now this Gu Han was also like this." The news of Yi Yuan brutalizing Gu Han to tears made everyone talk with great gusto. Ravaging Gu Han was within everyone's expectations. But they never thought that Gu Han actually took the initiative to admit fault in the end. His ATTI, too sincere. Such a stubborn and unruly genius. This simply made people's jaws drop. In the corner building, Ling Zikuin finally heaved a long sigh and said to Ruosu, "Oh, Rosu, it's almost time. We should also talk about business." Chapter 1616 Xiantian, Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Chapter 1616 Xiantian, Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Elders, I believe that the news of Ling Zikuan's arrival, everyone already knows about it. Actually, his real objective of coming this time is to seek help from us. Ryuo Su spoke with confidence and composure, introducing the true objective of Ling Zikuan coming this time, making all of the elders visibly moved. It turned out that River Eternal Imperial City had a sudden phenomenon. It was very likely that a precious treasure was about to be born, but the place where the phenomenon occurred was at the borders with eminent Orchid Imperial City. This phenomenon clearly could not hide from the eyes and ears of the fiend race. A precise treasure capable of causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. The fiend race would naturally covet it too. Now, there were already large groups of experts gathering at the place where the phenomenon occurred. River Eternal Imperial City was worried that a single log could not prop up a tottering building. Hence, they sought assistance from the surrounding imperial cities. Ling Zikuan's party precisely came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to ask for help. The two imperial cities were adjacent neighbors. If River Eternal Imperial City wanted to seek help, they naturally had to look for the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Elder Zhengqi, this matter still needs your martial tower to take action. What do you think? Ryuo Su asked Zhengqi. Zhengqi mused for a moment and said, "This matter concerns the fiend race. We naturally have to help. It's just that, if there is only one precious treasure, what should be done about the final owners? HI plus P?" Ryuo Su said, "This matter, I've already asked Ling Zikuan. He said that precious treasures are obtained by the fated. As long as it doesn't land in the hands of the fiend race, that will do." But hearing Ling Zikuan's meaning, this precious treasure is likely extraordinary. It might attract fiend race, celestial deity, realm powerhouses. The moment these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Once celestial deity realm powerhouses stepped in, this matter would become very tricky. Zhang Qi thought about it and said, "This matter, best for this old man to personally take action. With the others going, they probably can't control the scene. Disregarding fiend race powerhouses, just that land where precious treasure would be born will likely be quite dangerous too." "No way. Head Elder Zhang, you're the Martial Tower's leader. How can you take the risk personally?" "Yeah, Head Elder Zhang, you're the strongest person in the Martial Tower. If you were to meet with any mishap, what would we do?" The moment Zhang Qi said that he wanted to go, many elders directly expressed objection. But Zhang Qi waved his hand and said, "It's precisely because this old man is the strongest that I have to personally go there. Supporting River Eternal Imperial City is one thing. Seeing if there's a chance to seize the precious treasure is another. More importantly, I have to bring the people who go back. This matter, there's no need to say anything. This old man's mind is made up." At this time, the Pill Tower and Martial Tower's elders were all present. The Martial Tower was going on an expedition, so the Pill Tower naturally had to refine a batch of medicinal pills too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Qi, his gaze revealing admiration. Anyone knew that this trip was dangerous. Even celestial deity, realm powerhouses, might be alarmed. Seizing treasure, this sort of thing, it was probably not that easy. Even if Zhang Qi went personally, it was also not certain that he could return safe and sound. Clearly, Zhang Qi knew that this trip was perilous. That was why he would so personally, only to hope to bring some more people back. This undertaking filled Yi Yuan with deep veneration. At this time, he could casually appoint an elder to go, and presumably, no one would dare to say a word. Ryuo Su also did not expect that Zhang Qi was actually so decisive. He opened his mouth and said, "Old brother, have you really decided on this?" Zhang Qi nodded and said, "Brother Ryuo Su, those few are in close seclusion all year round. When this old man isn't around, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be entrusted to you." Ryuo Su sighed and said, "All right, this matter, this old man can't help much either. These few days, this old man will urge the Pill Tower's elders to refine more batches of medicinal pills. Zhang Qi cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ruo Su." Afterward, Zhang Qi picked out another 10 or so Marshall Tower elders, deacons, and protectors. These people had to follow him. Even head elder was personally going. They naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this kind of thing, if it happened to anyone, they would have the mentality of leaving things to luck. What if the precious treasure was obtained by them? "All right, this matter is decided. All disperse then," Ruo Su said. At this time, the Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Head Elder Zhang, I'm going too." Ruo Su's brows furrowed, and he berated, "Elder Yi, what are you messing around for?" The moment Zhang Qi heard, he also shook his head and said, "Elder Yi, this trip is too dangerous. Even this old man doesn't have the confidence to get out unscathed. You'd best not go. You're our heavenly eagle imperial city's future hope. Nothing must happen to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone calm down. Listen to me until the end." As he said, he looked at Ruo Su and asked, "Head Elder Ruo Su, did Ling Ziquan tell you what the precious treasure coming into being this time is?" Ruo Su was stunned and shook his head and said, "The precious treasure hasn't been born yet. How would he know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my guesses are right, the venue where the precious treasure is being born this time should be the fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm, right?" Ruo Su was surprised as he said, "How did you know?" The specifics of the location was not disclosed previously, but Yi Yuan actually knew the location of the birth of the precious treasure. How could this not surprise him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've been to the fiend calling Ridge before, and also went down the natural chasm before, so I'm still rather familiar with that place. I know that you all are worried that my realm is lacking, but going this time, even if a person's realm being high, it will likely be useless." When the group of elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they were incredibly shocked. They also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually went to River Eternal Imperial City before, and even went down Fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm before. Zhang Qi's brows knitted together, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Elder Yi, you continue speaking." He realized that Ling Ziquan probably held something back, afraid that they would not go, so he did not say. Yi Yuan nodded his head and continued saying, "Actually, when Yi Yuan returned from the fiend race back then, he went down the natural chasm once more. He could sense that natural chasm's extraordinariness and harbored a curious mindset. That was why he went down to investigate. Of course, others could also feel it. It was just that they did not have the ability to go down. Even Divine Lord Realm powerhouses got to be careful going down too. A single misstep, and it was the outcome of being smashed to pieces. One had to know, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. When Yi Yuan just broke through to Origin Deity Realm back then, he could just happen to go down and temper the Origin magnetism spirit would and explore it along the way. At that time, Yi Yuan sunk down close to 10,000 meters and still did not reach the bottom. But at that time, a strong uneasiness came from below, making Yi Yuan not dare to go deeper anymore. But Yi Yuan also felt that there seemed to faintly be a powerful aura transmitting out from below. It was as if there was some treasure currently gestating. This kind of magical place giving birth to whatever treasure was also a very normal thing. Hearing Ruo Su's introduction earlier, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to this natural chasm. If my conjectures are right, the precious treasure coming into being this time might be an innate divine Lord mystic treasure, or might even be an innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan words L bent on shocking people to death, igniting the elders' meeting all at once. What? Innate divine Lord mystic treasure. My God. Don't talk about innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Even innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Celestial deity powerhouses can't hold back either. This Ling Ziquan wouldn't be scamming us, right? All the elders revealed fervent looks, clearly extremely moved by this innate divine Lord mystic treasure. Chapter 16, 17 Old Scores. Chapter 16, 17 Old Scores. Ruo Su and Zhang Qi both had astonished expressions. Innate divine Lord mystic treasure. This term deeply shocked them. Yi Yuan only heard Dustless mention this thing when he dove down the natural chasm too. Dustless told Yi Yuan at that time, the origin magnetic field at this place was so strong, an innate divine Lord mystic treasure might be born deep at the bottom. Innate divine Lord mystic treasure and divine Lord mystic treasures refined postnatal. That level was completely different. Although divine Lord mystic treasures were rare, reaching Ruo Su's and Zheng Qi's level, having one was not a problem. But innate divine Lord mystic treasure was so rare that hearing it made one's hair stand on end. The reason why it was called innate divine Lord mystic treasure was naturally because it was gestated naturally. It was just that the conditions for forming were extremely harsh. Only in some very special places could it inoculate successfully. Innate divine Lord mystic treasures, its power overwhelmed same rank postnatal divine Lord mystic treasures. Not just so, the most precious aspect of innate divine Lord mystic treasures was that it was conceived naturally. Within it contained heavenly Tao laws. Once martial artists refined an innate divine Lord mystic treasure, they could fuse with this portion of heavenly Tao strength, letting themselves break through the shackles from there to a divine Lord realm powerhouse. The chances of breaking through to celestial deity realm would also greatly increase. How could this kind of treasure not move people? If the thing being born this time was an innate celestial deity, mystic treasure, that value was immeasurable. Celestial deity, realm powerhouses, would definitely go into action without delay. Elder Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. You can't make any jokes. Zheng Qi sucked in a cold breath and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can this Yi joke about this matter? But what's there below that natural chasm? This Yi can't say for sure as well. But it's definitely very dangerous. Furthermore, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. One's realm will also be suppressed drastically. The higher the realm, the higher the suppression. If Head Elder, you go, I reckon that at most you can only unleash the strength of third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned slightly fearful. Zheng Qi's expression could not help becoming serious. This news that Yi Yuan brought was very useful to him. This news, knowing in advance and preparing for it, was G. Oh, D knows how many times better than last-minute fumbling, blinding when the time came. Realm suppression was not targeted at them only, but targeting everyone. Once they were prepared, that was taking the initiative. At that time, fighting for the innate divine Lord mystic treasure was not impossible. Elder Yi, if it's really as you say, we still have to give this matter further thought and confer at length. But you still can't go. The ones going this time are definitely all divine Lord realm powerhouses. Even if their realms are suppressed, they are also not what you can deal with. Moreover, there are still celestial deity powerhouses raring to go. Zheng Qi said. Ruo Su also said, Elder Yi, old brother Zheng Qi is also worried about your safety. You'd best not go and join in the fun. Ever since after Ling Zikuan's incident, Ruo Su's impression of Yi Yuan improved significantly. Thinking about it, for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have such a genius, there only seemed to be advantages and no disadvantage. Furthermore, Yi Yuan repaid Ingrat. 1. Tued with kindness, preserving Song Qiang's face, and also let him vent his grievance. This made him much more pleased in his heart. In the past, he was under an obsession, seemingly taking unnecessary pains to split hairs, opposing Yi Yuan in every way. It seemed to be somewhat too much. Ruo Su knew that his hate had extended on account of another, because of Shen Yu and because he feared Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said, 2 head elders, recently I encountered some bottleneck in cultivation and it's hard to resolve. This time, I can just go out and take a walk. You all rest assured this Yi still has some means. Protecting myself should be an issue. Moreover, at the fiend-calling ridge there, I think body is more familiar and more used to it than I am. When Zheng Qi saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he still had a considerable trump card on him. Zheng Qi ruminated for a moment and finally said, "All right, since Elder Yi insists on going, then go along. But once there's something amiss, you must escape right away. You mustn't seek to outs. I plus any others." Coming to the fiend calling ridge once more, Yi Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scenery before his eyes. Countless brilliant rays of sunlight shone out from inside the 100,000-foot abyss, spectacular to behold. From very far away, Yi Yuan sensed the extremely strong origin magnetic field. Slight, weaker divine Lord Realm powerhouses could not even fly. At this time, fiend calling ridges 2sh. Our ES already had large numbers of powerhouses gathered. They were practically all divine Lord Realm and above powerhouses. Disregarding the fiend race's side, just the human race's side, the divine Lord Realm powerhouses that came were no less than 100 people. Among them had the reinforcements which River Eternal Imperial City invited, and also reclusive powerhouses who were drawn over. "How is it, Yi Yuan?" Zheng Qi asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan observed for a while and said, "This force field is at least 5 times of the original. Furthermore, it's still growing stronger continuously. I didn't expect that in a short 100 years' time such a massive change actually happened to this place. Then, according to your surmises, what kind of treasure will be born this time?" Zheng Qi said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "It's still hard to say right now, but likely the grade won't be too low." The two people were currently talking in a low voice when suddenly a pair walked over the side. "Haha, Zheng Qi, long time no see. You're actually not dead yet." An ear-piercing voice drifted over from a distance. Zheng Qi's face turned black, and he said coldly, "Gao Yuan, you're not dead. How can this old man dare to die?" The one in the lead was a slightly chubby old man who looked very wretched, but his aura was very powerful. It was actually on par with head Elder Zheng Qi. Gao Yuan laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "How can a defeated opponent dare to talk brave words?" "Ha ha! Didn't expect that you dared to come personally this time. You mustn't be like that D.A.M. and master of yours, who died here without any explanation." Zheng Qi's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan could clearly feel his fury, but he forcefully reined it in. "Gao Yuan, don't you get OCKY? Master's grudge. I'll seek it back personally one day," Zheng Qi said in a cold voice. Upon meeting, swords were drawn, and they were ready to jump at each other's throats. Yi Yuan was uncertain and asked an elder by the side, "What's going on here?" The elder said, "Several tens of thousands of years ago, had Elder's master perished inside a mystic realm. But it was said that at that time had Elder's master originally wouldn't have fallen. He only died because he fell into a trap dug by this Gao Yuan. In the end, this Gao Yuan escaped safe and sound, while Head Elder's master died inside the mystic realm. Head Elder later cultivated bitterly, and finally broke through to become a 9th-layered heaven divine lord. Hence, he went to find this Gao Yuan to take revenge, who knew that because of the lucky chance that this Gao Yuan obtained inside the mystic realm that time, he actually touched the threshold of celestial deity realm and stepped into half-step celestial deity realm. Head Elder returned in defeat and was nearly killed by Gao Yuan. If not for City Lord personally taking action, Head Elder would probably have already perished. Yi Yuan did not think that there were actually still so many twists and turns involved. Back then, when he brought Cold Feather back, after Cold Feather heard the news of Wu Xingtong's demise, he was still dejected for a while. Clearly, he also valued this disciple of his greatly. Chapter 1618, Unfortunate Wretch. Chapter 1618, Unfortunate Wretch. Ha! Why wouldn't I be OCKY? The precious treasure being born this time might be the turning point for me to break through to the celestial deity realm. The height that you and that D.A.M. and master of yours couldn't reach, I reached it. Won't you say I should be pleased with myself? Gao Yuan said smugly. In fact, he was still 1 generation older than Zheng Qi. According to his seniority and strength, he shouldn't come to this place personally. Now that he was here, he naturally came for the lucky chance this time. He already had half a foot stepped into celestial deity realm, but he kept failing to break through. Such a lucky chance. He naturally would not let it go easily. Zheng Qi was angered by him until his face was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he caught up from behind, catching up to Gao Yuan's realm, who could have thought that he relied on the lucky chance he schemed and to harm his master? At the end, he actually had half a foot stepped into the celestial deity realm. Zheng Qi's talent was also extremely outstanding, but regarding the celestial deity realm, he had the heart, but his strength was lacking. These few years, he practically used everything in his ARS, Enel, and was also unable to find the opportunity to break through to celestial deity realm. You naturally have a possibility of obtaining the lucky chance and breakthrough to celestial deity realm, but you also have a likelihood of dying in the fiend calling ridge, becoming a pile of yellow dirt. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Gao Yuan's face fell. His eyes revealed a murderous light as he looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not afraid and met Gao Yuan's gaze. Where did this punk come from? The seniors are talking. Is there a right for you to interrupt? And Body would have expected that while talking, Gao Yuan raised his hand and it was a palm. A powerful palm force rushed toward Yi Yuan at lightning speed. This palm was too sudden. There were no signs beforehand at all, resulting in everyone not reacting. Sounds of exclamations could be heard all around. It was as if already seeing the scene of Yi Yuan being smacked into minced meat by a palm. How powerful was the palm of a half-step celestial deity powerhouse? Even just a casual strike was also not what a grand completion origin deity martial artist could resist. But the next scene made everyone's exclamations become stupefaction. Boom! A loud boom. A first-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse, beside Gao Yuan directly flew out. That person fell to the ground, his entire person incomparably miserable, and was actually on his dying breath already. Gao Yuan's countenance suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock, "Spatial laws!" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, not bad, huh? You have some knowledge." Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. "Fis, H.I." Plussing out a medicinal pill, he said to the people beside him in a solemn voice, "Let him take it." The people beside him did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly going to feed the medicinal pill to that unlucky, first-layered heaven divine, Lord Powerhouse, who was twisting up in a FLUS. To Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yuan. A cold light glinted. He was bullying Yi Yuan on the basis that was young just now, determining that he was Zheng Qi's junior disciple, who was brought out this time to see the world. Who could have expected that this young man was actually so troublesome and actually comprehended spatial laws? What kind of visual prowess did Gao Yuan have? He saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan's spatial laws were not that kind of half-baked stuff, but extremely profound comprehensions that below earlier looked simple. But in reality, Yi Yuan manipulated spatial laws, went through a very complicated spatial shuttling, only then transmitting the attack onto that unfortunate wretch. This level of means was simply inconceivable. Spatial laws. That young man actually knows spatial laws. My G.O.D. This kid actually comprehended spatial laws, and he's only just origin deity realm. When did such a freak appear in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Hearing spatial laws, cries of exclamations sounded out by the side. This kind of heaven-defying law, who did not wish to comprehend it, except let people cultivate bitterly for 10,000 years, and they also could not figure out a speck. Even though these divine Lord Realm powerhouses could use a portion of spatial power regarding spatial laws, they still only knew a bit of superficial knowledge. But Yi Yuan was just origin deity realm and had not even opened up his own small world, and actually already comprehended spatial laws. For a moment, jealousy, envy, various emotions suffused in the air. When Gao Yuan attacked, just now, Zhang Qi got a fright too. But Gao Yuan caught him by surprise, making him too late to come to the rescue. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan had long been prepared, giving him a dose of his medicine, crippling a divine Lord realm powerhouse of the other side. All of the frustrations, just now, turned into veiled delight. Old punk Gao Yuan, you made an error of judgment this time. Yi Yuan isn't some junior. He's my heavenly eagle Imperial City's elder. He still has the qualifications to scold you a bit, Zhang Qi said with a beam. There was another wave of exclamations around. It was still their first time hearing that an origin deity realm could actually become an Imperial City's elder. But just based on the spatial laws, it seemed to be sufficient as well. He nearly one-shot a first-layered heaven divine lord with one move. Even though there was suspicion of opportunism, if it were others, who could do it? Gao Yuan's gaze was icy cold and clearly had killing intent aroused towards Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Very good. You all are stirring up this old man's wrath here. Then you guys have to be prepared to receive this old man's fury." While talking, a terrifying pressure instantly descended. Those who were slightly weaker, practically, could not stand on their feet. The pressure of a half-step celestial deity realm was too strong. Zhang Qi revealed a solemn look, secretly thinking to himself that this old fellow's strength seemed to be much stronger again. But Yi Yuan was composed in the face of a crisis, seemingly not worried at all. At this time, Ling Zikuin suddenly appeared and said, "Dear me, Brother Gao Yuan, on the account of this old man's face, you all put down your individual grievances first, all right? Opposite, the fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. If we have internal strife first, who the big lucky chance belongs to this time would be hard to say." Gao Yuan's expression changed, his aura instantly withdrawing. He gave a cold snort and said, "Ling Zikuin, looking on the account of your face today, I'll spare this brat first. But after this matter, this old man will definitely seek justice for the disciple under me." Ling Zikuin hurriedly said, "Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Oh, right, this one is the Yen Zhe who's garrisoned at Tai Drain City. He's more clear about the situation around here. Let him introduce it first." A middle-aged man flashed out from behind Ling Zikuin, gave a bow to Zhang Qi, Gao Yuan, and the rest, and said, "This lowly one, Yen Zhe, pays respect to your excellencies." Suddenly, a person behind Yen Zhe cried out, "Why, Yi Yuan? You're Yi Yuan." Yen Zhe's gaze turned intent, and he could not help sweeping over Yi Yuan, immediately feeling somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he also suddenly came to realize the truth and exclaimed, You're Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan had long recognized these two people. One was the Yen Zhe who had a chance encounter with him before. The other was an old acquaintance, Ling Feng. He did not expect to actually be able to meet these two people on this kind of occasion. Ling Zikuin's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What Yi Yuan? Is Yi Yuan what you guys can call? Got to call Lord Yi Yuan or Elder Yi Yuan." This shock was by no means insignificant. Ling Feng did not understand, but Yen Zhe understood what being an elder meant. Thinking back then, when he saw Yi Yuan, the other party was still merely a little kid who had just entered Heaven Glimpse Realm. Only 100 over years had gone by, but Yi Yuan actually already became an Imperial City's elder? This was too fantastical, right? Chapter 1619 Humans Common Enemy. Chapter 1619 Humans Common Enemy. All old friends already. Don't need to be like this. Just call me Yi Yuan. Ling Feng, long time no see. You seem to be doing pretty well now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ling Feng was incomparably shocked. In just a short 100 over years, Yi Yuan's realm actually already grew from the initial stage, Heaven Glimpse back, then to the current grand completion origin deity. This cultivation speed was simply inconceivable. Elder Yi, and not at all. Ling Feng also came back to his senses and immediately realized that Yi Yuan's present ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. How could he still dare to address Yi Yuan as brothers? Yi Yuan smiled and did not force things as well. He knew that there was already an insurmountable gulf between him and Ling Feng. Having him talk on equal footing with him again was likely very difficult. His growth would inevitably be accompanied by this kind of situation happening. Yan Zi was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. Back then, Yi Yuan was still just a little fellow in his eyes. He did not expect that 100 over years of not seeing, he was already an imperial city's elder. This made him rather uncomfortable. But he came back to his senses very quickly and said to Ling Feng, "Ling Feng, you understand this area the best. Introduce the situation of Fiend Calling Ridge for the various lords then." Ling Feng bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Yan Zi." At this time, numerous divine Lord Realm powerhouses gathered around, all of their auras shocking. Facing so many divine Lord Realm powerhouses, Ling Feng's complexion was also rather pale. Fortunately, he had been on the battlefield for many years and was also a person full of vigor and vitality. He could barely manage to calm himself. Hence, he started to speak with fervor and assurance, introducing the terrain and features of Fiend Calling Ridge, the dangers of the natural chasm, as well as the opposite fiend race's forces distribution. Ling Feng had flopped around here for many years and knew these things with great familiarity. While Yan Ziyi was pulled to one side by Ling Zikuin, who asked softly, "How did you guys know Yi Yuan?" Mentioning this, Yan Zhe's expression turned fearful, being filled with great respect for Yi Yuan. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan, Tai Drain City would have long been breached. Now, this place would likely be the fiend race's territory already. He recounted the events back then, making Ling Zikuin incredibly shocked. This kid is indeed a freak. When, at Heaven Glimpse Realm, he could challenge the fiend race army alone. For him to have such accomplishments now, it's also not unusual anymore, Ling Zikuin said with a sigh. Yan Zi said, curiously, Head Elder, this Yi Yuan is merely at the grand completion origin deity realm. No matter how powerful his strength is, it's also limited, right? Why can he become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder? Ling Zikuin chuckled and said, this kid's alchemy, Tao strength, even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder is ashamed of his inferiority. Do you think he can become an elder or not? Moreover, he even comprehended spatial laws. He's simply a freak. Yan Zhe's eyes opened wide with a look of disbelief. Even though he guarded the frontier, what Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder signified, he was very clear. Yi Yuan was just grand completion origin deity and could actually make head elder candidly admit defeat. Such strength was a little too freakish, right? Very soon, Ling Feng introduced the general situation on this side. Everybody also had an understanding. Right now, the precious treasure had not come into being yet. After everyone understood the situation, they each found a place to conserve strength and build up energy. But Yi Yuan pulled Ling Feng to one side and talked about the old days with him, and gave him some rank 2 divine pills. Ling Feng's talent was pretty good. He was clearly peak middle stage, Heaven Glimpse already. When he saw the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave, he was shocked until his jaws to the ground. He realized that as long as he had these medicinal pills, it should not be a problem for him to break through to origin deity realm. What Yi Yuan left for him were all divine-grade medicinal pills. In the following few days, everyone all quietly waited for the day the precious treasure came into being. On this day, light rose to the sky at Fiend Calling Ridge, dazzling to the extreme, giving people a strong sense of shock. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of great Tao laws. The precious treasure is finally born. Just based on this aura, it's absolutely a rare treasure. Too strong. No wonder everyone said that even celestial deity powerhouses will be moved. This treasure, I must acquire it. Sensing the might of the treasure, The people were all unbelievably fervent. Everyone clambered to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The treasure is already born. Everybody quickly go down. Someone gave a roar and leaped into the natural moat, with the first person taking the lead. Someone immediately followed suit. Quite a number of itinerant cultivators were afraid of people taking the initiative and also jumped down after. Arg! But with this jump, there was immediately someone who discovered something amiss. Those people lost their center of gravity all of a sudden and actually dropped straight down the 100,000-foot abyss. Screams came over, making everyone panic. One had to know these were all divine Lord Realm powerhouses, capable of flying in the air. They were actually unable to resist the origin magnetic field within the natural chasm. Someone exclaimed, "Everybody don't jump! This origin magnetic field is too strong. There's simply no way to fly in the air." Their faces revealed looks of despair. Was this going to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities Group also came to the edge of the chasm at this time. Yi Yuan discovered that the origin magnetic field at this time was more than a dozen times stronger than originally. Such a horrifying gravity. Even divine Lord Realm powerhouses found it difficult to control themselves too. And he knew that the further down, the stronger the force field. Falling down only had the outcome of being smashed into pieces. Yi Yuan, what to do here? Zheng Qi could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We can only each display our magical abilities. According to my estimation, 7th layered Heaven Divine Lords should be able to go down on their own. 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords can roughly bring 2 or 3 people down." Zheng Qi said in surprise, "This force field is actually so strong." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Only strong, not weak. How powerful the force field below is, I can't say for sure as well. Perhaps when 7th layered Heaven Divine Lords go down, they will also have to suffer a huge loss." Hiss! Heavenly eagles, people sucked in a cold breath. The strength of this force field was also too great. The crux was that going down did not have any way of resorting to trickery at all. Only by relying on the world power of divine Lord Realm powerhouses, forcefully breaking free of the constraints of the force field, could one stabilize their figure from there. Everyone also did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Doesn't this mean that only 4 or 5 of us can go down?" Zheng Qi said helplessly. Everyone had disappointed looks. Not being able to go down meant that they brushed past the lucky chance this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's talking about others. We're naturally all going down." Ling Zikuin suddenly came close and asked Yi Yuan, "That elder Yi knows spatial laws. Are you able to bring people down?" His words immediately attracted many people's attention, scooting over one after another. "Elder Yi, bring us down." "Yeah, reaching below, we might be facing the threat of the fiend race. One more person, one more portion of strength." "Elder Yi, we should be united against outsiders now, don't you say so?" Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses all looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, afraid that he would refuse. But at this time, Gao Yuan suddenly snorted coldly and said, "All so submissive and meek for what? If he dares to not agree, that's becoming all humans' common enemy." Chapter 16, 20 Not This Price. Chapter 16:20 Not this price. The moment these words came out, the scene became quiet. But very soon, someone came forward to concur. "Yeah, we're all giving River, Eternal Imperial City, a helping hand. What right does he have to not bring us down? We're fighting for the human race right now. If he doesn't bring us, that's rising universal condemnation. The fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. Every additional person we have, it's an additional portion of strength. If he doesn't bring everybody down because of a little selfish motive, that's too beneath contempt." These people suddenly discovered that Gao Yuan fought for an excellent reason for them. Hence, they started agreeing one by one. At this time, each and every one of them was righteous and awe-inspiring, as if they incarnated to become the messengers of justice, seemingly all becoming the heroes of the human race. They all believed that under this kind of pressure, forget about Yi Yuan, even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also put pressure on Yi Yuan and force him to give in. No imperial city dared to shoulder such a crime. Sure enough, Zheng Qi's face changed several times. He opened his mouth, but he did not know how to start talking. Rather, there was an elder who could not hold back and said, "Elder Yi, why not just bring them along? This isn't a joke." "Yeah, Elder Yi, this crime, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City can't bear it." Gao Yuan watched his scene, sneering in his heart to no end. Make him come and beg Yi Yuan? No chance. He was secretly pleased with himself in his heart. I only used a slight trick. At the end, wouldn't you still have to submit obediently? Yi Yuan remained silent the whole time, quietly watching these people perform. They all seemed to be here to help River, Eternal Imperial City, resist the fiend race. But actually, they were all here to fish in muddy waters. This point, Yi Yuan was well aware long ago. These people were in a state of disunity. They were not as united as the fiend race at all. Really encountering the fiend race, they might do something. After a while, when the surrounding voices gradually became quieter, only then Yi Yuan took his time to say, "All done posturing." Everyone's faces became stifled when they heard this. Then they heard Yi Yuan slowly say, "Amen, looks like you're done posturing. Then let me say a few words. Firstly, don't take the human race's righteous cause to come and pressure this little lord. The things that this little lord has done for the human race, you all can't even catch up by whipping your horses. Secondly, don't hope to use Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to come and pressure me. My temper isn't too good. If really push me into a corner, I'll withdraw from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right now. None of you can think about going down." Gao Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Without the protection of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, do you think that you can walk out of here?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Old thing, this little lord. I am not bringing your people down today. Come bite me if you have the capabilities." Gao Yuan's face fell and he said, "Kid, you really take it as this old man doesn't dare to touch you." Yi Yuan did not have the slightest fear and said hatefully, "You feel free to come and give it a try." Ling Zikuan saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly became a mediator. If really fell out, the one suffering a loss would still be them, River Eternal Imperial City. Goodness me, for everybody to be able to come to Fiend Calling Ridge. It's giving my River Eternal Imperial City face. Brother Gao Yuan, younger brother Yi, let's all simmer down first, all right? Ling Zikuan said. Yi Yuan did not care about him either and continued, saying, "Thirdly, this little lord, I can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Just now, those who use whatever human race's righteous cause to come and pressure me, each and every one of you, I've remembered it. If you guys want to go down, can each person 1 billion divine essence stones, not a single one less. Don't tell me that you all can't take it out, and also don't think about bargaining. This little lord isn't a 3-year-old kid. The rest, I can bring you guys down for free." Those people who concurred with Gao Yuan earlier immediately felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. The price of one sentence of 1 billion divine essence stones. However, Gao Yuan, Ling Zikuan, Zheng Qi and the likes were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all high-ranking figures who wield authority that were the most proficient in this kind of stratagem. They never expected that Yi Yuan actually resolved all of the previous awkwardness with a beautiful Tai Chi push. He threw his temper and also brought the people away and even made a big killing. This was simply mind-blowing. Want to go? Kemba, pay up. Actually, the people who concurred with Gao Yuan just now were mostly those middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Their strengths were inadequate to go down, but they also wanted face and also wanted to curry favor with Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity powerhouse. That was why they would say those kinds of words. While those slightly weaker initial stage divine Lord Realm martial artists mostly did not make a sound. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was weak, he was a true blue elder. With their status, they could not afford to offend at all. They naturally did not dare to speak out. At this time, each and every one of them rejoiced greatly. Luckily, they did not throw a rock down the well just now. You stepped on me, and still wanted to make me bring you down? How could Yi Yuan let them do as they wished? Not dying, I also have to make you lose a layer of skin. Yi Yuan uttering 1 billion this number. Naturally, he had a score in his heart. These middle-stage, divine Lord Realm powerhouses, most were some imperial cities' major families' powerhouses. Their status extraordinary. They were naturally much wealthier compared to those itinerant cultivators. 1 billion this sum. They could definitely take it out. But it would absolutely make them lose a layer of skin. Why? Oh, body wants to go down? Head elderling. Not that I'm not giving face. It's that they themselves don't want to go down. Those who didn't posture earlier, all stand on this side. I'll bring you all down right away, Yuan said coolly. The moment his voice faded, a large group of people rushed over to this side, for fear of falling behind. Before long, close to 100 people stood behind Yuan. The ones who spoke up to squeeze Yuan were just the minority after all. At this time they stood in the wind like lone flowers swaying, lonely to the extreme. While talking, a burst of spatial laws surged. Yi Yuan was really going to directly bring these people down. How could those people still carry on waiting? They immediately loosened up. Elder Yi, 1 billion I pay. Just now, I've offended you just now. I'm truly sorry about it. A 6th-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse ran over in a hurry and stuffed the storage ring, holding divine essence stones into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan weighed the storage ring and said with a smile, Amen. Everything can be arranged if there's money. Go to that side then. 1 billion divine essence stones to buy a lucky chance. You don't lose out. Hoo-hoo. That person was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly standing behind Yi Yuan, with someone taking the lead. How could the others still endure it? All handed divine essence stones onto Yi Yuan's hands in great haste, afraid of Yi Yuan going back on his words. Zheng Qi was long already dumbfounded at Yi Yuan's side. In this short while, Yi Yuan already collected over 10 billion divine essence stones. This was simply opening a divine essence stone mine. Was earning money so easy? Different from Zheng Qi, Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. H-head elder, what should we do? Gao Yuan's subordinates asked weakly. Clearly they were anxious too. Gao Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan's move really checkmated him in Bara. Sing him to the extreme. Now, their utmost peace imperial city was already being isolated. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Go! Utmost peace imperial city's powerhouses were akin to being granted amnesty, heading over to Yi Yuan's side one after another, wanting to pay divine essence stones. However, Yi Yuan did not receive it and said coolly to Gao Yuan, Old man Gao, if your men want to go down, can as well. But it's not this price. Chapter 16:21 Robbing the Rich and Helping the Poor. Chapter 16:21 Robbing the Rich and Helping the Poor. Gao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Toward Gao Yuan's killing intent, Yi Yuan was completely indifferent. He just said coolly, Old man Gao, you really think that this little lord has a good temper, right? Originally, it wasn't so troublesome, but you insisted on fanning fire here, using so-called human race's righteous cause to come and pressure me. It's clearly you who covets the precious treasure, but then you insist on feigning a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. Do you really take me to be a 3-year-old kid? Trying to repulse me, right? This is the outcome of disgusting me. The scene was silent. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan in amazement. To dare speak to a half-step celestial deity realm powerhouse like this, Yi Yuan was probably one of a kind. One had to know, even though half-step celestial deities were not genuine celestial deity powerhouses, once he took this step, that was an existence who looked down upon the world. Therefore, That was why those people wanted to suck up to Gao Yuan and squeeze Yi Yuan. Gao Yuan's chest was like a puffing bellow, furious until he puffed heavily. His expression was incredibly grim, icy cold to the extreme as he said in a chilly voice, "Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you?" The aura of a half-step celestial deity releasing. The powerful pressure enveloped everyone once again. But Yi Yuan was not the least bit afraid and said nonchalantly, "You're the one who doesn't dare. So many people are waiting for me to bring them down. If you kill me, you'll be the human race's common enemy." Gao Yuan choked when he heard it. The imposing momentum that had just condensed immediately vanished without a trace. This punk actually completely turned the situation around unknowingly. Now, this kid actually used this reason to come and threaten him, and he could not seem to find a reason to retaliate. Monstrous waves stirred in the heart of the Zhengqi at one side. Yi Yuan, this brat, not only was his talent exceedingly terrifying, his means were actually so superb too. Originally, a single misstep, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and him would be dragged into the water. But in a twinkle, the situation was reversed by Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan reverse checkmated him. Gao Yuan could only be a mute eating a dose of bitter medicine, suffering humiliation in silence. But seeing Gao Yuan slumping, Zhengqi was really endlessly refreshed in his heart. Gao Yuan was livid. He wished to tear Yi Yuan with his hands. But what Yi Yuan said was right. He really did not dare. Gao Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "State the price then." He really did not expect that he was actually forced until he was at a complete loss on what to do by a brat still wet behind his ears. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Make it a bit cheaper for you. 1 divine Lord Mystic treasure for 2 people. Gao Yuan's eyes became wide saucers and he roared, "What did you say?" To think that you can say it out. Do you think that divine Lord Mystic treasures are common wares? Everyone behind Yi Yuan looked at each other speechlessly, full of shock. This elder Yu is really demanding an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You, a half-step celestial deity, realm powerhouse. Could you not have a few articles of divine Lord Mystic treasures that you have no use for on you? Using them to exchange for a lucky chance for utmost peace Imperial City's young generation. It's all too worthwhile. Or is it that you're selfish until you aren't willing to contribute to utmost peace Imperial City?" Gao Yuan was angry until he billowed his beard and glared, but he was powerless to do anything. This brat was really sharp-tongued. "I have divine Lord Mystic treasures. But why should I give them to you? For no reason. Brat, to dare ask for this old man's things, be careful it stuffs you to bursting and kills you," Gao Yuan said viciously. "Hoo-hoo, this little Lord Zapet. 1. Tea is ferocious. Don't need you to worry about it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Everyone is waiting to go down," Yi Yuan said coolly. Gao Yuan was like squeezing out toothpaste, taking out 3 divine Lord Mystic treasures, and said in a cold voice, "Brat, eating this old man's stuff, you'll ultimately have to spit out." Yi Yuan received the divine Lord Mystic treasures directly through a sword of Ning Tianping and said coolly, "You don't have a divine Lord Mystic treasure yet, right? This sword will be given to you." "Ah, which of you still don't have divine Lord Mystic treasures?" Ning Tianping, as a martial tower protector, and Yi Yuan's follower naturally came along too. He received the long sword, extremely excited in his heart. Even though the Ning family was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's major family, it was impossible to have a divine Lord Mystic treasure in everyone's hands. Only Gao Yuan, this kind of old, undying fellow, a person who went to no idea how many mystic realms, did how many schemes, could have so many divine Lord Mystic treasures on him. Even though Ning Tianping was already almost 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord, he really did not have a divine Lord Mystic treasure in possession. Now that he had a divine Lord Mystic treasure, he was confident that defeating 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses should be nothing difficult. Even when encountering 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, he had the power to have a battle too. Ning Tianping bowed and said, "Many thanks, Elder Yi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, You followed me, so I'll have to give you some benefits. Very soon, Yi Yuan also distributed the other 2 divine Lord Mystic treasures, agitating the people who obtained them badly. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's side was extremely excited, because, counting according to the number of people, the opposite side had to at least take out 2 divine Lord Mystic treasures to be able to bring everyone away. Quite a number of people came from Utmost Peace Imperial City this time. Adding them up, there were close to 20 people. Counting Gao Yuan, there were 4 people above 7th layered Heaven Divine Lord. If each of them brought 2 to 3 people along, there were still around 10 people. If they wanted all to go down, they had to use divine Lord Mystic treasures. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Mo Hui, Zhu Yunkai, each of you take out another divine Lord Mystic treasure." This Mo Hui and Zhu Yunkai were both 8th layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses. Hearing Gao Yuan's words at this time, their hearts were dripping blood. "You caused trouble. Now, you want us to wipe your backside for you." But facing Gao Yuan, they dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. They could only each take out a divine Lord Mystic treasure. After Yi Yuan got them, he immediately distributed them. With this, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's side's strength increased greatly. Zhang Qi said, "Yi Yuan, so many divine Lord Mystic treasures. Why didn't you keep one for yourself?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Does Head Elder feel that I'm someone who lacks divine Lord Mystic treasures?" Zhang Qi could not help being stunned when he heard it. The current Yi Yuan was just like a nouveau riche, exuding the aura of a tyke. Oh, and from head to toe, these were 5 divine Lord Mystic treasures. He gave them away without blinking, just like this. When Gao Yuan saw this scene, he was even more livid with rage, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. "You don't lack divine Lord Mystic treasures. Then what did you scam me for?" Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said with a smile, "I just feel that a powerhouse like Old Man Gao should sympathize with bottom-level martial artists a little. Either way, he can't use these things. So why not take them out and let everybody increase their strength? This way, our human race's collective strength will also rise significantly, don't you say so?" Even though I don't find Old Man Gao pleasing to the eye, he's considered to have contributed to the human race with this. If anybody gets a lucky chance, you have to remember that he was good to you. Pooh work! Gao Yuan finally had anger attack his heart, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This punk was simply terrible. Goodness, my Head Elder Gao, you have to take it easy. You're our human race's heavyweight figure, an existence who might step into celestial deity realm. If something were to happen, what would we do? Yi Yuan hurriedly said. Zhang Qi, hearing Yi Yuan's comical concern, laughed until he could not close his mouth at one side. In these several tens of thousands of years, he really had not laughed so happily like today. "All right, it's getting late. Don't let the fiend race take the initiative. We have to go down. In a while, when I use spatial laws, none of you resist. Otherwise, if you get lost in SPAC, don't blame me," Yi Yuan said. Chapter 16, 22 Falling into Heavy Encirclement. Chapter 16, 22 Falling into Heavy Encirclement. Back then, when Yi Yuan went down this bottomless abyss, what he relied on was the origin, magnetism, spirit wood. Presently, he no longer needed it. With his comprehension of spatial laws, going down was not something hard. But even so, their large group of people still went down for a day and night before coming into contact with the bottom. Not good. My realm is being suppressed. Mine is being suppressed too. Currently, I only have first layered heaven, divine, Lord strength. Do you all notice it? The force field here is too strong. There's no way to fly at all. Upon landing, everyone's cry of horror transmitted over. Clearly, this situation was completely different from what they imagined. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses could not fly, their realms were suppressed. This kind of situation made them too uncomfortable. Furthermore, the force field here was too strong. making them feel that even breathing was somewhat difficult. They were not used to it. Gao Yuan's expression was very ugly, because his realm was similarly being suppressed. Currently, it was only merely the likes of a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Such a suppression made him a little more worried about the expedition this time. However, when his gaze turned to Yi Yuan, his expression became darker. Yi Yuan's realm was actually no different from before. It seemed like there was no suppression force at all. This discovery made him extremely displeased. Rather, everyone from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had long been mentally prepared because of Yi Yuan's reminder and did not kick a big fuss like the rest. Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field quietly released, diminish. Plussing a large portion of the force field below. That bit remaining did not affect him too much. All right, everybody don't panic. This realm suppression isn't just targeted at us only. The fiend race powerhouses will likewise have their realms suppressed. It's just that we don't know what dangers this place has. So everybody best be more careful and take care not to get separated, Ling Zikuan said. These people had also experienced grand spectacles before. After experiencing the initial most panic, they accepted the reality very soon and calmed down. Apart from River Eternal Imperial City, there were people from a total of 3 great imperial cities who came to support them this time. They were respectively Utmost Peace Imperial City, Dear Sun Imperial City, and Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Among these 3 great forces, it was clearly Utmost Peace Imperial City's strength that was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. And Dear Sun Imperial City only sent an 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Elder over, who was considered the weakest one already, while River Eternal Imperial City sent a total of 30 over people this time. Apart from Ling Zikuan and this 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Expert, there were still 2 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouses. This lineup was considered rather impressive already. It was just that now, apart from Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity being suppressed to 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, the other 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Powerhouses were all suppressed to 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Middle-stage Divine Lord realms were all suppressed to 2nd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Initial stage Divine Lord realms were all suppressed to 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This result was clearly unexpected before they came down. The group of people advanced in groups, surrounded by jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. Not even a blade of GRAS growing, light very dim. Everyone lit divine fires before they could barely manage to make out the path. We haven't discovered the fiend race's traces, even until now. Could it be that they couldn't find a way down? Ling Zikuan suddenly said, his words faintly exuding excitement. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, If it's like this, then the chances of us getting the lucky chance will greatly increase. Dear Sun Imperial City, 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Zhuqing said, I don't believe that the fiend race also has a powerhouse who understands spatial laws. Those who can come down are probably not many. We have so many people. Eradicating them is easily accomplished. But Yi Yuan said, You guys are thinking too much. 100 years ago, the fiend race already created flying boats that can suspend above the natural chasm. With the strength, with divine Lord Realm powerhouses, and going together with that flying boat, the fiend race powerhouses might have long come down before. Yi Yuan's words were akin to a bucket of cold water splaws. Plussing on their heads, instantly making them feel a chill. Haha, it's still this kid who's smart. What's the use of being smart? Doesn't he still have to die here? These humans are really a bunch of fools to actually still hope that we're not coming, ha ha ha. At this time, a series of unbridled voices suddenly sounded out all around, making everyone's faces change drastically. The ones who said this could only be the fiend race's powerhouses. And, Body would have thought that they were suddenly surrounded. Most importantly, they looked in all directions and could not find traces of fiend race powerhouses at all. only hearing the voices, not seeing the people. Fiend dogs, scram out here for this father of yours. What kind of ability is it to sneak around furtively? If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board fight. A bunch of cowardly turtles. The human powerhouses' roars seemed rather ferocious in appearance, but feeble in essence. They wanted to goad the fiend race powerhouses out, but how could the fiend race powerhouse do as they wanted? Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Don't shout anymore. We've already fallen into the grand array that the fiend race set up. They're not far from us right now. It's just that you guys can't see." The moment everyone heard, their faces could not help changing. These fiend race powerhouses had clearly long laid in ambush, just waiting for them to walk right into the trap. A voice dripping with sarcasm said sneeringly, "Ha! This kid has some ability to actually be able to realize that they have already fallen into an array formation. But it's no use. This soul-devouring devil cloud formation is a peak rank 4 divine formation. Even if 9th layered heaven divine lords get caught inside, it's certain death too. Moreover, you all have your realms suppressed currently." Gao Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that he had not seen the treasure yet and already got caught in a desperate situation. Peak rank 4 divine formation. If he did not have his realm suppressed, wanting to escape was naturally no problem. But now he was only 4th layered heaven divine lord. How to run away? Could it be that he was really going to die first before achieving success in the expedition? You all savor the power of the soul-devouring devil cloud formation well. This Xiantian mystic treasure will belong to our fiend race. Done talking, clouds of red fog actually appeared out of thin air, surrounding everyone inside. The red fog filled the air. It was so dark that you could not see your hand in front of you at all. Everyone already lost traces of their companions. Kill, kill, kill. Kill you, this fiend dog. Suddenly, someone among the humans screamed, chopping over toward a companion beside him with a sword. Pucci! That person was caught off guard, his head directly being chopped flying, and already died until he was deader than dead. This soul-devouring devil cloud formation was able to take effect on the martial artist's divine soul, making them produce illusions and kill each other. For a moment, the companions that they saw all became fiend race powerhouses, incomparably sinister. These people attacked brutally, betting life for life with each other, just like they became mortal enemies. A hint of red light flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, seemingly seeing through the stretch of red fog. Immediately after, his figure moved, disappearing from the people's line of sight. Among the fiend race's battalion, Heavenstar's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Dian, "Did you feel that that kid just now looked a lot like someone?" With a Xiantian mystic treasure coming into being this time, Blood Yamahal and eminent Orchid Imperial City formed a tacit agreement, sending large groups of powerhouses over. Heavenstar and Dian were precisely among them. Dian was not familiar with Yi Yuan, but Heavenstar's impression was Yi Yuan was very deep. At this time, Heavenstar finally discovered a hint of something amiss. Chapter 16, 23 Height of Shamelessness. Chapter 16, 23 Height of Shamelessness, D.N. said rather puzzledly, "You're saying?" Heavenstar said, "Oh my. Back then, Source Knight, that punk disguised as a fiend. Wasn't his appearance very similar to that kid just now?" D.N. ruminated when he heard that. He suddenly startled awake and said, "If you didn't say it, I really couldn't recall. It's him." It was not that D.N. was forgetful, but Yi Yuan in human state and Yi Yuan in fiend race state, his aura and disposition were vastly different. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan did some modifications in appearance. That was why D.N. did not recognize him. Now, being reminded by Heavenstar, D.N. abruptly realized it. D.N. said in a clear voice, "Hang on. Let's go back first." D.N. was this group of fiends' important figure. His words were naturally very effective. Another leader, Qiaoen, said, "What's wrong, D.N.?" Could it be that those humans still have a possibility of escaping from the soul-devouring devil cloud formation? Dian said, if it was just those people, it's naturally impossible, but there is a very great variable among them. Chow and was rather surprised as he said, it's that kid you guys were talking about earlier? However, just being at the origin deity realm, is he actually so formidable? Heavenstar said with a cold smile. He toyed with the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City and Blood Yamahal in the palm of his hand, and finally even obtained the precious treasure and withdrew. Do you think he's formidable or not? Even though they did not know the Purple Extreme Hall's grade, use one's BU. T to think that they would also know that it was definitely a precious treasure. Chow and got a big shock and said, this brat is that one who made you all suffer a tragic loss the last time? Heavenstar said with a cold smile, that punk, I'll still recognize him even if he turns to ashes. This time, I'm going to let him know what's called despair. Get lost for your father. In the red fog, Gao Yuan's eyes were scarlet red. He already almost could not hold on anymore. This array formation was too powerful. With the strength of his divine soul, he was actually unable to resist it. Even though he tried his best to stay awake, his consciousness still became increasingly blurry. This old man has roamed unhindered for a lifetime. How can I possibly capsize in a drain? Gao Yuan roared, wanting to rush out of the grand array. But his consciousness became more and more blurry. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise transmitted over. Gao Yuan immediately felt his divine soul ease up, recovering clarity. What's going on here? What did I do just now? Junior apprentice brother, who killed you? I'm going to take revenge for you. It was Elder Yi who saved us. Not far away, there was a destroyed formation base beside Yi Yuan, and the surroundings already had quite a few formation bases destroyed. Very clearly, this was all done by Yi Yuan. Many thanks. Many thanks for Elder Ye's life-saving grace. All thanks to Elder Yi. Otherwise, we'd be completely wiped out. Elder Yi is indeed not ordinary. This old man admires you. Everyone came over to give thanks to Yi Yuan one by one after another. If not for Yi Yuan, they would probably have already utterly fallen into enemy hands now. It was just that they were extremely surprised in their hearts. Why was Yi Yuan not controlled in the slightest inside this grand array? This grand array directly took effect on the divine soul, but Yi Yuan's divine soul had the soul-suppressing pearl guarding. How could the grand array corrode it in the least bit? And Yi Yuan's sun-moon heavenly pupil had the effect of blasting apart falsehood, making him find these formation bases very quickly. As long as the formation bases were destroyed, the grand array would naturally be broken. Zhang Qi still had lingering fear in his heart until now. He discovered now that bringing Yi Yuan was really an extremely wise decision. Without Yi Yuan, their large group of people would have fallen here. Humph! Not saving us. He'd have to die here too. Gao Yuan said with a cold snort. When Zheng Qi heard that, he said angrily, You, this old fogey, are really shameless to actually be able to say this kind of words. Gao Yuan said disdainfully, Am I wrong? Just based on his bit of strength, can he deal with so many fiends? Don't tell me that he doesn't want to obtain that treasure. Sure enough, with him saying so, the grateful emotions on everyone's faces immediately reduced greatly. Human nature was selfish, even though Yi Yuan saving them was a fact. When they realized that Yi Yuan might H away their lucky chance, they became vigilant. Gao Yuan was very pleased with himself when he saw the changes on everyone's faces. Just now was just a major setback due to carelessness. As long as he was more careful, he did not fear those fiends in the slightest too. Get him to thank Yi Yuan, no chance. Utterly shameless. Zhang Qi said furiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head elder, you don't need to get angry. A gentleman is open and poised. A villain is calculative and worries about personal gains and losses. Let him be. Yi Yuan understood that Gao Yuan, this kind of person, was a wicked-hearted person. His own heart was dark. Looking at others was naturally dark too. No matter how good you were to him, he would also find a reason to lay out your faults. Toward this kind of person, best to stay far away. Of course, if there was a chance, Yi Yuan did not mind entrapping him and take revenge for Zhang Qi's master. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus suddenly, a large group of dark shadows rushed over and just happened to block this party. They were precisely the fiend race powerhouses who left and returned. DN said in a cold voice, "This kid indeed has some means. Even the soul-devouring devil cloud formation couldn't trap him. Luckily, we came back in time. Otherwise, there would really be no end to future troubles." The expressions of the human powerhouses changed drastically. They had just broken out of the Grand Array. Right now, their condition was not good. Did not expect that the fiend race powerhouses actually left and returned. Furthermore, this time, it was their first time seeing the fiend race powerhouses line up, which gave them a big fright. The fiend race's side could be said to have powerhouses plentiful as clouds. Just in terms of numbers, it was several dozen more than their side. Furthermore, the fiend race's high-level combat power was also much more compared to the human races. Just third-layered heaven fiend, lord powerhouses, they had over a dozen people. This lineup made the human powerhouses feel despair. Heaven Star looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sinister smile, "Kid, didn't expect it, right? That we'd still have a day where we meet again." Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen Heaven Star through the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. Meeting at this time was not too surprising. A hint of a smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Looking at your appearance, your resentment is a lot." Heaven Star was triggered by Yi Yuan's smile and exploded. "What do you think? The precious treasure on this old man will definitely take it back today. Additionally, this old man's profound yellow cauldron and your life. This old man will also accept it." DN also said coldly, "In this world, there has yet to be anyone who dares to play tricks on our blood Yamahal. Source Knight Brat, you're very bold." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you have the capabilities, feel free to come and take." Heaven Star sneered and said, "Kill for me. Leave no one behind." The group of powerhouses was just about to make a move when Gao Yuan suddenly roared, "Hold on!" Heaven Star's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Quickly spit out what you have." Gao Yuan's expression could not help turning stiff, and he endured his anger and said in a solemn voice, "You guys have a grudge with this brat, and this old man also has a grudge with this punk." Everybody came to fiend Calling Ridge for the treasure that was born. Currently, the path ahead is still uncertain. Everybody should work together. We'll hand this brat to you guys, then search for the treasure together. As for who gets the treasure, each relies on their own means. What do you all think? Zhang Qi's expression changed greatly when he heard that, and said furiously, "Gao Yuan, you actually want to play jackal to the tiger and sell out your friend for personal gains." Chapter 16:24 Variant Deadening Great RA. Chapter 16:24 Variant Deadening Great RA Heaven Star and DN exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of cunningness. These human powerhouses were indeed a pile of loose sand. Heaven Star said, "Hoo-hoo, this suggestion is not bad. But in order to express your sincerity, you all have to take this punk down first." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed hesitation looks. They had also seen through things. Yi Yuan had significant enmity with these fiend race powerhouses. If handing over could gloss things over and stay on good terms, everyone going for the treasure together, that would be for the best. Zhang Qi immediately blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Unsheathing a long sword, he said in a cold voice, "Whoever dares to touch Yi Yuan, step over from this old man's corpse. Gao Yuan, even if this old man dies together, I'll also drag you into the water." Gao Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Then you get buried together with him, then." Everyone saw it too. The fiends are overwhelming in numbers and can't be overcome with force. "Everyone, take Yi Yuan down first." Zhang Qi looked towards Ling Zikuan and said in a cold voice, "Ling Zikuan, what's the meaning of this? We kindly came to assist you, but you're going to carry out the hospitality of a host like this?" Ling Zikuan let out a sigh and said, "Brother Zhang Qi, this kid has already become the target of public censure. Why must you be buried together with him? As long as we hand him over, everybody can get along peacefully." Ling Zikuan's impression of Yi Yuan was not very good. Being egged on by Gao Yuan at this time, plus being compelled by the circumstances, him changing side was also something within reason. However, what made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that at this time his disciple, Gu Han, suddenly said, "Master, without Yi Yuan, we couldn't even get down the natural chasm. Just now he saved everyone's lives too. As the host, if we show ingratitude for kindness like this, unless all the people here today die otherwise, who would still dare to cooperate with our river eternal imperial city in the future?" Ling Zikuan's expression changed, and sure enough, started to somewhat hesitate. Gao Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Junior, it isn't your turn to speak here. Ling Zikuan, coming down here. Everyone is just using each other. This kid bringing us down is merely wanting to rely on our strength. There isn't any ungratefulness or treachery." Ling Zikuan was caught in the middle. His face had a difficult look. The fiend race powerhouses opposite were immediately dumbstruck with astonishment, all exchanging glances. This kind of situation was what they completely did not expect. The soul-devouring devil cloud formation did not make these people slaughter each other. They did not expect that they schemed against each other and started to fight in the nest now. Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I were you all, I'd worry about myself first." Gao Yuan sneered and said, "Punk, you're trying to scare this old man? This kind of method. This old man has stopped playing more than 100,000 years ago." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not have the intention of explaining. But in the next instant, a series of scurrying sounds suddenly came over. Everyone's faces changed. Turning to look, their scalps involuntarily tingled. There was a large stretch of darkness all around with no end in sight. They were already surrounded by a large group of rats. These rats were all incomparably huge. Furthermore, the numbers were extremely high. These rats' auras were not very powerful, only having the aura of rank 3 divine beasts. But such a large number made them feel in despair. "Deadening great rat. These are deadening great rats. We got caught in a rat tide." Gao Yuan cried out sharply. His voice was too high, resulting in becoming somewhat squeaking. Clearly, he had also fallen into immense terror in his heart. Deadening great rats were very ferocious, savage beasts. Places that they said through, not a blade of lived. Encountering living things, they would definitely chomp until not even bone residue remained. Hence the name. Those deadening great rats' eyes emitted rays of red light in the gloomy darkness, giving people a very sinister feeling. Everyone felt gusab. MPS breaking out all over, seemingly smelling the scent of death. It's over. I don't want to die here." What to do? Heard that encountering deadening great rats, there's absolutely no reason to survive. Why? Why is it that under such a powerful force field, there is still deadening great rats, this kind of powerful existence existing? The human side was panicking and already in a FLUS-tiered mess. One scream of horror after another revealed the despair in their hearts. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You guys enjoy it well. This little lord won't accompany you all to play any longer." Finished talking. There was a spatial law's undulation. Yi Yuan brought Zheng Qi and the rest, and directly flew into the air. When everyone saw this scene, their ALLS almost popped out. Heaven Star and DN looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock and exclaimed, "Spatial laws!" He actually really comprehended spatial laws. This brat's talent is truly too terrifying. Heavenstar knew that Yi Yuan drew parallels from inference and understood a bit of superficial spatial laws. But now, for Yi Yuan to be able to fly in the air under this kind of powerful force field, it showed that his spatial laws comprehension was already very remarkable. How could this discovery not alarm him? One had to know Yi Yuan was a guy who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody. Not only was this kid's alchemy Tao heaven-defying, but now he also stepped onto a very terrifying road in martial Tao. This was not good news to them. Gao Yuan revealed a fierce look and said in a solemn voice, "Want to go?" How can it be that easy? Gao Yuan released his aura and was about to smack towards the Yi Yuan and company in the air. But his aura made those deafening great rats thoroughly erupt. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus the ma. S. Sivrat tide swallowed the people up frenziedly. Gao Yuan had yet to have time to launch the attack and was already utterly engulfed by the frenzied rat tide. At his prime, he naturally came and went freely in this rat tide. But now his realm was heavily suppressed, his strength greatly discounted. Facing these powerful, deafening great rats, he also felt rather taxed. The claws of deafening great rats were extremely sharp. Furthermore, their skin and fur were extremely tough. Even if one came out alone, challenging an origin deity realm powerhouse by itself was no problem at all, let alone such a terrifying number. Charge out in one go. If we get trapped here, there's only death. Gao Yuan roared wildly. The current Gao Yuan crisscrossed with sword energy, holding it in, and rushed inside with a burst of power. His strength was powerful. The others immediately followed behind him without prior agreement, breaking through towards inside. The fiend race powerhouses also could not care about opposing the humans at this time, all sparing no effort to fight with the deafening great rats. But very soon they discovered something amiss. These deafening great rats were not ordinary deafening great rats at all. These deafening great rats' bodies carried a strange force field. Furthermore, they could even respond and cooperate with each other across a great distance, making those martial artists' footsteps become heavy. These are all variants of deafening great rats. It's over. With this, it's thoroughly over. Someone exclaimed. Pucci! A sharp claw directly tore that martial artist's throat. Then, a large group of huge rats rushed up. He no longer made a sound. Below was bathed in blood, but Yi Yuan and the others flew in the air very leisurely. The more Zhang Qi looked below, the more struck with horror he became. This rat tide simply had no end in sight. In this long while that they flew, they actually had not seen the edge yet. Chapter 16, 25 Combat Strength That Astonished the World. Chapter 16, 25 Combat Strength That Astonished the World. Splaz. H. Plus, as soon as they landed, Guhan directly knelt down and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Elder Yi, I beg you, save Master, Guhan said with red eyes. When they came out earlier, Yi Yuan also brought Guhan along conveniently. Being able to say those words at that time showed that this kid's nature was not bad. It was just that he was too arrogant and willful in the past. That was why he would argue a point to death. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Your river Eternal Imperial City engages in close combat with fiend race territories and should be the most hostile. But when Ling Zikuin encountered the fiend race, he actually still wanted to pretend to be polite and compliant. This kind of person, why should I save him? Not that Yi Yuan had a heart of stone, but that he really had enough of these people's shamelessness. Gu Han gritted his teeth and said, Master has shown great kindness to me. I can't watch him die here unfeelingly. Elder Yi, if Elder Yi doesn't save him, I'll rush back. Yi Yuan said coolly, You go back then. I only saved you conveniently. If you seek death yourself, can I still stop you? Guhan's blood surged, suddenly standing up and rushed over to that side. But he had not walked a few steps when countless dark red eyes swept over toward him. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus a large group of deafening great rats rushed over toward him. Guhan seemed to have been splashed by a basin of cold water, his entire body feeling penetratingly cold. At the same time, a powerful force field instantly enveloped him, making him unable to move a muscle. Origin deity, realms were simply too weak here. Plop! Guhan took a few steps back in fright, but was stumbled by a rock. Help! A figure flashed, a sharp edge appeared. Pooh! 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 With a single sword move, those variant deafening great rats were directly cut into two. Yi Yuan stood with a sword, his back turned to Guhan as he said coolly, "Still want to go back?" Guhan's head shook like a rattling drum, frightened until he kept trembling. Only at this time did he truly realize how great the gap between him and Yi Yuan was. When he encountered these fierce beasts, he did not even have the courage to attack. But Yi Yuan killed them as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Him going back was no different from courting death. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus more and more variant deafening great rats were drawn by this side. Russ. H. I. Plussing over to this side. Yi Yuan's sword moved agilely, like a harvester, willfully reaping these deafening great rats' lives. There was no enemy who could last one exchange at all. Relax! Those few old fellows are each more shrewd than the last, each with a foundation deeper than the other. Although these deafening great rats are powerful, wanting to kill them is probably still a little lacking, Yi Yuan said indifferently as he brandished his sword. Not just Guhan. It was also Zheng Qi and Heavenly Eagles, people's first time seeing Yi Yuan make a move. They were similarly incomparably shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan avoided Guhan's attacks with spatial laws and did not really make a move. But now, they finally knew how powerful Yi Yuan was. If Yi Yuan made a move back then, Guhan probably could not even receive one move and would be insta-killed. Turns out that Elder Yi wasn't powerful in spatial laws. His truly formidable aspect is on fusion of laws. To be able to fuse Sword Dao laws and spatial laws to this extent, Elder Yi is truly a genius among geniuses. This is even harder than solely comprehending spatial laws. Very clearly, Elder Yi still has plenty more in his sack. Really don't know how powerful his strength will be if he goes all out. Originally, when everyone saw Yi Yuan make a move, they still had the intention of going forward to help. But looking at it now, they did not need to take action at all. Those deafening great rats could not approach him at all. These variant deafening great rats were existences that even divine Lord Realm powerhouses were very fearful of. Yi Yuan was actually like in his own backyard. In a blink, Yi Yuan slew hundreds of deafening great rats, but he was still calm and composed, unable to see the slightest hint of disorderly aura. Suddenly, an enormous deafening great rat dashed out of the huge rat swarm, turning into a stream of flowing light and charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, careful. This is a rank 4 fierce beast. Zheng Qi cried out. Finish talking. He was about to make a move to go help Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. None of you move. What I was waiting for was it. Everyone exchanged glances, eyes full of disbelief. Facing a rank 4 deafening great rat, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but advanced instead, raising his sword and Russ. I, plussing over toward it. At this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, sword energy wispy and ethereal, shuttling back and forth in SPAC. Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws had long broken through to 4th layered heaven in the spatial inheritance. 4th layered heaven sword Dao laws fused with 2nd layered heaven spatial laws. This was unprecedented. Its power had now reached the time to test it out. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yuan's sword energy intersected with the Deadening Great Rat's sharp claws in midair. Spiritual energy fluctuated, blasting those Deadening Great Rats flying out. When heavenly eagles people saw this scene, each and every one of them was utterly stunned. What did I see? An origin deity realm martial artist actually fought to a draw with a rank 4 fierce beast? No, wait, my eyes must be blurry. Rank 4 versus rank 3 is invincible. How can someone possibly break this curse? There's actually such a freak in this world. So monstrous. Elder Yi is simply not human. Elder Yi is truly quiet when not making a move. The moment he makes his move, it's earth-shattering and heaven-battering. Rank 4 fierce beasts also evolved a small world within their bodies and were similarly able to use world power. And Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with it. This kind of combat strength was simply inconceivable, shocking everyone's jaws off. When Yi Yuan was at Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he had also once jumped realms and defeated a Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouse before. But that significance was completely extraordinary compared to now. To the vast majority of the people, this kind of battle across major realms was impossible. But there was a small minority of geniuses who could still rely on powerful law comprehensions to jump realms and defeat their opponents. When Yi Yuan was in the small world, those martial artist experience and knowledge naturally could not compare to the Heavenspan world's martial artists. But even in the Heavenspan world, origin deity realm martial artist not being able to defeat divine lord realms was also an iron law. There had never been anybody who could break this iron law. From rank 3 to rank 4, that was a qualitative metamorphosis. Once martial artists possessed world power, that was truly possessing the qualifications to rule over a region because he could insta-kill all existences below his realm. Therefore, the intensity of the astonishment in the hearts of heavenly eagles, people, could be imagined. Yi Yuan wielded the Jinni sword, his entire person seemingly turning into A.G. Oh, D of war. Each sword came and went like a shadow, drifting from place to place. The misty sword art at this time was truly being performed by Yi Yuan to the peak. Even rank 4 fierce beasts could only eat dust under Yi Yuan's sword too. Zheng Qi's eyes became wide saucers, his mouth opened for a long time and could not close. Now, even he was somewhat doubting how in the world Heavenly Eagle Imperial City found such a freak. I thought that I already had a clear understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. But only now do I know that my understanding of him was merely the tip of the iceberg. This kid, giving us any surprises after this, isn't going to be surprising. Zheng Qi said with a bitter smile. Chapter 16, 26 Kill. Chapter 16, 26 Kill 1 man and 1 beast. They fought intensely in the wilderness. Facing the Deadening Great Rat's world power, Yi Yuan did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. His thick and profound sword energy actually faintly had signs of breaking through the S.P.A.C. Everyone's shock could not be any greater. But Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. Him coming out this time, treasure hunting was just on the way. His real objective was still searching for the turning point of breakthrough. These Deadening Great Rat's appearance just nicely gave him the chance to hone himself. Having a life and death battle with these powerful fierce beasts might be able to trigger his inspiration and comprehend the 4th level cultivation method. But now he threw a stone to find the path, but in the end the stone fell into the sea. Unleash. H.I. Plussing the misty sword art with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was indeed able to make him a match for rank 4 powerhouses. But he still could not find where the problem was. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have lost his bearings in the vast ocean. Seemed strong, but actually his future was bleak. If he could not find the direction forward, then the strongest opponent that he could face in the future was also just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Misty Sword Art S.P.A.C. Rift Condensed Edge. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Powerful fuse laws were akin to an ice-breaking tip, instantly gouging through the world power of the rank 4 Deadening Great Rat. pinning it firmly onto the ground. This S.P.A.C. Rift Condensed Edge move was the amalgamated strongest attack of Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Spatial Laws, and also Yi Yuan's current strongest trump card. He fused spatial laws into his sword art. Within the sword energy was adulterated with powerful spatial rift force. It could be said to be a full display of his ability, coupled with the attack augmentation of the Jinni sword. This divine lord mystic treasure, that was why Yi Yuan could penetrate the defenses of a rank 4 fierce beast. That rank 4 deadening great rat laid on the ground, convulsing nonstop. It was apparent that it could not survive. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. The sharp edge of that sword actually made them feel their hearts somewhat palpitate, especially first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Martial artists. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, currently actually became somewhat fearful. An origin deity, realm martial artist, actually killed a rank 4 fierce beast. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know, when they faced a rank 4 fierce beast, they also did not dare say that they could definitely win. This was also to say that Yi Yuan similarly had the ability to kill them. Yi Yuan put away his sword and stood there. That slightly skinny body became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. Elder Yi is so strong. Origin deity slaying divine lord. It's simply unheard of. Turns out that origin deity realms can actually be powerful to such an extent. Spatial laws is indeed a supreme law. To actually have such power, if I can comprehend a trace of superficial knowledge, it would be good. Those deacons and protectors all marveled with amazement, being deeply astounded by Yi Yuan. Zhang Qi's gaze flickered, and he slowly said, for Yi Yuan to be able to kill a rank 4 fierce beast, what he relied on wasn't just spatial laws. His cultivation method is incomparably profound. That's why it could support that kind of martial technique. I feel that Yi Yuan's truly formidable aspect is still the cultivation method that he cultivates. When everyone heard that, they could not help getting a shock. What kind of cultivation method inheritance could let an origin deity realm defeat a rank 4 fierce beast? This cultivation method was a little too perverse, right? Zhang Qi's eyes were like torches. Seeing the hint of disappointment on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being secretly surprised in his heart. Combat strength, so overwhelming. Could it be that this kid was still not satisfied? This kind of disappointment was not deliberately displayed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to hide this kind of dejection, but was perceived by Zhang Qi. What in the world was this boy pursuing? Gu Han had long forgotten about the matter of saving his master to the 9th sphere of the heavens. He was shocked by Yi Yuan's might until he was a S of bruises. Yi Yuan's return could not avoid being teared around by everyone. He just smiled, appearing somewhat forced. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from amidst the beast horde, blasting those deafening great rats all over the sky. Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus a series of figures suddenly charged out from the encirclement of the beasts. The person in the lead was precisely Gao Yuan. Currently, he was bathed in blood, clearly having suffered considerable injuries. These deafening great rats were nothing to Yi Yuan, but they were very fatal to others. Furthermore, these variant deafening great rats even had a strange force field, catching people off guard. Master, when Gu Han saw Ling Ziku and Russ, plussing out of the heavy encirclement, he could not help being overjoyed and hurriedly sprinted over to support him. When Gao Yuan saw Yi Yuan, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot from anger. His face contorted, Wisconsin plussing to devour him whole. However, he just roared loudly, "Quickly go! There's a middle stage rank for rat king chasing after behind." Zheng Qi's expression could not help changing when he heard that, and he said in a solemn voice, "Everybody, quickly go!" A large group of people took off madly, unleashed. plussing even their strength to suckle at the teat. Suddenly, they discovered that there was no more sound behind them. That was why they stopped. A series of great battles. Plus this while of mad sprinting. The group was already dead tired. Originally, the two races, their teams had mighty contingents of several hundred people. At this time, it was already less than half. Clearly, there were quite a number of people who fell in the deafening great rat swarm. Even their bones probably could not be found any more. With this halting, the gazes of Heaven Star, D.N., Gao Yuan, and the rest all landed on Yi Yuan. They were naturally not some well-intentioned looks. Those were looks that wanted to flay Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. These people pulled out even their coffin money in order to escape. It could be said to be heavy losses. Looking at Yi Yuan again, not even a trace of dirt could be found from head to tie. This strong contrast made them feel very unbalanced in their hearts. Gao Yuan, our fiend race agrees to form an alliance with you. Our current target is this punk, Heaven Star said in a solemn voice. When Gao Yuan heard that, a hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Okay. Ling Zikuin, how about you? This kid deliberately saved your disciple, but left you there. You wouldn't want to defend him still, right?" Ling Zikuin revealed a conflicted look. Glancing at Guhan, he suddenly said, "Forget it. Yi Yuan saved my pupil. It's equivalent to saving this old man. This time, this old man is standing on his side." Ling Zikuin was somewhat regretting it now. If he also stood on Yi Yuan's side firmly before, their river Eternal Imperial City also would not have suffered grievous losses. Since Yi Yuan brought Guhan out, he would definitely also bring them out. Guhan was the disciple that he valued the most. He poured in a great deal of painstaking effort. If not for Yi Yuan, if Guhan fell into the deafening great rat's encirclement, he would definitely die without a burial ground. Therefore, now he wanted to stand on Yi Yuan's side. Gao Yuan's expression was livid, not expecting that it was actually this outcome. Humph. Ling Zikuin, since that's the case, then let's each go our own way now. You'll take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. This battle likely can't be avoided anymore. Gao Yuan threatened. Ling Zikuin drew a deep breath and said, "Fight then. Guhan, you retreat to one side." Zheng Qi looked at Gao Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Gao Yuan, you despicable villain. To actually want to collude with a different race to slaughter your own compatriots. Today, let's settle old scores and new together." Done talking, Zheng Qi held his sword out and stepped forward, charging over toward Gao Yuan. Chapter 16, 27, 1 against 5. Chapter 16, 27, 1 against 5. If it was a normal stance, Zheng Qi was naturally not Gao Yuan's match. But Gao Yuan was currently wounded. It was not a minor injury, so his strength greatly diminished. Meanwhile, Zheng Qi had the strength to fight. Zheng Qi attacked with fury, each move not without targeting vital parts of the body. Gao Yuan was not Zheng Qi's match at this time at all, being repeatedly forced back. When Heaven Star saw the situation, he said with a stern cry, "Kill Yi Yuan for me!" How could the two forces still hold back, battling into groups one after another? Even though the fiend race plus utmost peace Imperial City, they had the advantage in numbers. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City won in that they virtually did not have any expenditure. At peak state currently, dealing with those remnant soldiers and generals was naturally nothing difficult. Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities, dozen over people plus river Eternal Imperial Cities, large numbers. Both sides actually fought until they were evenly matched. However, in the end, Yi Yuan's side was still lacking in numbers, missing 5 first-layered Heaven Divine, Lord powerhouses. These 5 people surrounded Yi Yuan in the center, using gazes like looking at a dead person to look at Yi Yuan. The person in the lead said in a solemn voice, "Source Knight, during last time, there was the Blood Yamahal protecting you. So this fiend lord couldn't do anything to you. But today you must die." Yi Yuan gave him a glance, and he asked confusedly, "Do we know each other?" That person said in a cold voice, You don't know me, but you killed the prince that I'm most proud of. Today, this score, we should settle it." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. It turned out that this guy was Ka Xian's father, Capone capital city's city lord Ka Long. "Hoo-hoo, my life is right here. Take it away if you have the ability," Yi Yuan said indifferently. Right now, Gao Yuan and Heaven Star fought 2-on-1, before barely managing to be roughly on par with Shang-Chi. Gao Yuan glimpsed at this side and was immediately overjoyed. 5 first-layered Heaven Divine, lords dealing with an origin deity realm. Even if he comprehended spatial laws, it was certain death too. Gao Yuan laughed loudly as he said, "Haha, that COC. KY Brad is about to die, right away. Aren't you going to save him?" "Oh, right, you can't go, ha ha ha," Shang-Chi sneered and said. "Yuan doesn't need me to go and save at all." Gao Yuan chortled and said, "Ha ha ha, don't need you to go save?" "Then who's saving him? Heaven?" "Ha ha ha," Shang-Chi smiled coldly and said, "You'd best take care of yourself first." Even though the numbers were a bit much, Shang-Chi felt that the numbers were not a problem at all. Since Yi Yuan could kill a rank 4 fierce beast, then the number of people was not a deciding factor. Gao Yuan's punch seemed to have landed on cotton every single time. It was very depressing for him. "Brat, this fiend lord is here to take your life." Ka Long laughed savagely. Lifting his hand, it was a punch, slamming over toward Yi Yuan. This punching compa, said world power, the power extremely formidable. Ordinary origin deity, realm martial artists were absolutely out of luck under this punch. But sadly, Yi Yuan was not an ordinary origin deity, realm martial artist. Yi Yuan's spatial laws unfolded, easily avoiding this punch. The other 4 people knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial laws. They immediately blocked all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat, and they rushed over toward him. With 5 great first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, violent world power reverberated in this region of SPAC. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running away at all. The moment Jin Yi's sword came out, sword energy crisscrossed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. One of the 4 people was caught off guard and was directly sent flying out by Yi Yuan. Ka Long and the other 3 people only felt their chrysanthemum, one clench, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. What did they see? An origin deity, realm martial artist, sent a divine Lord Realm powerhouse flying with 1 sword? This joke was not funny at all. However, Yi Yuan did not give them time to be shocked. A sword arrived again, Russ. Plussing over toward Ka Long. A powerful sword energy pounced from head-on. Ka Long's expression changed wildly, instantly bucking up 120% to deal with it. Rumble. The collision of world power and sword energy evenly matched. Ka Long's heart shook violently and he roared, "Everybody, don't underestimate the enemy. This kid has the strength to kill first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord." This roar of his transmitted into everyone's ears. Apart from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Guhan, the others were all shocked. Shang-Chi smiled coldly and said, "So that? Yi Yuan doesn't need heaven to save him. He can save himself." Gao Yuan's ALLS nearly popped out. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. How can an origin deity realm defeat a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord? Hang on. That fiend race fiend, Lord Powerhouse, said that Yi Yuan had the strength to kill a first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord and not to defeat one. Gao Yuan keenly captured the intricacies in Ka Long's words and was even more incomparably shocked in his heart. Kill him. 5 of you rank 4 powerhouses. Could it be that you can't even take care of an origin deity realm? Gao Yuan roared madly. Ka Long's face fell, very unhappy with Gao Yuan's words. A human actually dared to tell him what to do. But now was clearly not the time to haggle over this. The most important thing right now was still killing Yi Yuan. Everybody be more careful and play it safe. Don't give him any chance to take advantage of the situation. Ka Long was also very experienced, immediately communicating with the other 4 people. changing the battle tactic. The 5 people surrounded Yi Yuan and no longer advanced rashly like before, but planned on having a protracted battle with Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be led by the nose by them? His figure drifted from place to place, suddenly left and right, forcing the 5 people to teeter on their feet. Yi Yuan's misty sword art made a showy display of its ability, but each move's trajectory could not be predicted, causing a tremendous problem to the 5. Fortunately, the 5 people were all veteran rank for powerhouses. There were even 2 who were suppressed at the 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm, barely managing to persist in battle. Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 5 and actually faintly took the upper hand. Gao Yuan, Heaven Star, DN, and the rest, they were all incredibly shocked in their hearts. They completely did not expect that the battle would develop into the current situation. According to their plans, as long as they killed Yi Yuan, this battle could also end. Everyone could search for treasures in peace. But now both parties were actually deadlocked. Pucci. Suddenly blood splattered. A moment of carelessness. The divine Lord Realm martial artist, who was severely wounded by Yi Yuan previously, was actually stabbed right through by Yi Yuan with a sword move. It was obvious that he was dead due to the move just now. When Ka Long and the rest saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. With 5 against 1, not only were they not able to suppress an origin deity realm martial artist, the other party killed a person instead. This result was simply fantastical. When Gao Yuan and the rest saw this scene, their hearts shook violently too. They all realized that Yi Yuan was not just a supporting cast among their party, but had a standing that belonged to himself. Under the situation where realms were suppressed, Yi Yuan could go 1-on-5. This combat strength was sufficient to let him have a certain right to speak. Bang! Gao Yuan shook off Jing Qi and said in a cold voice, "Stop! All don't fight anymore." Heaven Star and DN also stopped the fiend race powerhouses. This fierce fighting finally stopped. Zhang Qi smiled coldly and said, "You want to fight and we fight. You want to stop and we stop. Who do you think we are?" Gao Yuan's face fell and he said, "We already have heavy casualties. Keep on fighting. And, oh, Body can think about getting the treasure. This old man admits that I've underestimated this boy. Now, everyone, abandon your prejudices. Wait until we find the treasure. It's not late for everybody to fight it out again." 1A NU S/B U T Thol